Chapter 606. I haven't had enough, and you're already done. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the oxhair filiform needles darting towards Wang Tung. They couldn't help but break into a sweat for him. All they could see were countless needles covering the sky and raining down on Wang Tung. Like a drizzle, they covered all spaces. How was Wang Tung supposed to defend? Zhu Yuxiao and the others got anxious as they stared closely at the Colosseum. All they could see was Wang Tung raising his head and looking at the countless cold glints. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and a vast amount of spiritual power that was kept in his sea of knowledge surged and swept out, as if a dragon had just revived. Boom! All the oxhair filiform needles froze in the sky. The needles couldn't move an inch, as if time had stopped. Shinai Tongji's eyes were full of astonishment. Her needles were frozen by someone. How is that possible? Over at the spectator stand, all the martial warriors were stunned as well. What is this? What has happened? Why did the needles stop moving? Countless questions appeared in the spectators' heads. This was a situation that was beyond their expectations. Those menacing oxhair filiform needles stopped moving just like that. It felt anticlimactic. Where was the skill of a divine spirit master? Unless Shinai Tongji was a fake divine spirit master. What's happening? Shanben Quan was shocked and confused. Yiting Jinta, who had just said that Shinai Tongji would definitely win, was speechless. The scene in front of him was beyond his understanding. In the Colosseum, Wang Tung's mouth showed a slight arc, and his body gradually started levitating. Terrifying spiritual power surrounded him, and the oxhair filiform needles turned around slowly, aiming at their master. Shinai Tongji was horrified. She realized that she had lost control of her needles. She frantically scrambled her spiritual power, trying to regain control of the needles, but all the spiritual power that she poured out of her body sank like a rock in an ocean. It seemed as though a tornado was surrounding the young man in front of her. Whenever her spiritual power approached him, it would all be devoured. He was a divine spirit master too. Shinai Tongji was astounded. She didn't expect to meet another divine spirit master in the exchange event. Furthermore, he was even stronger than her. At this time, with a thought of his mind, the oxhair filiform needles retraced their paths, this time with a speed greater than before. In an instant, they arrived in front of Shinai Tongji. Shinai Tongji's body shook. She didn't want to lose just like that. Numerous oxhair filiform needles appeared in front of her again, and with her spiritual power, they clashed with the needles under Wang Tung's control. Clang, clang, clang. Needles from both sides struck each other, producing a crisp metal sound. Shinai Tongji's spiritual power wasn't weak. The needles under her control moved smoothly like she was controlling her arm, and they managed to strike down all of Wang Tung's needles. The needles controlled by the both of them formed a white line in the air, clashing against each other and continuously shooting out tiny sparks, dazzling the spectators. Everyone finally got to see a match between divine spirit masters. They were inexplicably relieved. That was it. Such a scene was worthy of a divine spirit master's reputation. The previous scene seemed like an imaginary illusion. Wait, why was Wang Tung able to control the needles as well? The hearts of all the martial warriors dropped, and an incredible guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Wang Tung was also a divine spirit master. It wasn't that they had realized it late, but that the truth was too hard to accept. One was still okay, but now there were two divine spirit masters, and that divine spirit master was a talent from country Xia. Everyone's eyes went red, and their hearts were filled with envy and hatred. Damn it, it's country Xia again. Yoke had a bad expression and a foul mood. Country Xia and the White Eagle Nation were the two major powers in the world, and they had always been competing against each other. They naturally didn't want things to go smoothly for country Xia. Fortes had an unsightly expression as he gritted his teeth. Although he hated Wang Tung, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He couldn't beat Wang Tung in terms of martial arts. Now that he was also a divine spirit master, there was nothing he could do to match up to Wang Tung. If he provoked him again, he would undoubtedly be looking for trouble. Over at Country Xia spectators stand, Zhu Yuxiao and the others were stunned. Wang Teng is a divine spirit master, and he's so strong, Chu Fei exclaimed. Dan Taixian turned around. Looking at everyone's expression, she said in surprise, "You didn't know?" Everyone, Zhu Yuxiao and the others were speechless. There is no way they would know. How could they if no one told them about it? Ren Xingcong and Ji Ziyiming's eyes flickered slightly. They recalled the time when Wang Teng was using similar skills during the Sea Beast invasion. Since Wang Teng didn't say it explicitly, outsiders wouldn't know what exactly he did. They could only make a guess. Now it had been confirmed. His teammates were all shocked. They were talents of the same generation, but the gap between them was so great. Dear Lord, you're too biased. Ji Xiaoming and the others felt powerless and envious of him. Even though they were geniuses as well and were extremely talented, they couldn't stop themselves from envying him. They wanted to be divine spirit masters as well. In the Colosseum, Wang Teng didn't know that he had caused a commotion by displaying the skills of a divine spirit master. He was focusing his attention on farming attribute bubbles. Well, Shinai Tongji gave him a lot to farm. Emperor Realm Spirit *10 Emperor Realm Spirit *8 Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Emperor Realm Enlightenment *12 Emperor Realm Spirit *10 Poison Force *60 Poison Force *80 As Shinai Tongji continued to spend her spiritual power, more and more attribute bubbles dropped, which were all collected by Wang Teng. There were so many Emperor Realm Spirit attribute bubbles that Wang Teng was beside himself. However, he could tell that Shinai Tongji's poison force hadn't reached the general stage. It wasn't that high in level. Therefore, she was only applying the poison force onto the needles to attack. She never thought of directly hurting Wang Teng, but unfortunately, they were all blocked. The poison force was useless. Compared to Wang Teng's face, which was filled with vitality, Shinai Tongji was turning pale. Her consumption of spiritual power was enormous, and she would not last much longer. Is there a limit to his spiritual power? Shinai Tongji's face moved slightly, feeling unreconciled. As a divine spirit master, it seemed that she might lose in the hands of another divine spirit master. How ironic. Looks like you have reached the limit. Wang Ting felt a little regretful when he saw this scene. I haven't had enough, and you're already done. Youngsters nowadays are really weak. Wang Teng shook his head and decided to end the match. When Shinai Tongji saw that, her heart jumped. An ominous premonition flooded her head, and she quickly uttered, "I admit defeat." WTF. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. I just took out my brick, and you dare to admit defeat. What about the dignity of a talent? What about the dignity of a divine spirit master? Wang Teng failed for the first time. He felt like he had punched cotton and felt miserable. Although indignant, he could only keep the brick that he had just taken out. He couldn't do anything when she had already admitted her defeat. He had originally wanted to squeeze more value out of Shinai Tongji, but he didn't expect her to be so vigilant. But thinking about it, it made sense. A divine spirit master's spiritual power was extremely powerful, and they were sensitive to danger. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't compare to them. Wang Ting made up his mind secretly. The next time he encountered a divine spirit master, he would strike quickly and unpredictably. A lost chance like this was enough. There mustn't be a second time. Shinai Tongji heaved a sigh of relief after she shouted the 3 words. An instant later, she saw golden rays flashing in Wang Teng's hand, and her mouth couldn't stop twitching. This bastard, he really thought of doing that. This stupid, straightforward man is destined to remain single. Shinai Tongji cursed fiercely in her heart, but she was relieved. It was fortunate that she conceded defeat quickly. She did not dare to imagine the consequences. In the spectators' stand, Hilson and Fortes, whom Wang Teng had taken great care of, felt envious of Shinai Tongji. Back then, if they were so decisive, they wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. At least they wouldn't have been beaten into a pulp. Now that they thought about it, it still hurt. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 607. You'll get used to it after a few times. Many people were dumbfounded when Shinai Tongji admitted defeat so directly, including the high priest. However, he maintained his composure on the surface, expressing that he had seen through everything and wasn't affected at all. He couldn't help but remember Hilson's miserable state. Why wasn't that idiot as smart and decisive as Shinai Tongji? This resentment made Hilson shudder. He looked around him and felt that things weren't so simple. Where did that sudden bad feeling come from? The high priest had already retracted his gaze and resumed his poised appearance. No one could tell that he was thinking ill of Hilson. Since Shinai Tongji has admitted defeat, Country Xia has won this match. The high priest announced the result. Everyone finally regained their senses from the shock they had received after Shinai Tongji admitted defeat. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. This fellow was astonishing. He was a talented martial warrior and a talented divine spirit master. The combination of the two made him the genius among the geniuses. Besides his evil personality, this young man from Country Xia mustn't be underestimated. In the Colosseum, Shinai Tongji looked at Wang Teng after she admitted defeat and said, "You're very strong. I hope that I will have a chance to fight with you again after I grasp the Hellspawn skill left by the Yin-Yang family." Hellspawn! Wang Teng's eyes lit up instantly. Competition wasn't important. The main thing was the attribute bubbles. He was familiar with Hellspawn. He had seen this skill in many novels in his past life. It was a good skill. If Shinai Tongji learned it, he would be able to get it from her. He had already taken attribute bubbles from her once, so taking a few more wasn't a problem. She'd get used to it after a few times. Wang Teng's eyes were frighteningly bright. He stared straight at Shinai Tongji and nodded. "No problem, no problem. You must come and challenge me next time. He'll be waiting." Shinai Tongji felt her head turning numb from his enthusiastic gaze. What was wrong with this fellow? Why was he always using weird gazes to look at people? She could feel that he didn't have feelings toward her. She wasn't narcissistic. She knew that was one of the best beauties in her country. But this fellow's gaze wasn't as simple as just taking a fancy to her. He looked as though he wanted to skin and eat her alive. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Scary, scary. Shinai Tongji's heart pounded furiously. She hurriedly turned around and left the arena. She wanted to get away from this dangerous fellow immediately. Wang Teng. Why did she seem afraid of him? Was he so scary? Wang Teng didn't have a clear understanding of himself at all. He swept all the attribute bubbles over and collected them. Emperor Realm Spirit * 20 Emperor Realm Spirit * 15 Emperor Realm Enlightenment * 12 Emperor Realm Spirit * 10 Spiritual Illusion * 240 Poison Force * 95 Poison Force * 105 Poison Force * 120. Wang Teng's expression turned strange when he saw the few hundred points of Poison Force. It looked like Shinai Tongji had tried her best to use her Poison Force, but it didn't cause any damage to him. Was he a little atrocious? If he knew that she had worked so hard, he would have given her more chances. If not, he might stimulate her. Wang Teng reflected on his actions. Then, he glanced at the Poison Force attributes on his attributes panel. Poison Force, 4570/5000, 7-star. His attitude changed in an instant. Although Shinai Tongji's Poison Force hadn't reached the general stage, she still contributed a few hundred points of Poison Force. It was the same as those general stage martial warriors. He looked at the spirit attributes. As expected of a divine spirit master, the number of spirit attributes Shinai Tongji gave him exceeded the combined total of the general stage martial warriors. She gave many points of enlightenment too, and they were all at the Emperor realm. This was more than many other martial warriors. The total amount was sizable. Spirit, 226/3000, Imperial Realm. Enlightenment, 195/3000, Imperial Realm. The last attribute was the Spiritual Illusion. There were 240 points of it. Wang Teng went from the well-versed stage to the small achievement stage. Spiritual Illusion, 150/500 small achievement. Wang Tung's eyes glowed brightly. This spiritual illusion would have more uses in his hands than Shinai Tongji. With his spirit cultivation and his various element forces, his boundary of executing the spiritual illusion would be wider and it would be harder to see through his illusions. The power of his attacks would be greater than Shinai Tongji too. Since she used the forces in her surroundings to feed her attacks, their power was limited. However, with a wave of his hand, Wang Tung's attack might be as strong as a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior's attack. 2. If he was focused on the battle, the attacks he released might be as strong as general stage martial warriors. As the saying went, divine spirit masters relied on talent. The higher the talent, the higher the limit. Wang Tung didn't even know where his limit was. Sensing the gains he had received this time as he walked back to the spectator's stand, he thought of something. He wasn't afraid of his opponent being too strong. He was afraid they would be too weak. The stronger his opponent, the more attribute bubbles he could collect. Besides, stronger martial warriors could last longer in a fight. They could bear more torture and drop more attribute bubbles. Even if they started bleeding from the torture, it was all right. This was the advantage of being a formidable warrior. Wang Tung walked back to the spectators' stand with this piece of enlightenment. Zhu Yuxiao and the others gathered around him and watched him as if he were a strange animal. All they lacked were some fruits and snacks. Wang Tung was rendered speechless, feeling that he was being humiliated. He shouted, "This is outrageous." Everyone laughed awkwardly. Zhu Yuxiao sniggered and said, "You're too astonishing. We didn't even know that you were a divine spirit master." "You didn't ask," Wang Tung retorted. "So it's our fault?" Everyone lost their words. "Anyway, what stage are you at?" Chu Fei asked curiously. "Do you want to know?" Wang Ting asked him back. They nodded in unplanned unison. Even Ren Qingcang and Ji Xiuming looked over. They were curious how high Wang Tung had climbed. Dan Taixian glanced at Wang Tung secretly. She realized that she had never understood him clearly. All along, the ability he executed was just a portion of his true power. Every time she thought that he had touched his limits, he would refresh everyone's understanding of him. This fellow was like a bottomless pit. Although they couldn't see through him, they still wanted to probe further. "If you want to know," Wang Tung glanced around him and sniggered. "I'm not telling you. Everyone, this be *TCH. Everyone thought that he was going to say the answer, but he fooled them in the end. It was frustrating. While they were bickering with Wang Tung, another match started in the arena below. The person who came out this time was Valeria of Country Boar. She looked around the Colosseum and stopped in a certain direction. That was where ancient country fire was. Chapter 608. This love is a little heavy. Ancient country fire had always maintained a low profile. In this exchange event, a few martial warriors came out. Some won, some lost. But in summary, their performance was extremely ordinary. That was right, ordinary. There was nothing outstanding. However, no one would ignore the martial warriors from this country. From its name, one could see the reason. Ancient country. There were only a few countries that could call themselves ancient countries. Country Xia was one. Country Inca was another. The third had disappeared in history, and the last one was Country Fire. There were many legends about Country Fire. They were known for their ancient sculptures. Some people said that these sculptures were created by aliens. Others opined that they were the remains of an ancient civilization, and so on and so forth. There were no conclusions. However, there was one thing they could all confirm. This country had a legacy that outsiders didn't know. Ancient countries might not be strong, but they had their own uniqueness. Also, their foundation wasn't something small countries could compare with. Hence, when Valeria sent a challenge to Country Fire, the other martial warriors looked in their direction. The martial warriors from Country Fire were dressed in unique costumes. They were as unique as the monks from Country Inca. Although wearing modern attires, they also had some ancient accessories like golden armbands and anklets. These people had one similarity. They had drawings on their bodies. Some had dog heads, some had wolf heads, some had eagle heads, and some even had one eye drawn on their bodies. When Valeria wanted to challenge them, The people from Country Fire were stunned for a moment. Then a tall and muscular bald man got up and walked into the arena. "Country Boar, Valeria," Valeria said directly. "Make a laugh," the muscular man said in a low tone. "Please." Valeria greeted him with a martial warrior's bow. Then the force in her body exploded, and she strode towards Minkalaf. Her battle strategy was straightforward as her strength lay in her physical body. Under the golden force glow, she looked like a golden war goddess. She raised her fist and hammered it down. Minkalaf squinted. With a loud yell, the force in his body erupted too, causing his body to grow twice as large, as if there was a frightening power hidden within. He faced Valeria head-on. Boom! The two fists collided and set off force shockwaves. However, their bodies seemed to be stuck to the ground, and the image seemed to be on pause. They weren't moving, but the circles of force waves around them spread out. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. The air vibrated as residual force kept spreading. This scene was definitely caused by an astonishing power. These two martial warriors were both strength-based martial warriors. Their attacking method was simple and direct. They didn't use any weapons and attacked each other with their fists. Explosions sounded continuously. The spectators were astounded. Their ability had reached the low-tier general stage. They had seen martial warriors at this stage before, but not many of them were pure strength-type martial warriors. This attacking method gave everyone a huge blow. Wang Tung felt exasperated. Valeria was indeed a unique lady. How many men would be able to handle that strong body of hers? He admitted that he didn't have the capability. Indeed, he mustn't give her any ideas. If she continued to pester him again, he must reject her directly. A female hunk had no future. Wang Ting shuddered at the thought of the scene. Zhu Yuxiao and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They had obviously recalled Valeria's proclamation of love towards Wang Tung in the past. This love was a little heavy. Zhu Yuxiao patted Wang Tung's shoulder in sympathy, shooting him an "I understand" look. Chu Fei, Yin Bo, Mu Jigua, and the others shook their heads. They went forward one by one and patted Wang Tung's shoulder. Their expressions were the same. The same sympathy could be seen in all of them. "Brother, it will be tough." Wang Tung was stunned. What was with their expressions? What strange things were these people thinking of? From their actions and looks, Wang Tung felt that he had become a handsome prince who got abducted by an evil female dragon. His ending was miserable. "Go away. This isn't what you think." Wang Tung gritted his teeth and said, "We understand. We're not thinking of anything." Chu Fei and the others replied in unison. Wang Tung. Boom, boom, boom. The intense battle continued in the arena. Valeria and Minkalaf kept colliding with each other, hitting their opponent with their fists. Dull thuds could be heard occasionally. These were the sound of fists hitting the body, but none of them seemed to feel anything. Their physical bodies suffered huge blows again and again. They were repeatedly thrown out, yet it didn't deter them. They would fly back and exchange punches. Time passed slowly. These two martial warriors weren't robots, so they gradually reached their limit. At the moment, they were panting heavily and staring at each other without blinking. No one was willing to admit defeat. These two people were equal in strength. Again, again. Valeria and Minkalaf shouted simultaneously. They dashed toward each other again. Boom, boom, boom. Dull thuds resounded in the arena. The martial warriors from other nations were in a daze. Had these two people gone crazy? At this stage, they were both exhausted, but they still continued fighting. The two contestants in the arena ignored everyone's gaze. They climbed up again after each collision and charged towards each other. Time passed. They were badly bruised. No matter how strong their body was, they wouldn't be able to handle so many violent punches. Boom! At a certain moment, after the final round of collision, both parties were completely exhausted. Their forces were depleted, and they collapsed on the ground. Bang! Their bodies remained rigid as they fell. Dust flew into the air. Everyone looked at them in silence. Many people felt that they were crazy, thinking that they only had muscles and no brains. However, at this moment, none of them were able to voice out their comments. Anyone who had persevered so long would gain respect. Moreover, they were honestly powerful. They were at the top of their peers and could be considered the cream of the crop. Shuan, Aglyro, and the others turned serious. If they met an opponent like them, they didn't have the confidence to win against them. They didn't know that pure strength-type martial warriors could reach this stage. How frightening! Wang Teng sized up these two people in astonishment. Their strength had exceeded his expectations. However, he didn't find it strange that strength-based martial warriors could reach such a level. After all, he had seen a purer form of strength. Ancient gods. Ancient gods' physical bodies were the epitome of strength. They possessed the strength of Ultima, maybe even something more powerful. He couldn't imagine how strong they were. The low level of ancient god's body he possessed was enough to defeat Valeria and make a laugh. If he reached a higher stage in ancient god's body, how powerful could he be? He didn't dare to think about it. Wang Teng shook his head and looked at the arena. He picked up the attribute bubbles they had dropped. Physical Essence * 123 Physical Essence * 85 Physical Essence * 115. Chapter 609. Wang Teng vs. Shuan, Physical Essence. This was a new attribute bubble. Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't think that these two strength-type martial warriors would drop a new attribute during their battle. As these attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately felt a warm stream flowing through his limbs and meridians. It nourished his physical body and turned into a part of him. Wang Teng clenched his fists. He felt a certain change in his physical body, similar to when he received a new physique. It was a physical change. This attribute could strengthen his physical body. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered, and he started pondering. This physical essence seemed not bad. If he could pick up a large number of physical essence attributes, his physical body would be strong enough without activating any special physique. Wang Teng possessed 5 special physiques now. 8 Arms Devil Physique, Heart of Zhongyan, Ice Cocoon Physique, Demon Lotus Poison Body, and the Ancient God's Body. Every physique had its uniqueness and uses. But in the end, the most important thing was his foundation. Coincidentally, this physical essence could improve his physical foundation. Wang Teng immediately understood the importance of this physical essence. His eyes turned bright like stars when he looked at Valeria and make a laugh again. "Boss, don't leave. Fight a little while longer." Valeria was walking towards the spectator stand. When she glanced in Country Xia's direction unconsciously, she saw Wang Teng's intense gaze and was stunned. Then, her depressed emotions from drawing with Menkalaf disappeared in an instant. As expected, Wang Teng was worried about her. He finally saw her pros. They would have a future. Valeria's eye lit up, and she nodded at Wang Teng. Now it was his turn to be stunned. That look for Valeria was so strange. Did she misunderstand something? But he didn't do anything. How could there be a misunderstanding? Wang Teng had a bad premonition. His eyebrows jumped around furiously, making him hurriedly push them down. There were a few attribute bubbles left in the arena. They were disappearing, so Wang Teng quickly picked them up without thinking too much. Metal Force *5 60 Earth Force *6 20 Physical Essence *35 Physical Essence *46. His eyes shimmered when he picked up the Physical Essence attribute. At this moment, someone from the White Eagle Nation came down. The martial warriors all turned serious when they saw this person. It was Shuan. He came down. "I wonder which country he will challenge." "Well, what do you think? There are only a few choices." "That's right. But which one do you think he'll choose? Country Inca? Country Xia?" A discussion erupted in the Colosseum. Wang Teng looked at the ordinary-looking young man with interest. He had more Lightning Force attributes to pick. Great. Lightning Force. 7200/9000. 9-star. He only needed 1,800 points of Lightning Force to reach the Brigadier General stage. He hoped that Shuan would work harder. At this moment, Shuan entered the arena under everyone's gaze. He scanned the Colosseum to choose his opponent. Wherever he looked, people would shrink their necks. Everyone knew how powerful he was from his battle with Gerald just now. Many martial warriors knew that they weren't his match, so they didn't want to fight with him. Fortunately, Shun's gaze didn't pause on them. He looked past them and finally stopped in Country Xia's direction. I would like to challenge Country Xia. A calm voice came from his mouth. Mu Zhigua, Zhu Yuxiao, and the others were astounded. Shun was challenging them. Wang Tong was stunned too. He was just thinking of getting more attribute bubbles from Shun, but in the blink of an eye, this person came to find them. Dan Taishin looked at Mu Zhigua and Wang Tong. Which one of you wants to do it? Everyone understood that among them, only Mu Zhigua and Wang Tong could put up a fight with Shun. Mu Zhigua's expression changed many times. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, I'm afraid I'm not his match. Let me do it. Wang Tong stood up with a smile at the edge of his lips. Shun is a lightning element martial warrior. Can you beat him? Zhu Yuxiao asked. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. They'll have to fight to know that, Wang Tong said nonchalantly. Dan Taishin was extremely confident in Wang Tong. She nodded and said, I'll leave him to you. Don't think of coming back if you lose. Don't worry, don't worry. Wang Tong waved his hand and walked into the arena confidently. Mu Zhigua looked at Wang Tong's back and had a sudden thought. Was that sentence directed at him? He was enlightened. He had lost his confidence because of his defeat to a Glyro in the past. Hence, when facing someone like Shun, he unconsciously started to think that he wasn't his match. But who could predict the future without a fight? You need to fight to know the result. Flames of motivation burned in Mu Zhiguo's eyes. His morale was boosted, and his eyes shimmered brightly. Wang Tong came in front of Shun and looked at him calmly. When the other martial warriors noticed that it was Wang Tong, they got interested. Would this young man, who was a martial warrior and a divine spirit master, be able to beat this top talent from the White Eagle Nation? Many people were curious. They looked at the two people in the arena. Let's start. The high priest looked at them and said calmly. Boom. The moment he finished, an aura rose from Shun's body, and his battle conscious engulfed the air. He held his spear in his hand with lightning force enveloped around it. His ordinary-looking face seemed handsome and outstanding right now. Wang Tong stood at the same spot lazily. His aura was reserved, and his expression remained composed. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Shun squinted when he saw this scene. This Wang Tong wasn't simple. He didn't waste any time. Stepping on the ground, he turned into a bolt of lightning. He slashed through the air and stabbed his battle spear out. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. Shun soared down like a bolt of lightning and went straight for Wang Tong. So powerful, as expected of a lightning element martial warrior. Shun's ability is astonishing. Darwan said with a grim expression. I believe that Wang Tong will win. Valeria looked at the figure in the arena. Valeria, do you really like him? Darwan asked with a strange expression. He thought that Valeria went to confess her feelings to Wang Tong because he had the same interest as her. To him, this was just a joke between two youngsters. Looking at her gaze now, he felt that his thoughts might be too simple. Why can't I? Valeria asked him back. You can, but your identity. Darwan didn't continue. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 610, All the Best. Go for it. If Wang Tong knew what Darwan was thinking, he might get a shock and say to him, Mister, you're thinking too much. But he didn't have the time to think of these unnecessary things. Shun's attack had arrived above his head. Thunder clapped beside Wang Tong's ears, and the frightening gale messed up his hair. Right then, a pitch-black giant weapon appeared in his hand. MOK. With a calm gaze, Wang Tong raised his head and stepped on the ground, cracking it instantly. He received the attack with MO Quebec. The flames swirled around him, gathering into a blade glow at the tip of his weapon. He slashed MOK out. Boom! The flaming blade glow and the lightning battle spear collided. Flames and lightning exploded in the air. The residual force spread out. The moment they exchanged blows, they separated before slamming into one another again. Their battlefield was shifted to the sky above the arena. A purple and a red ball of light collided violently again and again, creating explosions that resounded in the Colosseum. The other martial warriors turned grave. They were in disbelief as they watched the intense match. Arnold from the Large Eagle Nation said in bewilderment, "Wang Tung's martial arts are so strong." Gerald stared at their fight without shifting his gaze. He had lost to Shun, so he felt a little unhappy when he saw Wang Tung being able to resist his attacks. Battle intent burned in Aguiro's eyes as he looked at their fight. Boom! The two people collided in the sky once again and separated instantly. Shun looked at Wang Tung from afar and asked, "Why aren't you using your skills as a divine spirit master?" "If I do that, you won't have a chance," Wang Tung replied calmly. "Impudent." For the first time, anger appeared on Shun's calm face. He glared at Wang Tung coldly and pointed his spear at him. "Tell me that again after blocking this attack." He pointed his spear sideways at the sky. Suddenly, the clouds started to change. Bolts of lightning struck down and landed on his spear. Wang Tung raised his head as lightning flashed in his pupils. He was elated. "That's right, this is it. Let there be more lightning." As he looked at the bolts of lightning, he felt that there were countless lightning force attributes waiting for him. His lightning force will be able to reach the Brigadier General stage, soon seeing how hard-working Shun was. However, he didn't underestimate the attack. Lightning force was still very powerful. If it landed on him, it would be quite painful even though his physical body was strong. The emerald-glazed flame surged out of his body, while a frightening blade glow appeared on his MO Quebec. A terrifying blade, conscious, burned violently, waiting to be released from its constraints. All of this happened within a few seconds. Opposite him, Shun's long spear was entirely covered with bolts of lightning. Sparks danced crazily around the long spear. The next instant, he moved. Lightning python havoc. When he stabbed his spear out, a long bolt of lightning that looked like a python shot towards Wang Tung. The flash of lightning moved at high speed, coiling around Wang Tung from all directions and blocking the air around him. He had nowhere to hide. Wang Tung didn't think of evading either. He swept MOK in the air. Big Dipper, flaming blade. 8th level blade, conscious. Boom! Wherever the flaming blade glow touched, green flames would destroy all the flashes of lightning. The flame was extremely domineering. Even lightning had no advantage in front of the emerald-glazed flame. Who could fight with a divine fire? Shun's expression changed, and he asked in disbelief, "What flame is that?" Wang Tung remained indifferent, not bothering to reply to him. Divine fire. The high priest finally confirmed his guess after seeing the power of the flame. When Wang Tung had used this emerald flame in the past, he didn't execute its power entirely, so he wasn't sure. He could only make a guess. Wang Tung met the opportunity to get a divine fire. This envy flashed in Arnold's eyes. He sighed. No wonder Hilson lost to him. Divine fire is a natural enemy of Ice Force, Gerald said. Hilson felt the corners of his mouth twitching when he saw the power of this flame. Wang Tung was his archenemy. He remembered the fear of being controlled by the brick once again. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yoke was in deep thought as he stared at Wang Tung. Even he had to admit that Wang Tung was extremely strong. Shun might not be able to win this time. Wang Tung didn't waste any time. He turned into flashes of lingering shadows and dashed towards Shun. Shun had never looked so serious. He crashed into Wang Tung again. Wang Tung's strength had exceeded his imagination. He didn't dare to look down on him anymore. Whether he used his skills as a divine spirit master or not, his capabilities were on par with his. In the sky, a ball of flame and a ball of lightning struck each other without a stop, releasing extremely powerful energy waves. Shun had already released all his lightning force, but Wang Tung's attack still remained as strong as his. He couldn't gain any advantage. He had exhausted a large portion of his force. If the match continued like this, he would lose soon. Where was this person's limit? Shun's expression turned ugly. He finally understood how hard it was to deal with Wang Tung. Wang Tung collected attribute bubbles as he fought his battle. He was extremely joyful when he felt his lightning force increasing rapidly. Lightning force asterisk 120 lightning force asterisk 80 lightning force asterisk 105. His lightning force was getting closer and closer to the brigadier general stage. Fighting could increase his cultivation level. How amazing! However, he still needed a little more. Was Shun starting to suspect him? Should he give him a little confidence? As he thought about this, he twirled his pupils, and his face turned pale. He said sternly, "I didn't think that you would be so strong. You forced me to this stage. Lightning element martial warriors are indeed powerful." He gave people the impression that he was a spent force. His face was losing color, and he was panting heavily. He seemed to have reached his limit. Shun was invigorated when he saw Wang Tung's condition. Lightning force exploded again. He charged towards Wang Tung with renewed vigor. Wang Tung's eyes brightened, and he gave himself a thumbs up. "How smart of me. All the best. Go for it." Shun didn't disappoint Wang Tung. He gritted his teeth and attracted the lightning force in his surroundings. He lashed one attack after another toward Wang Tung. More lightning force attribute bubbles dropped. At a certain moment, Wang Tung, who was picking up attribute bubbles, suddenly shuddered. A force shot through his spine and flowed around his body. A powerful aura soared into the sky uncontrollably. The clouds changed as silver bolts of lightning danced wildly in the air like wriggling snakes. They shot down and circled Wang Tung, making him look like the Emperor of Lightning. Lightning Force, Brigadier General Stage, achievement unlocked. Shun was confused. The lightning force around him wasn't listening to him. It seemed to have turned into Wang Tung's servant. What the hell was going on? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 611. The Greatest Form of Respect. Wang Tung possessed the ultimate stage of lightning force. When he broke through the Brigadier General stage, the lightning force shot through his spine, forming a bridge that connected heaven and earth. All the lightning force in his surroundings was summoned by him and entered his body. The lightning enveloped him and danced wildly. Everyone looked at the figure hovering in the sky with thick shock in their eyes. Wang Tung was actually a lightning element martial warrior. Also, he had a breakthrough in the middle of a battle and had reached the Brigadier General stage. A breakthrough in the middle of a fight, and he even managed to do it while being suppressed by Shun's lightning force. What a talent! At the large Eagle Nation's side, Arnold's eyes were shaking as he exclaimed, "This guy!" Gerald stared closely at Wang Tung. His heart was filled with frustration. He was hailed by others as a talent and enjoyed great honor in the large Eagle Nation. However, this exchange event taught him that there was always someone who would be stronger than him. Country Xia's Wang Tung was undoubtedly better and more outstanding than him. On Country Boar's side, Darwan's gaze kept flickering. He took a deep breath and said, "Country Xia is always able to produce such unexpected talents. How enviable. The man I chose is indeed an excellent one." Valeria snickered. That Barbie-like face revealed a hint of cuteness. He's a double-element martial warrior. His fire force has already reached the Brigadier General stage and is on par with Shun. Now that his lightning force has reached that stage as well, I'm afraid Shun can no longer match up to him. Darwan said, even if he hadn't broken through, Shun would still be unable to match up to Wang Tung. He hasn't even used any skills of a divine spirit master, Valeria nodded and said. At the same time, talent from Country Inca, Country Fire, Country Neon, and the other countries were all discussing amongst themselves. It seemed as though they were trying to get the shock out of their chests. As geniuses, they had their own pride, but with the talent that Wang Tung had displayed at this moment, they had to admit that this person seemed better than them. By a bit. Yes, only by a bit. They wouldn't admit to anything more than that. Yoke's face was turning dark over at the White Eagle Nation side. He felt that Wang Tung was their country's nemesis. Time and time again, he had opposed them. Beating Fortes into a pulp was still acceptable as, after all, He wasn't the strongest martial warrior on their team. It was just a loss. The worst was just an embarrassment. But Shun was different. He was their trump card for this exchange event. If Shun was defeated in the hands of Country Xia, it would mean that their progress in this year's exchange event would end here. Wang Tung would become the wall that they couldn't climb over. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. What were those martial warriors doing when they were gathering intelligence? Country Xia had such great talent, and they didn't even send us any information about him. Yo cursed their families in his heart. If they knew about Wang Tung's existence, they would have at least made some preparations. They were caught completely off guard. However, he didn't know that Wang Tung's rise was a sudden and short one. People had paid attention during the National Martial Arts competition, but it was only a competition for soldier-level warriors. It was leagues away from this exchange event, and no one felt that Wang Tung would be able to participate in the exchange event then. Afterward, the Sea Beasts riot happened in Donghai, and Wang Tung came into prominence in that incident, finally catching the attention of the intelligence officers. But it was too late. Country Xia was extremely protective of their talents, and many intelligence officers were killed before they could even get the word out. Besides, in this age, the countries were separated by the oceans, and powerful star beasts were lurking in nature, making communication even more difficult. That was why the White Eagle Nation didn't receive the information in time. At this moment, everyone in Country Xia found it hard to believe as well. Many of them were unaware that Wang Tung possessed lightning force, and then they suddenly saw his breakthrough to the Brigadier General stage, leaving them absolutely dumbfounded. Even Dan Taixian didn't expect Wang Tung's lightning force to have reached this level. Her heart was filled with emotions. This fellow was a monster. Ji Xiuming, Luo Cheng, and the rest opened their eyes wide. They already knew that Wang Tung's 5 elemental forces had already reached the Brigadier General stage. But now, why did the lightning force suddenly appear? How many elemental forces did this guy have? Everyone found it unbelievable, and some couldn't even accept the fact. In the future, if anyone dared to say that they were a talent, they would fight him. In front of that monster Wang Tung, who would be considered a talent, Ren Xingtsong was bursting from within. Lightning force was a mutated element force. It was powerful and rare for people to possess it. That was why he was always proud of his lightning force. Now, his biggest opponent had displayed lightning force, and he had even reached the Brigadier General stage, far surpassing him. How on earth could he ever catch up to him? Ren King frame of mind was shattered, and he wanted to swear. He felt that God was unfair. Why was Wang Tung so powerful and talented? It was like all the talents in the world were combined into one. How is it possible for a person like that to exist? Jealousy had been building up in his heart for some time now. Since the Sea Beasts riot, he had been suppressing it deep in his heart. Now, he was raging again. Jealousy was causing him to break apart. In the Colosseum, Shun's eyes were fixed on Wang Tung. He was frantically grasping his lightning force, trying to regain control of it. However, things backfired. The lightning force within several hundreds of meters of him didn't react accordingly, instead all gathering towards Wang Tung. Despair. Shun's face was pale. He felt like he was abandoned by the world. Injustice. He felt like crying. Bathed in lightning, Wang Tung smiled. Stop struggling meaninglessly. It's useless. I don't believe it. I'm already a low-tier general stage martial warrior, and you have just reached the Brigadier General stage. You are only making use of this opportunity to control the surrounding lightning force temporarily. It won't be long before everything returns to normal. Shun sneered. His face wasn't looking good, but he didn't lose his mind yet. Wang Tung thought that this guy wasn't stupid, but it was a pity that his opponent had underestimated him. Now that he had reached the general stage, Wang Tung didn't intend to waste any more time. As lightning flashed around his body, he bolted straight towards Shun. As a lightning force martial warrior, they'll show you the greatest form of respect by defeating you with lightning force. Wang Tung appeared in front of Shun in an instant and swiped a OK that was on his shoulders outwards. bringing along the unrivaled power of lightning. Boom! The lightning burst, and as MOK slashed downwards, it turned into a terrifying blade glow, penetrating the ground. Shun was horrified. At this time, he couldn't even think about resisting. He quickly stepped back and tried to get out of the range of the blade glow, but it was too late. Chapter 612. Enough to defeat you. No! Shun screamed. His face was pale as he stood amidst the bolts of lightning, with the purple blade glow slashing down on him. However, his roar was overlapped by a huge explosion. Boom! Lightning struck down and slammed on his body. Flashes of lightning danced crazily in the sky. Sparks flew everywhere, and silver-purple glows covered up the entire area where the two martial warriors were. Everyone squinted as they watched the battle reach the climax, not daring to blink. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell from the glaring ball of light. It was headed straight for the ground. Bang! Along with a dull thud, the figure smashed into the ground. A bolt of lightning struck him thereafter and pushed the person a long distance away. Cracks had started to appear on the hard stage. There were even burnt marks at the edges of the cracks. The Colosseum turned eerily silent. Shun lost. When Wang Tong's lightning force entered the Brigadier General stage, many people had predicted this ending. Still, witnessing the scene, personally, the feeling was entirely different. Also, that attack from Wang Tong seemed outrageously powerful. If they didn't see it firsthand, they might have suspected that Wang Tong wasn't at the Brigadier General stage. Instead, he had advanced to the low-tier general stage. This was unbelievable. What breed of monster was he? Yoke's face turned black like the bottom of the pan. He looked at Shun, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Marcia, Fortes, and the others were silent. In the sky, the bolts of lightning dispersed, revealing Wang Tong's figure. The lightning force on his body dissipated slowly, leaving only some sparks dancing between his hair. There was lightning flashing in his eyes. He looked down at Shun, his gaze as calm as ever. It was as if he had just done something small and unimportant, something that wasn't defeating a talent from a big nation. Marcia and the others looked at him. For some reason, they felt fear creeping up their hearts. Fortes' face turned green when he remembered how he had provoked Wang Tong in the past. If he knew this young man was a devil, he wouldn't have been so irritating. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm, thanks. Please don't look for me. Please don't look for me. Fortes kept praying to his god in his heart. Although Shun was badly injured, he didn't lose consciousness. He crawled up with difficulty and stared indignantly at Wang Tong. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He was a genius. How could he lose? Wang Tong lowered his head and looked at him. He said indifferently, "Even if I have just advanced to the Brigadier General stage, it's enough to defeat you." Splurt. Anger burned in his heart when Shun heard this. He vomited a mouthful of blood. For a genius like him, this kind of defeat was a great blow. Furthermore, he met this irritating man, Wang Tong. Not only did he defeat him, but he also stabbed him with his sharp words. Wang Tong didn't plan to stimulate him, though. He just wanted to put on an act. A good start must be followed by a good ending. After all, Shun had worked so hard to cooperate with him. It would be inappropriate of him not to express some gratitude. Cough. The high priest couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth. Country Xia has won. The instant the result came out, the people from Country Xia regained their senses. A huge cheer erupted. The competition to emerge as the more powerful nation between the White Eagle Nation and Country Xia had always been fierce. In the current era, martial warriors represented the hard power of a certain nation to a large extent. This exchange event was an avenue for martial warriors from different nations to compete against one another. In the past, Country Xia lost most of the time and only had a few wins. They hadn't beaten the White Eagle Nation in 3 years. Wang Tong's victory allowed Country Xia to vent their frustrations over the past few years. Dan Taixian glanced in the White Eagle Nation's direction. When she saw Yoke's black face, She smiled uncontrollably. She had always found it a regret to lose to the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. Today, Wang Tung helped her fulfill her wish. This was worth celebrating. If this piece of news spread back to their nation, all the martial warriors in their country would be overjoyed. The match ended. No matter how unwilling they were, the result couldn't be changed. Yoke stepped into the arena. This time, he didn't exchange words with Wang Tung. He held Shuan silently and walked down the arena. Wang Tung looked at their back views. Although Yoke hit it well, he still caught the sinister glint in his eyes. This fellow must be furious. He laughed secretly in his heart. Then he retracted his gaze and swept the attribute bubbles scattered in the arena over with his spiritual power. Lightning Force *2 20 Latang Battle Conscious *165 Lightning Force *180 Lightning Force *280 Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent *50 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *60 Spiritual Realm Spirit *85 Wang Tung's eyes lit up. This was a good haul, as expected of a talent. Look at what he dropped. There were Spiritual Realm Spirit and Enlightenment, Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent, Latang Battle Conscious. Wang Tung's Lightning Talent was already at the Ultimate Stage. With the additional 50 points, his Lightning Talent jumped a little. Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent. 1050/5000, he had 120 points of Latang Battle Conscious already. Adding 165 more points to it, he had 285 in total. Latang Battle Conscious, 285/1000, first level. During the battle with Shuan, Wang Tung had used this Latang Battle Conscious, so he knew its advantages. In summary, when he used it, he was the king of all the lightning nearby. It was able to increase the attacking power of his lightning attacks to a certain degree. The Latang Battle Conscious played its part in the last attack he had used to defeat Shuan. The remaining bubbles were Lightning Force attributes. He had picked up some during the battle, and it helped him step into the Brigadier General stage. Now, he had gained 680 additional points. A new stream of Lightning Force merged with the Lightning Force in his body, calming the restless forces in his body gradually. Lightning Force, 820/10,000, 10-star. Wang Tung was satisfied. One of his forces grew to the Brigadier General stage after he fought one match. If it was possible, he hoped to have more good chances like this. He returned to the spectator's stand, welcomed by his excited companions. Amazing! Zhu Yuxiao punched his chest forcefully. She laughed and said, "This time, the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation won't dare to tease us anymore. We're fortunate to have you. If not, we wouldn't have been able to beat Shuan," Mu Zhigua lamented. "I feel embarrassed by all your compliments." Wang Tung chuckled. Everyone rolled their eyes. "How could you feel embarrassed with that thick skin of yours? Do you believe what you said? You have made contributions to the country." Dan Taixian glanced at him and said, "Is there a reward?" Wang Tung's eyes shone. "You have the Queen Phoenix Battlecraft already. What other rewards do you want?" Dan Taixian replied angrily. Queen Phoenix Battlecraft. The team recalled the promise made by the three great commanders before they left the country. As long as Wang Tung defeated the talents from the other nations, they would reward him with a Queen Phoenix Battlecraft. At that time, no one believed it. Yet, Wang Tung had defeated the ultimate talent from the White Eagle Nation, and there weren't many martial warriors from other countries who could be his opponent. Hence, it seemed highly likely that he would get the Queen Phoenix Battlecraft. Chapter 613. You can only be more despicable. Queen Phoenix Battlecraft. As a soldier, Mu Zhigua and the other military soldiers yearned deeply for these large-sized toys. Unfortunately, they knew that it was close to impossible to get the most advanced aircraft for their own personal usage. They didn't expect Wang Tung to have this right. How much hope did they have in him? Zhu Yuxiao, Chu Fei, and the others were green with envy. You could imagine how jealous they were. But they knew that if they were given the chance, they might not be able to grasp it. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and the other students were also envious. They couldn't resist the temptation of a Queen Phoenix Battlecraft either. After all, as young people, All of them had the thought of being in the limelight and having the chance to boast in front of everyone. In an instant, they felt the distance between Wang Tung and them. It seemed as large as the universe. He was preparing to fly, but they were still playing house on the ground. Why couldn't humans be equal? Why was there a difference? Why was reality so cruel? At this moment, these talents felt the same helplessness and dejectedness normal people felt when facing them. Dan Taixian looked at their expressions and felt guilty for some reason. Although she had mentioned it casually, it gave everyone a huge blow. It was all Wang Tung's fault. Why did he mention the words reward? It was his fault. Dan Taixian glared at him. Wang Tung was speechless. He knew what Dan Taixian was thinking. The competition continued. A martial warrior from North Country Star came out and wanted to challenge Marcia from the White Eagle Nation. Yoke turned grim. He said to Marcia, "You mustn't lose this match." It was almost an order. The White Eagle Nation was in a tragic situation. Xuan, who was their trump card, was badly beaten. They had no other paths of retreat. Even if Marcia won this match, nothing would change. But she couldn't lose. Her defeat would only put the White Eagle Nation in an even worse situation. Yoke wanted to protect what was left of the White Eagle Nation's reputation. Marcia understood this point. Her expression serious. She nodded and stepped into the arena. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wang Tung's gaze was instantly attracted to the match. Two beautiful ladies. He had seen Marcia before. Her figure was amazing, and her curly hair made her even more attractive. He had to admit that these foreign beauties had wonderful figures. An average man wouldn't be able to handle them. Only someone with a powerful body like him could withstand the pressure. The martial warrior from North Country Star was not bad either. She had golden hair and green eyes. Her skin was fair, and her legs were long, straight, and plump. She was curvy, tight, and filled with elasticity. Dan Taixian saw his shining gaze and rolled her eyes at him. She said unhappily, "Can you have some standard? What's so nice about those foreigners?" "Am examining their flaws critically. Am not looking at beauties. Am not that kind of person." Wang Tung pursed his lips and said in a righteous tone, "Shameless." His companions looked at him in contempt. No one believed his lies. After interacting for some time, they understood Wang Tung's personality. This fellow was an irritating person who didn't have any face value. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you and someone more despicable than you. These were all true for Wang Tung. The match had already started in the arena. Marcia and the female martial warrior from North Country Star rushed towards each other as they released their forces. Boom! A battle erupted instantly. An almost unnoticeable hint of seriousness flashed past Wang Tung's eyes when the battle started officially. Both of them were strong, and their outstanding appearance added points for them. The other martial warriors were watching the match with interest. After all, beautiful people were always a feast for the eye. It was rare to see two pretty ladies fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Marcia and the martial warrior from North Country Star attacked each other and created loud explosions. Marcia was using a pair of claws as her weapons. They were exceptionally sharp. Along with her metal force, lines of bright golden light slashed through the air, almost ripping the space apart because of its sharpness. The female martial warrior from North Country Star had short sword. It was covered with fire force as it knocked against Marcia's sharp claws. They shuttled around the arena, turning into lingering shadows as they chased each other and collided continuously. Sometimes, the residual impact of the force explosions would spread through the arena. Marcia seemed a little solemn. Her gaze was ruthless as she stared at her opponent in the distance. Boom! Her body started changing without any warning. A layer of light black fur grew out from her skin. However, it didn't seem as coarse as Kuhn's fur. Instead, it felt thin and soft. Her ears turned sharp, and fur grew on them too. A long black tail grew out from behind her. It waved in the air. The female martial warrior opposite her turned grave when she saw this scene. She clutched the short sword tightly in her hand and prepared herself for the upcoming challenge. Marcia smiled. She took off the sharp claws. In their place, long and sharp nails grew out from her hands. They gave off a metallic glint as they gleamed coldly under the light. Wang Tung stared at her in astonishment. "Oh my God, Catwoman!" He was honestly amazed. He knew that Marcia might be a gene martial warrior too, but he didn't expect her animal to be a cat. Though her appearance seemed a little cough, Wang Tung touched his chin and hurriedly shook the indecent thoughts out of his head. Marcia's gene mutation seems to be of a higher tier than the rest, Dan Taixian suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on Marcia. Wang Tung glanced at her involuntarily before turning to study Marcia. He understood what Dan Taixian meant. No wonder he felt a little strange just now. Marcia's eyes were clear. The changes in her body weren't as significant as Kuhn's or Fortes. Only a few noticeable traits could be seen. This proved that Marcia's gene mutation level was high. Yes, she looks better than the other martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. Look at that tail and her ears. Wang Tung nodded and commented. Incongruous. Shut up. Dan Taixian took a deep breath to suppress the urge to pin Wang Tung on the ground and beat him up. In the arena, Marcia suddenly moved. She turned into a flash of black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Fast! The martial warrior from North Country, Star, squinted her eyes. She turned her body to search for Marcia. Stab! The moment she had this thought, a cold flash of light appeared behind her back, slashing her battle uniform. A few drops of blood splattered on the ground. Ouch! The female martial warrior groaned in pain. She turned around and waved her short sword. Unfortunately, Marcia was already gone. Chapter 614. The Battle Between the Kings. After Marcia vanished without a trace, the next instant, she appeared at the female martial warrior's blind spot and clawed at her. Ah! The female martial warrior from North Country, Star, shrieked in agony. Anyone who heard her screams would tear up for her. Marcia is so vicious. The young lady is quite pretty. Why does she have to leave so many wounds on her body? It will be ugly if they turn into scars. Wang Tung shook his head. He found it a little unbearable. Everyone, the expression on his teammates' faces collapsed when they heard Wang Tung's comment. Come on, they were watching the match seriously. Can you shut your mouth? How is Wang Tung able to make everything sound strange? This fellow must be doing it on purpose. Please be a human. Everyone was exasperated. They stared at Wang Tung until he felt goosebumps all over. He decided to keep quiet. In the arena, the fight had reached its climax. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. To others, Marcia had turned into lines of dark shadows. She flashed around her opponent at high speed, clawing the female martial warrior until she had no chance of resisting. Marcia's speed increased exponentially after her mutation. Her body was extremely agile. The female martial warrior from North Country, Star, couldn't keep up with her. Bang! In the end, the female martial warrior from North Country, Star, couldn't withstand the onslaught and flew out from one of Marcia's claws. She slammed onto the ground heavily. White Eagle Nation wins. The high priest announced the result. What a poor little thing. The female martial warrior was covered with wounds. Fresh blood stained her clothes. It was a terrible sight. Her battle uniform hung on her like rags, revealing some parts of her body. Fortunately, the blood covered her up, so nothing could be seen. What a vicious lady. Wang Tung clicked his tongue as the match came to an end. He looked at Marcia with a hint of fear in his eyes. A bad woman wasn't scary. A ruthless woman was. Yes, this was a lady he mustn't provoke. Come on, imagine sharp claws growing out from her hands when you were having an intimate time with her. What if she clawed his? That cold touch, that bloody scene. Wang Tung shivered. He didn't dare to think further. He looked at the arena and wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles. Coincidentally, Marcia was looking in his direction. She seemed to notice his gaze and instantly licked her lips. Her gaze turned seductive. Oh my God, demon, don't you dare to tempt me. Wang Tung was bellowing in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and silently picked up the attribute bubbles. Then he shifted his gaze away nonchalantly. Metal Force asterisk 565 Origin of Life asterisk 1 Spiritual Realm Spirit asterisk 45 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment asterisk 60 Fire Force asterisk 540 Advanced Stage Fire Talent asterisk 36 Spiritual Realm Spirit asterisk 38 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment asterisk 54 Wong Tongue shuddered. This felt so invigorating. A comfortable moment for every 1 point of Origin of Life. How it could get. The only hard part was suppressing himself. At this moment, his expression was indescribable. After this one, there were another 2 matches. Wang Ting noticed that no more outstanding martial warriors came out. The top-tier martial warriors from every country had already made their appearance. This was the last stage of the competition, so no countries would hold back. If they didn't send their talented martial warriors out now, there would be no more chances. They would be returning home soon. The competition is ending. Aren't you going to take the initiative to challenge someone? Dan Taixian asked when she saw his silence. Wang Tongue hesitated. Then, he nodded and said, "Since I'm here, I should go down and have some fun. I should finish what the 3 old men asked me to do." He stood up and stretched his back. Then, he walked into the arena. "Don't lose. You won't get your Queen Phoenix battlecraft if you do," Dan Taixian said. Wang Tongue waved his hand without turning back. He stepped on the arena. The expressions of the martial warriors from the other countries became stern. Wang Tongue, this fellow again. He had just defeated Shuan from White Eagle Nation, and he was coming down again? The battle between the top-class talents would exhaust considerable force. Some might even use up all their force, so they would need to get ample rest before starting their next match. Normally, no one would start a new match in haste. However, Wang Tongue was looking for another fight after a short moment of rest. Had he already recovered? Many people were puzzled. At the same time, they found it unbelievable. Wang Tongue arrived at the center of the Colosseum and scanned the crowd. Many people evaded his gaze. They didn't dare to look straight at him, afraid that he would notice them. Wang Tongue smiled. His gaze paused in Country Inca's direction. "Wang Tongue from Country Xia. I would like to challenge Country Inca." His voice spread out slowly. Although not loud, it was resolute. One Aglyro was a martial warrior that had caught Wang Tongue's interest. Constellation Force. Aglyro had Constellation Force. If he didn't get a tribute bubble from him, who else could he choose? There was nothing wrong with this thinking. The martial warriors from Country Inca were stunned. Only Aglyro remained calm. He glanced at Wang Tongue indifferently before walking into the arena. "Please." Aglyro placed his palms together. When he put them down, he was already holding an iron rod. Wang Ting took out his Mo Quebec. This giant weapon had grabbed many people's attention. It was rare to see a weapon that looked like a sword and a blade. What a flashy piece of equipment. "Who do you think will win this match?" Arnold asked Gerald. "Aglyro." Gerald pondered for a moment before replying. "Huh." Arnold was surprised. "I thought you would say Wang Tongue." "Aglyro gives me a different feeling. He's very mysterious," Gerald said. "You're right. However, Wang Tongue gives me a different feeling too. The battle between these two will be very interesting." Arnold smiled. The same conversation was happening between all the martial warriors from different countries. Wang Tongue and Aglyro. This was a match between the kings. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious. The 2 martial warriors stared straight at each other. The atmosphere turned tense. "Start." The second the high priest finished speaking, the 2 of them disappeared. They were charging towards each other at the speed of lightning. Boom! Wang Tongue held MOK and chopped it down like a huge axe. Terrifying energy erupted. Clang! Aglyro raised the iron rod in his hand and blocked the attack. However, the next moment his expression changed slightly. He felt a daunting force pressing down on him. His body went a little lower uncontrollably. The force of this attack was appalling. He felt that he had underestimated his opponent. The guy was stronger than his initial estimates. Wang Tongue smiled at him. He twisted his body at a weird angle and swept his leg over, aiming directly at his opponent's temple. His attacks were simple, direct, and ruthless. Wang Tongue didn't hold back, using the most brutal attack at once. Each of his moves was fatal, and he refused to show any mercy. Agliro raised his arm in a hurry and blocked Wang Tang's kick with his elbow. But he was still forced to retreat more than 10 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground and formed a long black abrasion mark. Formidable. The Colosseum was silent. Chapter 615. Venerable. Come and play. Wang Tang was never afraid of close combat. He had multiple strong physiques, like the Lei Tang physique, ancient god's body, and many other powerful scriptures. At his stage, no other martial warriors were his match. This was why he could jump ranks and fight with world-class talents like Agliro and Shuan without being at a disadvantage. There was nothing to doubt about his power. Agliro flew a long distance back from Wang Tang's kick. After stopping, his gaze turned serious. He could still feel the dull pain on his arm because of the strength of that kick just now. Even his bones were impacted by the kick. If he hadn't used his force to protect his bones, if his force hadn't absorbed most of the strength invading his body, his bones might have broken on the spot. Agliro flicked his sleeve. Using offense as a form of defense, he stepped on the ground. Boom! The ground shattered as cracks spread out from the center. A strong force spread out. Agliro had disappeared. He was charging towards Wang Tang. Crimson flames erupted from his body and engulfed him. Wherever he went, there was a long trail of flames behind him. It looked like a fire dragon. Scorching heat swept through the arena. Wang Tang felt the searing air boring down on him from afar. The hot wind blew past his cheeks. Agliro appeared in an instant. He released his fist and attacked Wang Tang's head. Boom! The flaming fists were extremely powerful. The air around them exploded, and heat waves were seen spreading through the air from the center, flowing out into their surroundings. An ordinary martial warrior would get injured if these flames touched their bodies. After all, Agliro's flame wasn't an ordinary fire force. It was the Constellation Force, many times more powerful than the ordinary fire force. However, these flames were unable to hurt Wang Tang. Not only did he possess the fire element Constellation Force, but he also had the emerald glazed flame protecting him. It was impossible to harm him with flames. A ball of emerald flame flowed out of his body and bathed his entire body in flames. Extending his fist, he welcomed Agliro's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening force surged out. 8-level Devil Scripture. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Lei Tang Physique. Wang Tang activated these two scriptures simultaneously. Pitch black patterns covered his entire body while flashes of lightning sparked on his skin. However, all these changes were hidden behind the flames, so no one noticed them. He used his self-created 5-element fist and threw out all 5 fists conscious one after the other. It was a dazzling sight. What fist skill is this? Agliro was flabbergasted. The incoming punch was extremely difficult to deal with as it kept changing and was hard to predict. Also, he noticed that when Wang Tang first executed this fist skill, he wasn't proficient. But as the battle continued, he got more and more experienced in his execution. His fist skill became smoother, and there was no pausing in between. Wang Tang was using him to practice his fist skill. Realizing his intentions, Agliro's expression turned ugly. Even with his many years of discipline, he couldn't help but be angry. This fellow was atrocious. Wang Tang saw his expression and knew that he had seen through his plans. This was a little awkward. It was like a person getting caught by the husband when he was dating his wife. At a moment like this, the man would look straight at the husband. Normally, the husband would want to kill this person. Agliro's actions proved his point. His attacks became more ferocious as he hammered Wang Tang furiously. He was yearning to beat him to death. He turned extremely fierce. Wow, don't get so excited. Let's talk properly. This is all a misunderstanding. You're thinking too much. Wang Tang patted his chest and shouted hurriedly as he evaded the sharp slash by Agliro. Agliro felt his lips twitching. He kept quiet and continued attacking Wang Tang. They fought from the ground to the sky. Balls of force glows kept colliding, and explosions resounded in the arena. After some time, they finally separated. Wang Tang appeared in the distance. With his eyes shimmering, An evil smile appeared at the edge of his lips. At the same time, a strange glow appeared in his eyes. Spiritual power surged out and enveloped the area where Aglyro was at. Why did Wang Tang suddenly stop? Many people were puzzled. They didn't know what Wang Tang's plan was. But after some time, they saw an incredible scene. A huge change occurred in the arena below. The arena suddenly turned into a bathing pool. Steam flowed up the air, and many half-naked ladies were frolicking in the pool. Half-naked ladies, the joys of spring, a feast for the eye. Most of the martial warriors at this place had never seen such a seductive scene before. 2 lines of blood flowed down their noses. This was so indecent, but they couldn't shift their gazes away. The young men sitting in the spectator stand, such as Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and Mu Jigua, hurriedly wiped their noses. They were cursing Wang Tang. How dare he create this frightening scene during a competition? Where was his dignity? They suddenly felt bad for Aglyro. He was extremely unlucky to meet Wang Tang, a person who never went by the book. He's using seduction. This is outrageous. Chu Fei said, "Indeed. As his countryman, I look down on him. Unscrupulous." Yanbo nodded in agreement. "I feel ashamed to be associated with him." Ji Xiaoming and Mu Jigua said. They used their hands to cover their eyes as they spoke. However, the gap between their fingers was enough to stuff an egg. "Do you dare to close your fingers when you say that?" Zhu Yuxiao looked at them in disdain. At the very least, Wang Tang was much more frank, but these young men were criticizing him while staring at the scene with wide eyes. Where was their integrity? Men, Tongji, how does he know your spiritual illusion? Shanbin Quan exclaimed in astonishment. Shanai Tongji looked at the illusion below, which covered the entire arena. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She lost for a reason. Wang Tang was much stronger than her. How strong must his spiritual power be to create this illusion that spanned the entire arena? She didn't dare to think further. Only bewilderment was left in her eyes. He was so young. How is this possible? In the arena, Aglyro was surrounded by numerous beauties. He discovered that he was standing on a platform in the middle of the bathing pool. The beauties crawled out from the water and tangled around him like water snakes. "Venerable, come and play." Aglyro glanced around him in surprise. Right away, he knew that this was an illusion. He wanted to search for a loophole, so he stepped on the surface of the water and dashed around the place. However, soon, he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he was moving in circles. The beauties continued to gather around him. They hugged his legs and moaned, "Venerable, come and play together. Demons, stop this impudence." Aglyro shouted, glaring at them furiously. Chapter 616, Lives Disaster. The solemn and empty Colosseum suddenly transformed into a grove filled with alcohol and meat. The scenery changed so quickly that people were caught off guard. Everyone couldn't get that illusion out of their heads, while Aglyro was deeply immersed in it. Despite knowing that this was a spiritual illusion, dispelling it was a challenging task. Furthermore, spiritual power acted on one's mind. Even if they knew, it would affect them subconsciously, making them fall for it. Besides, compared to Shanai Tongji, Wang Tang's level was much higher, and his spiritual illusion was naturally much more powerful. At this moment, Aglyro was surrounded by the beauties, and his heart was wavering and was on the verge of collapse. His calm face finally revealed traces of lust. Suddenly, there was a flash of clarity in his eyes, and he hurriedly sat down on the stone platform, closing his eyes without saying a thing. He ensured that he wouldn't be affected and disgrace himself. However, it didn't work very well. The power of the beauty's temptation was too great. The strength of this illusion depended on the caster's imagination. With Wang Tang's wealth of experience in watching films, his imagination had no limits. The martial warriors around them were blushing red and cursing. The female warriors turned their heads, feeling embarrassed. I didn't expect Wang Tang to be someone like this. The high priest had a strange expression. The corner of his mouth kept twitching as he lost his cool. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as though he was facing a harsh test. He even cursed Wang Tung and his ancestors in his heart. He questioned himself countless times. Why did he come to host this exchange event? This was simply torture. Priests like him served the gods and had to keep their minds and bodies pure, which was why they couldn't get close to women. Now that Wang Tung had created such a scene, it would take at least half a month for him to calm down his agitated heart. Damn it. What grudges did they have? Why did Wang Tung have to do this to him? Although the high priest knew that Wang Tung wasn't targeting him, he still couldn't suppress the resentment in his heart. He was a little shocked as well, since Wang Tung's spiritual illusion had affected even him. This showed how powerful Wang Tung's spiritual power was. At this moment, a Glyro suddenly stood up in the Colosseum, and his force erupted, blasting the surrounding water away. Go away! Go away! Go away! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. A roar came out of his mouth. A Glyro had a hideous expression. His eyes were red, and the terror within him was surfacing. Wang Tung stood not far in front of a Glyro, but a Glyro could see or hear him. His 5 senses were blinded, the result of the spiritual illusion. Of course, the stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual illusion. The reason why a Glyro was deeply entrapped in the spiritual illusion was that Wang Tung's spiritual power was exceptional. Wang Tung had a weird expression and muttered in his heart. Seems like this monk couldn't cultivate his heart well. It's only been a while, and he's already in this state. He can't be done just like that, right? However, he was happy to see this scene. The more enraged a Glyro was, the more attribute bubbles he would drop, which was a good thing for Wang Tung. Seeing a Glyro's outrage, the martial warriors had sympathy for him. He was a monk, but Wang Tung just had to make him lose his cool. There was no humanity in that. The White Eagle Nation's Fortes saw what was happening and suddenly thought of Kun's tragic situation. It was the same. Fortunately, a Glyro wasn't a gene martial warrior, or he wouldn't know how he would end up. Kian was a fine example. Go away, stay away from me. A Glyro roared with his face full of fear. Master was right. Women were all dangerous beasts that should be avoided. He remembered what his master had said before he went down the mountains. If he could, he would rather have a battle of life and death than face the beauties. Come out, I know you're nearby. A Glyro shouted as he looked around for Wang Tung. Almost there, Wang Tung muttered to himself as he picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 35 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 20 Fire Force, asterisk 125 Fire Force, asterisk 102 in the next moment. His mouth curved, and he vanished from his spot. Quietly appearing behind a Glyro, the golden slab of brick drew a graceful arc. The brick slammed down. Let's go. Bang. A Glyro was caught off guard, and the brick struck the back of his head. He immediately felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. His eyes went dark, and his body shook involuntarily. Despicable. Shameless. A Glyro was infuriated. He knew that he was ambushed by Wang Tung. He turned suddenly, looking for his opponent's traces. Thanks for the compliments. Wang Tung appeared behind him once again and swung his brick. Bang, bang, bang. For 3 times in a row, a Glyro was unable to react and defend himself. A few bumps appeared on the back of his head. They were extremely eye-catching. A Glyro went berserk and roared wildly, forcing himself to remain standing. His mind defense was shattered. Oh my, is your head that hard? Wang Tung was surprised and muttered in his heart. Did he practice Ironhead Kung Fu? Country Inca has such martial arts? Come on again. Wang Tung's brick had set a Glyro off, and he patted his bald head while yelling. However, he was trying to get Wang Tung to stick his neck out. This request is too much. I can't refuse a request like this. Wang Tung snickered. His body flashed, and he kept changing positions around a Glyro, all while smacking the brick on his head. A Glyro's face turned dark. Why couldn't he catch Wang Tung at all? He was always one step behind. Wang Tung was as cunning as a fox. He didn't remain in his spot and would disappear after every hit, leaving the other party helpless. And Wang Tung's speed was also frightening. In his perception, Wang Tung's movement was like the wind and lightning. It was extremely fast. The eyelids of the surrounding martial warriors kept jumping. From their expressions, it seemed like they could feel the pain just by listening to the dull sound. Boom! Strength of Ultima. Wang Tung used his strongest means of power for his last brick hit of the match. That horrifying strength struck Aguilar's head directly. Let's see how hard your head is. Aguilar was terrified. His head was in pain, and you could only see the whites of his eyes. It was too painful. He couldn't take it anymore. That damn bastard. Aguilar collapsed with endless resentment in his heart. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. The top-tier talent of Country Inca was knocked unconscious, and his head was covered with bruises. What a miserable state. He shouldn't have suffered like this. However, he faced someone he shouldn't have. This was his fate. He was destined to suffer such a disaster. No, it wasn't just his life's disaster. It was a disaster for all the martial warriors here. Among all the top-tier talents here, who had yet to face Wang Tung. Chapter 6:17. Fire Essence Scripture *1. When Aguilar collapsed, the illusion in the arena disappeared without a trace. Wang Tung also gradually appeared. He stood beside Aguilar and looked down at him with sympathy in his eyes. What a poor and sad handsome young man. A person with no face value was invincible. To others, Wang Tung was such a guy. Fortes suddenly felt fortunate. He had also lost to Wang Tung. He felt that Aguilar was worse off than him. Could it be that Wang Tung was more violent towards martial warriors with higher talent? He didn't get beaten up so badly because he wasn't talented enough. Fortes was enlightened. He suddenly felt that he understood the crux of the problem. So, should he be happy or sad? Beside him, Shun, who had woken up, touched his head uncontrollably. Good, there weren't any bumps on his head. He didn't receive the special attention of the brick. Yoke's face turned black when he saw his team's expressions. He felt exasperated. Marcia noticed their expressions too. She glanced at Wang Tung. Suddenly, she felt an attractive aura around this young man from Country Xia. He had used his brick to make these talented martial warriors fearful of him. Wang Tung was honestly quite interesting. Although he was a little evil, it was nothing in front of his overpowering abilities. Everyone would only see how powerful he was. Shinai Tongji was staring at him with wide eyes. I didn't know you could use spiritual illusion like this. Wang Tung had opened a new path for her to explore. Whether this path led to heaven or hell depended on the person. A strange glint appeared in Shinai Tongji's eyes. Shanbin Quan, who was sitting beside her, felt a chill down his spine. He glanced at her and felt that something about her had changed. In a large Eagle Nation's direction, Gerald's eyelids were jumping uncontrollably. What on earth was Wang Tung? How could he be so ruthless? At first, he wanted to have a duel with this talent from Country Xia, but now, that thought had vanished from his mind. He didn't even want to think about it. Arnold looked at Gerald's expression in satisfaction. Important things must be emphasized thrice. The high priest saw that Aguilar couldn't get up, so he announced the results. Wang Tung from Country Xia has won. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Tung. Wang Tung remained indifferent. No emotions could be seen on his face. It was as if defeating Aguilar was an insignificant matter. He was putting on an act. The high priest felt his teeth hurting and turned his head away. What he didn't see wouldn't hurt him. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles on the ground. Constellation Force, Fire, *52 Emperor Realm Enlightenment, *40 Emperor Realm Enlightenment, *36 Ultimate Stage, Fire Talent, *50 Wang Tung gasped softly as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. He was surprised. Aguilar's spirit and enlightenment were in the Emperor Realm. What Wang Tung didn't know was his unexpected actions had ignited the devil inside Aguilar's heart. His mentality exploded, and his spirit suffered an impact. That was why he dropped some Emperor Realm spirit and enlightenment attributes. If not, based on his spirit and enlightenment realm, he would never drop Emperor Realm attributes. Wang Tung counted his gains. He had received 125 points of Emperor Realm spirit and 106 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Enlightenment, 212/3000, Imperial Realm, Spirit, 243/3000, Imperial Realm. His spirit and enlightenment rose a little again. Next, he looked at his surprise gain, Ultimate Stage Fire Talent. Wang Tung had 5 Ultimate Stage talents now: Wood, Water, Wind, Lightning, Ice. Adding this new one in, he had 6 in total. Oh my, he was getting more and more outstanding. Wang Tung felt that his talents were going to break out of his body at any moment. He couldn't hide them anymore. This was so troublesome. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Honestly, he just wanted to get some constellation force so that he could study the constellation conversion scripture. He didn't think there would be so many attribute bubbles. Wang Tung counted his spoils again. In this match, he had gained more than 200 points of constellation force. Constellation force, Fire 353. Wang Tung glanced at the number on his attributes panel. He sensed the fire energy in his body once again and felt that his efforts were worth it. This was how you got more attributes. If not, how could he raise his realm quickly? The path to becoming stronger was filled with blood and tears. Wang Tung understood this deeply, and he was slowly starting to accept this cruel reality. A Glyro was brought down by his companions. Those martial warriors stared at Wang Tung with a complicated expression. They seemed afraid, yet furious at the same time. However, they didn't dare to display it directly. The hatred of weaklings. Wang Tung didn't take it to heart. He was wearing a strange look on his face. When a Glyro was carried away, an attribute bubble appeared below his body. Was he lying on that bubble just now? Attribute bubbles can be laid on? Wang Tung complained in his heart, but this was the truth. One attribute bubble floated above the ground, looking lonely and sad. Wang Tung took pity on it and picked it up reluctantly. Wang Tung was dumbstruck, and it was an ancient scripture from country Inca. As the attribute bubble merged into his body, an outline of a person appeared in Wang Tung's mind. The person sat cross-legged on the ground, with bright lines and shining dots appearing on his body. Force flowed along these lines as a flame appeared above this person. The constellation force conversion method. Wang Tung regained his composure quickly. His gaze turned sharp and bright. He saw a hint of how he could convert his force into constellation force on this ancient scripture from country Inca. Many thoughts went through his mind. Ideas fired out and merged with one another. Finally, they unified into one thought. Wang Tung grabbed this thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The constellation scripture could be expected soon. Excited, he wanted to create this scripture immediately. However, he knew that this wasn't the right time. He could only suppress his restlessness. Wang Tung, the match has ended. You can leave now. The high priest opened his mouth and said to Wang Tung, "No hurry. I want to continue challenging others." Wang Tung smiled and replied, "Are you sure?" The high priest frowned. "This exchange is a fair event. We will provide martial warriors with resting time after each match. However, if you volunteer to continue, no one will stop you. Since I came down, I don't plan to go back up until I've challenged all the top talent from the various nations." Wang Tung scanned the arena and smiled. "So, everyone, do you plan to come one by one or attack together? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 618, Gang Fight. Mobbed? A commotion erupted after Wang Tung finished speaking. He was challenging all the top talents from various countries. Was he looking down on them, or was he thinking too highly of himself? Everyone was exceptionally angry. A talent would have arrogance. It was all right if Wang Tung wanted to defeat them one by one, but he wanted to fight them together and humiliate them. This young man was way in over his head. The talents from the other nations were indignant. They stared at Wang Tung and started discussing in low voices. On Country Boar's side, Valeria was laughing as her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, that's the way to go. Beat them up." Darwan was speechless. "My young lady, aren't you afraid of creating more trouble?" Shanai Tongji, Shuan, and and the martial warriors who fought with Wang Teng before remained indifferent. This had nothing to do with them. They didn't need to act. They weren't included in Wang Teng's challenge. Zhu Yuxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the other martial warriors from country Xia exchanged glances with one another. They thought that Wang Teng was going to challenge the martial warriors one by one. How did this become a gang fight? This fellow never played by the book. Wasn't he afraid of getting mobbed? There were so many talented martial warriors here. Just the thought of them ganging up on one guy was frightening enough. How did he have the courage to say that? Even Ji Xiaoming and Luo Cheng were astounded. Their gazes flickered. They had full respect for Wang Teng. He did something they didn't dare to do. Challenging all top martial warriors from various countries sounded crazy, but exciting. On the other hand, Dan Taixian was stunned. This wasn't her intention. This fellow is creating trouble again. If you want to die, you don't have to go this way. Damn it. They were supposed to have a spectacular ending, but if Wang Teng got mobbed by the other martial warriors, they would have to leave this place dejectedly, just like the White Eagle Nation. Dan Taixian's expression turned ugly. She couldn't curse him out loud, so she did it in her heart repeatedly. She hoped that the other countries had some ego and would disagree with his outrageous request. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she hoped. The martial warriors from the various countries stood up one after another and said, "We need to discuss." The high priest looked at Wang Teng and reminded him, "It's not too late to take back your words." "It's all right. I never eat my words." Wang Teng shook his head, saying nonchalantly, "But you should hurry. Don't waste my time." The high priest stopped persuading him. Reminding him was his last ounce of kindness. He looked at the other martial warriors and said, "You have 5 minutes." The martial warriors were elated. The martial warriors from the nations that Wang Teng hadn't challenged gathered together and discussed in hushed voices. They even glanced at Wang Teng occasionally. Their gazes were anything but friendly. Wang Teng remained calm. If a gaze could kill people, he would have died many times over. He was used to these situations. An outstanding person would always get targeted. If the martial warriors knew what he was thinking, they might just drown him with their spits. To hell with being targeted. He was the one targeting them. Dan Taixian seemed worried. It looked like the martial warriors wanted to attack Wang Teng together. This was normal, though. Wang Teng was in the limelight. They couldn't beat him alone, so they could only attack together. Besides, Wang Teng had suggested this personally. If they didn't accept it, it would be a waste of his effort. 5 minutes passed quickly. The martial warriors arrived at their decision. Wang Teng is extremely strong. We aren't his match if we fight him one by one. However, we still want to experience the power of country Xia's top talent, so we choose to attack together. A martial warrior from country Spade stepped out and said, "Shameless." Shuan and Gerald looked at them in contempt, scoffing at their actions. Why look for excuses when they wanted to mob him? Everyone knew what they were doing, seeking excuses for their despicable act. The high priest looked at Wang Teng. He didn't comment. He understood that Wang Teng was firm in his decision to challenge all the martial warriors. So he said, "All right, but one country can only send one martial warrior." Of course. The martial warrior from country Spade nodded instantly. Sending one martial warrior for each country was the limit. If a country sent 2 or more, they would be throwing their reputation away. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. After receiving the acknowledgement, many martial warriors stepped into the arena. There were quite a number of them. The high priest felt his head spinning at this sight. For so many years, this was the first time such a scene had appeared during the exchange. Wang Teng had broken the norms of this exchange event with his first appearance. More than 20 martial warriors surrounded Wang Teng. These martial warriors came from country Bat, some country Spade, country Raff. But some countries didn't participate. There was nothing glamorous about winning this match. However, if he got defeated, it would be highly embarrassing. Some countries still remained logical. Wang Teng glanced at the wolves around him indifferently while snickering in his heart. His scheme had worked. The competition was coming to an end. If he didn't grab this chance to collect more attributes, it would be a waste of this exchange event. "Start," the high priest said. Boom! Immediately, All the martial warriors released their force and closed in on Wang Tung. They were holding all kinds of weapons. Battle blades, swords, battle axes. There were too many of them. Their forces were different too. Many different colors exploded in the arena, and these force glows engulfed Wang Tung. The martial warriors from country Xia felt anxious for Wang Tung. They stared intently at the arena. Suddenly, amidst the dazzling lights, a figure soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Multiple people were chasing after him. Some slashed their blades and swords, releasing sword and blade glows towards this figure. At the same time, more people appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Wang Tung's expression didn't change. He moved his body and turned into rays of lingering shadows. Wind soul conscious. He had turned into a gust of wind. No one could predict his movements, and all the attacks behind him landed in the air. Among the martial warriors in front, a martial warrior from country Raf clenched his battle axes and chopped them down. Two thick and heavy yellow glows shot toward Wang Tung. A golden object appeared in Wang Tung's hand. He lifted his brick and hit the yellow glows. Boom! To his astonishment, the martial warrior from country Raf realized that Wang Tung had shattered his attack. His face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes were wide open. At this moment, Wang Tung disappeared and rushed in between a few martial warriors. He took care of the martial warrior who threw his axes at him first. He swung his brick out and smacked the guy right in the face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 619. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with my brick. This martial warrior from country Raf was a muscular hunk. When his cheek was smacked with a brick, his meat started rippling. His mouth and nose went askew from the hit. Immediately, he let out an agonizing scream. The martial warriors around him shivered when they heard his shrill scream. Wang Tung ignored the other people and only focused on this one martial warrior for the time being. Taking care of one person meant one less opponent to deal with. He smashed his brick down continuously. Just listening to the sound alone was enough to make one's head hurt. The muscular hunk had an iron head, though. He didn't faint immediately, but he couldn't bear with the pain either. He wielded his battle axes and blocked Wang Tung's attacks. At the same time, he shouted, "Why are y'all standing there? Are you waiting for him to tackle us one by one?" The other martial warriors regained their senses and charged towards Wang Tung once again. A martial warrior attacked him with his claw. He slashed a few sharp golden claw glows in the air, all aimed at Wang Tung's head. Some martial warriors swung their blades while others held their short swords and targeted his legs. Humph! Wang Tung snorted. He reacted at the speed of lightning and blocked the attacks with his brick. His other hand remained busy too. He punched his fists out and shattered the blade glow. The residual force threw the martial warrior back more than 10 meters. At the same time, a sharp glint appeared on his body. The sharp glint of light split into multiple rays and shot towards the martial warriors around him. The weapons separated from the shooting star spiral collided with the weapons of the martial warriors around him, giving rise to metallic clangs all around. Sparks flew everywhere. This still wasn't enough. Wang Tung activated his spiritual power again, and the flying daggers hidden in his boots sprung out. They turned into lingering shadows in the air and started attacking the martial warriors behind him. Everyone was flabbergasted. Was this the real skill of a divine spirit master? He could fight more than 20 people at once without being at a disadvantage. He was like a bug. Shanai Tongji's expression changed slightly. When she saw Wang Tung executing his flying daggers, she knew that he was holding back when he fought with her. Had he used the flying daggers on her, she wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, only the martial warrior from country Raf was facing Wang Tung. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He took a step back in the air. Wang Tung smiled, revealing his eerily white teeth. Then he disappeared. The martial warrior from country Raf squinted and decided to retreat. Suddenly, he felt a pain at the back of his head. His thoughts slowed down. A few more violent smashes on his head, and the martial warrior from country, Raf, finally couldn't take it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Bang! He fell straight to the ground. After twitching a few times, his body stopped moving. Wang Tong was too lazy to notice him again, but the high priest couldn't help but glance at this martial warrior. There were many large bumps on his head. They were extremely eye-catching and unsightly. The high priest shook his head. He looked up at the sky and raised his eyebrows. He saw another figure falling down. Boom! This person's head was also covered with bumps, and he was unconscious. The second one, the high priest muttered softly. It looked like losing in numbers wasn't a problem for Wang Tong. Suddenly, he wanted to know how long Wang Tong would take to take care of all these martial warriors. In the sky, Wang Tong shuttled back and forth between his opponents, throwing his brick out occasionally. He never missed. Every attack landed on an opponent. Wang Tong's main aim was to get more attributes. Hence, he kept a good gauge of his strength and didn't knock his opponents unconscious with the first attack. How did he know how hard to hit? Well, practice. There was no technique here. The more he hit, the more skilled he got. Third one, the high priest counted. As time passed, more and more figures started falling from the sky. The martial warriors in the spectators' stand were stunned. Was this a match or a game of whack-a-mole? Were these martial warriors fooling around? Some people were gloating in their misfortune. These martial warriors had wanted to trample on country Xia. They thought that they could win by numbers, but instead, Wang Tong was the one walking over them. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. In the sky, there were still around 9 martial warriors resisting stubbornly. They knew that if they didn't give it their all, they would lose. Hence, they released their ultimate moves at Wang Tong. A blade glow more than 10 meters long chopped through the sky and slashed towards Wang Tong. The sword glows intertwined in the air and shot towards Wang Tong. Multiple spear glows blocked his paths of retreat. Violent explosions occurred all over the sky. Wang Tong remained calm. He exerted force into the brick and smashed it out. This brick was forged using a rare material. Hence, it was able to withstand any element of force. Moreover, the more force he instilled in it, the heavier it would get. Wang Tong infused considerable force into it, and it reached an unbelievable weight. Fortunately, his strength was amazing too. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to release the full potential of the brick. The instant the brick collided with the forces around it, force waves spread out. Blade glow, sword glow. All the attacks were destroyed with a single strike. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with my brick. The martial warriors flew backward from the impact of the force waves. They were thunderstruck and filled with disbelief. Wang Tong followed up his success and flew closer toward them. All the martial warriors started plummeting to the ground. The high priest's expression was weird. He paid a silent tribute to these martial warriors. Wang Tong left the martial warrior from country spade for the last. He stared at his opponent and walked forward, step by step. The martial warrior from country spade swallowed his saliva. He glanced at the brick in Wang Tong's hand and felt his head turning numb. His leg went weak too. He wanted to admit defeat, but started stuttering uncontrollably. Wang Ting stopped in front of him and slammed the brick on his face. The martial warrior turned pale. Then his vision went black, and he felt excruciating pain on his face. Only someone who got hit in the face would understand this pain. The martial warrior teared up, and mucus flowed down his nose. There was blood mixed with it. Wang Tong didn't show any mercy. He hammered his brick a few more times until the martial warrior's face was bruised and swollen. He had fainted. The high priest remained silent. When the last martial warrior fell down, he let out a huge sigh. There were no fancy techniques used in this match. Brute force was the way to go from the start to the end. These martial warriors could only get tortured by Wang Tong. Their plight was tragic. The audience around him was amazed and lost their words for some time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620. Success and ending. 25 martial warriors were lying neatly on the ground, with swollen and bruised faces. The leaders of the 25 countries all had grave expressions. They wanted to bring down country Xia, but they shot themselves in the foot instead. Even after joining forces, the 25 martial warriors were not a match for Wang Teng. They lost terribly. They truly realized what it meant by having a taste of their own medicine. There was never an instance where a person had fought 25 people at once. A match like this was bound to be remembered, and those countries would be setting a negative example. The countries that didn't participate in the match were gloating. At the same time, they were astounded by Wang Teng's strength. He defeated 25 talented martial warriors alone. Although those were not big countries, an ordinary martial warrior couldn't have accomplished that. When outnumbered, one must not only be strong, but the skills must be powerful as well. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Xuan, Gerald, and the others examined themselves and knew they couldn't achieve the same feat. They looked at Wang Teng as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was not a human. Maybe this was what a top-tier talent truly was. And they might be the fake ones. The talents from the other countries could not help but doubt themselves. At Country Xia's spectator stand, Zhu Yuxiao and the others were stunned as well. They already knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but he had once again exceeded their expectations. No one could tell how strong he truly was. It was like he was shrouded by a thick layer of fog. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and the rest couldn't help but feel a little envious. This was a global platform, not the first martial arts competition in Country Xia. After this match, Wang Teng's name would be known throughout the world. They were all young, and in front of such a huge honor, no one could say that they didn't care about it. Ren Xingcong clenched his fists tightly. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. There was no way he could calm down when Wang Teng was about to become his nightmare. Dan Taixing glanced at him and frowned slightly. That look made her very uncomfortable. This Ren Xingcong. She decided that when she returned, she would go to the Leitang martial house and speak to Lei Jinting. There was something wrong with his disciple. If he decided to stir trouble, she wouldn't be kind to him. The military wouldn't treat him politely either. Wang Teng was someone who had made a name for himself in front of the three great commanders. Even if Ren Xingcong was a genius or even a general stage martial warrior, he wouldn't have an easy time. Wang Teng was not someone that an ordinary general stage martial warrior could compare to. Wang Teng from Country Xia has won this match. The high priest finally announced the result. He paused for a while, looked around, and said, "Are there any other talents who wish to challenge Wang Teng?" The Colosseum fell into a deep silence. What was the point when those who could fight were defeated? Everyone looked at the high priest with resentment. They always felt that this old guy had ulterior motives. The high priest seemed a little regretful. He stood up, looked at the setting sun, and said with emotion, "Thank you, everyone, for letting me witness such a wonderful exchange event. The martial warriors of all countries are excellent. The large eagle nations Gerald, the white eagle nation Xuan, country Incas Agliro, country Boers Valeria, country Neons Shinai, Tongji. Of course, this time, Country Xia's martial warriors had a phenomenal and amazing display. Especially you, Mr. Wang Teng." Having said that, the high priest placed his hand on his chest and gave Wang Teng a martial warrior salute, showing him his respect. The martial warriors were flustered. The high priest wasn't someone of ordinary status, and he was a 12-star general stage warrior. Why was he doing this? Only the high priest knew that Wang Teng's strength had already reached the 12-star general stage. This young man was so mysterious that he could not see through him. Showing respect to the strong was the right thing to do. Furthermore, Wang Teng was so young, and youth meant limitless potential. He had a hunch that it would not take long for Wang Teng to surpass him. Hence, it wasn't surprising for him to show respect to a talent with such bright prospects. If he could get his favor, it would be even better. Mount Saint was a neutral organization, and naturally, it wouldn't participate in any conflicts between powerful nations. However, they weren't against forming connections with talents. They would even recruit talents from some countries. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strong people in Mount Saint. Wang Teng heard the praises from a high priest. However, All he did was smile indifferently. He didn't really take it seriously. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. To him, the people of Mount Saint were opportunists. He didn't hold anything against them, but he didn't have any good feelings for them either. The high priest stopped. Without saying anything else, he faced the crowd and continued. This exchange event is over, and my duties have ended. Everyone, well, meet again if we are fated. After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any time and set off on a journey to the top of Mount Saint, gradually disappearing into the ancient buildings that were shrouded in mist. Everyone came back to their senses, and their expressions were complex. They felt lost. The exchange event ended just like that. Many top-tier talents had appeared on the exchange event and stole all the limelight from the martial warriors of smaller countries. Some of the smaller countries looked at the martial warriors from larger countries, like Country Xia and the White Eagle Nation, with envy and helplessness. Compared to the larger countries, they didn't have top-tier talents. In front of them, they could only watch and do nothing. It was really frustrating. However, now that the exchange event had ended, they didn't stay any longer and were prepared to go down a mountain. The 25 martial warriors who were lying in the Colosseum were carried away by their countrymen. The only things were left were the floating attribute bubbles. Wang Tung used his spiritual power and collected the surrounding attribute bubbles. Metal Blade, Conscious * 340 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 110 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 135 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 102 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 95. Wang Tung's eyes flashed. His gains from the recent match were substantial, and it didn't waste his hard work and efforts. Defeating 25 talented martial warriors was a very tiring feat. Farming attribute bubbles was physically taxing. Only farmers would know. Although the harvest was gratifying, Wang Tung wasn't in a hurry to check his inventory. He walked over to join Dan Taixian and the others. He was greeted by weird gazes from Zhu Yuxiao and the others. It felt as though they wanted to take him apart to see what he was made of. Why are you looking at me like that? It's so frightening. Wang Tung's scalp was tingling, and he quickly took a step back. These people were so evil. Wang Tung's words evoked a sense of familiarity in them. It was still fine. It felt familiar. Looked like the person in front of them wasn't a monster after all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621. Damn it, she's seducing me. Everyone went down the mountain, but they didn't leave the small town. The sky was getting dark, so no one was in a hurry to leave. They decided to stay one more night in this small town. The host also prepared a sumptuous dinner banquet for them to allow them to interact with one another. After the competition, everyone should sit down and have a nice chat. This was Mount Saint's idea too. Interest was the most important thing for every country. Smaller countries were willing to stick to larger ones for protection. This was diplomacy for larger nations too. The banquet started. Lights lit up the hall brightly. The decorations were extravagant, and countless delicious food and drinks were placed on the table. Attendants dressed neatly in black coats and white shirts shuttled back and forth in the hall. When Wang Tung and his team arrived, the hall was already lively. Conversations and waves of laughter were heard continuously. The arrival of Country Xia caused a short moment of silence. The biggest winner of this event. Everyone felt complicated, especially when they saw the young man's indifferent face. Many people's emotions were ignited. Mr. Wang Tung, Darwan from Country Boar, came over to welcome them. Eat and drink however you want and get a good sleep. We will return to the country tomorrow. Dan Taixian led everyone forward as she spoke to them. Darwan and the people from Country Boar were exceptionally enthusiastic. Valeria kept pestering Wang Tung with a naive and pure smile on her face. Wang Tung felt frustrated. He didn't understand why Valeria didn't want to let him go. Was it a mistake to be too outstanding? He didn't intend to flirt. Besides, this butterfly was a little too muscular. He couldn't handle it. Wang Tung gave an awkward but polite smile. Zhu Yuxiao and Ji Xiaoming, who were standing beside him, were suppressing their laughter and shooting him looks of sympathy. Why don't you just agree to her? Zhu Yuxiao spoke to him using voice transmission. Go away. Wang Tung was exasperated. He turned and glared at those gloating fellows. Fortunately, people from other countries came over and saved him. Wang Tung had beaten almost every country during this exchange. He overpowered all the other top talents. No one could steal his limelight. The countries on good terms with country Xia came over for a chat. Even those who didn't have much interaction with their country came to show their faces. The best regulator of a conversation was wine. Everyone exchanged glasses and drank to their heart's content. Wang Tung wasn't worried. With his physique, having some wine wouldn't affect him. These people came and left quickly, not staying for long. They knew themselves well. Based on their ability, they didn't have a right to take up too much of Wang Tung and country Xia's time. How does it feel to be famous? Zhu Yuxiao nudged Wang Tung and teased. Wang Tung glanced at her and smiled. Amazing. You will never get to experience it. Zhu Yuxiao felt someone punching her heart. She forgot that this fellow was a shameless and despicable person. What was she thinking when she decided to tease him? There must be something wrong with her just now. At this moment, another person walked over. This time, there was only one person. Zhu Yuxiao noticed her and was puzzled. Why is she here? This lady was Marcia from the White Eagle Nation. The relationship between country Xia and the White Eagle Nation was a little ambiguous. So why was she here? Wang Tung didn't understand either. He touched his chin in deep thought. Did she get fooled by his handsome appearance and wanted to experience a spectacular long-distance relationship? Wang Tung glanced at her voluptuous figure and long legs. Suddenly, he felt that he could consider this option, even though he was a little reluctant. After all, it wasn't good to reject others. Hey, she's here. Hurry up and wipe your saliva. Zhu Yuxiao elbowed his thigh and whispered. Wang Tung stretched his hand out unconsciously and wiped his mouth. He reacted instantly and glared at Zhu Yuxiao. In the end, he had fallen for her trick. However, there was some truth in her words. Marcia was already in front of him. She seemed to know what he was thinking. There was an ambiguous smile on her face as she looked at him. Cough, what's the matter? Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. He kept a stern face as he asked in a seemingly serious tone. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Are you going to let a lady stand and talk? Marcia asked. There are many seats here. You can choose one. Wang Tung felt that this lady was picking a quarrel, so he rolled his eyes secretly. Insensitive man. Marcia's face turned black. She glared at him and sat down, crossing her legs elegantly. She didn't wear her battle uniform tonight. Instead, she was dressed in a beautiful black gown that showed off her curvy body. Her lipstick was bright red, and a faint smell of perfume lingered in the air. She looked amazing. Wang Tung had to admit that this lady was extremely attractive. When she crossed her legs, she revealed a section of her fair skin. Chu Fei, Yin Bo, and Zhao Yuanwu immediately got attracted by the sight. They swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Even Mu Zhigua and Ji Xiaoming, who acted maturely most of the time, glanced at her secretly. Their hearts were melting. Man. Zhu Yuxiao looked at them in disdain. Marcia lifted the glass of wine on the table beside her and said, Congratulations on being the spotlight of this year's exchange. Wang Tung's expression was weird. Are you sure you're here to congratulate me? Is there a problem with that? Marcia pretended that she didn't know what he was saying. No, of course not. As long as you're happy. Wang Tung squinted and smiled. No matter what she was planning, he believed that with his vigilance, he wouldn't fall into her traps. Wang Tung raised his glass and touched hers. He took a sip of wine and said, Thank you. All right, have a fun time. I won't interrupt you anymore. Marcia didn't stay. After drinking her wine, she got up to leave. You're leaving already? Chu Fei and the others asked in surprise. Wang Tung was stunned too. Was this lady really just here to congratulate him? Did he misunderstand something? She left without any hesitation. Did this mean that she didn't have any thoughts towards him? Or was she playing cat and mouse? There was no chance for Wang Tung to put his flirting skills to use. This lady wasn't acting according to the script. How should he get her? He squinted and snorted in his heart. He decided to use the ultimate move, do nothing. At this moment, the pretty back suddenly stopped. Marcia turned around and winked at Wang Tung, her tongue sliding through her lips. We will meet again. Damn it, She's seducing me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622. An all-around harvest. Wang Tung looked at Marcia as she swayed away. A sentence popped up in his mind. Never underestimate the skills of a woman. This demon, he mustn't offend her. He couldn't afford to offend her. Come back, she's gone. Dan Taixian glanced at him and said coldly, "Cough. I'm just thinking what tricks she had up her sleeve." "Please don't misunderstand me," Wang Tung said. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Dan Taixian said furiously. "Is that lady prettier than me?" Valeria stared at Wang Tung unhappily with a sad face. Gasp! Wang Tung took a sharp breath in fear. Although Chu Fei and the others were a little envious of him at first, when they saw Wang Tung in this desperate situation, they were elated. "You deserve it. This is the consequence of flirting around." Wang Tung sized up Valeria seriously and contemplated for some time. Then, he said, "You look better than her." Everyone. How could there be someone so shameless? Wang Tung spent much effort before he managed to comfort Valeria. However, after she left, the pretty female martial warriors from other nations came over and congratulate him, as if they were inspired by Marcia. Within a few minutes, Wang Tung was surrounded by Bao Senvius. All the men at the scene were green with envy. "He's popular with ladies." Gerald chuckled. "It's normal. Outstanding males have the right to mate first," Arnold said. Gerald's expression turned strange. He didn't expect Arnold to say such a line. Wine spurted out of his mouth. "Did I say something wrong?" Arnold asked. "No, it makes sense." Gerald's lips trembled. On the other side, Fortes' face was red with anger. He looked at Marcia and questioned her. "Why did you congratulate him?" Marcia wasn't an easy person to bully. When she heard Fortes' questioning tone, her face turned cold, and she replied, "Take note of your status. You don't have the right to interfere in my business." "You." Fortes couldn't refute. "All right, Fortes, keep it down." Yoke felt helpless. These talents had strong personalities. He couldn't handle them all at the same time. But he still reminded Marcia, "Marcia, our relationship with Country Xia isn't good. You better take care of yourself." "I know." Marcia nodded and kept quiet. Fortes snorted and looked at Wang Tung. Jealousy flashed past his eyes. Shun watched him silently from the side. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to affect him. Aglyro placed his palms together when he saw this scene. A smart glint was shimmering in his eyes as he recalled what had happened during the competition. He was in deep thought. Should he enter the world and cultivate like Wang Tung? Walk through a field of flowers with no leaves on your body. He had read this sentence online after the competition. It made much sense to him. You wouldn't be fooled after many experiences. Wang Tung didn't know that his unintentional act had caused a monk to go astray. Close to 10 p.m., the banquet finally came to an end. The crowd dispersed. Wang Tung let out a sigh of relief. He never knew that ladies could be so scary. When he was surrounded by them, he was happy and in pain. Everyone was speechless when they saw his expression. "Why do you look so unwilling when there's something good in front of you?" Chu Fei asked enviously. "That's right. This is too much. If you're so unwilling, you can give the chance to us," Yin Bo agreed. "You don't understand. Ladies are scary creatures, especially when there's a horde of them. They're worse in numbers." Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. F***K, you're acting." Chu Fei and the others wanted to hit him. Right then, the atmosphere died down. "Repeat what you've said." A cold voice filled with killing intent echoed in the air. Wang Tung's head turned numb. He turned his neck stiffly and saw Dan Taixian and Zhu Yushao's black faces. He laughed awkwardly. "My stomach is hurting. I'll take my leave first." He ran off. At night, Wang Tung stayed in his hotel room. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and counted his gains. He pulled out the attributes panel. The first thing that appeared in his vision was Origin of Life. 1375. The origin of life had a significant increase. Wang Tung could almost feel his lifespan increasing. No one would say no to a longer life, right? Without a doubt, the origin of life was his greatest gain. Enlightenment. 230/3000. Imperial Realm. Spirit. 256/3000, Imperial Realm. Wang Tung's spirit and enlightenment were both in the Imperial Realm. Hence, their growth was a little slow. They were still crawling at the 200 range. However, he was already more powerful than the majority of the people on Earth. Even though the increase was slow, he wasn't worried. His spiritual power was still his trump card. Actually, he was progressing very fast. Other people had to spend much more time if they wanted to raise their spiritual power. Next, the forces. Metal Force, 7500/10,000, 10-star. Wood Force, 6780/10,000, 10-star. Water Force, 9230/10,000, 10-star. Fire Force, 6350/10,000, 10-star. Earth Force, 7420/10,000, 10-star. Wang Tung looked at his 5 forces. All of them had a huge leap. He was instantly satisfied. The exchange event was a gathering of talents. Everyone was at the Brigadier General stage and above, so the attribute bubbles everyone dropped were sizable. This was why his forces rose significantly. All these forces were at the later stage of the Brigadier General stage. They were close to achieving a breakthrough. Ice Force, 5320/9,000, 9-star. Poison Force, 4570/5,000, 7-star. Wind Force, 650/7,000, 8-star. Lightning Force, 820/10,000, 10-star. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. His 4 mutated elements grew too, especially his Lightning Force. It shot straight to the 10-star Brigadier General stage. He had to thank Shun for this. What a good man he was. Then there was the Constellation Force. Constellation Force, Fire 353. The display of the system was a little strange. It only showed the value and not the realm. The realm might not be available because his Constellation Force was too little or he hadn't converted all his forces into the Constellation Force. But his Constellation Force did increase after this exchange. The only force that didn't grow was his Dark Force. Thinking about it, it made sense. Why would there be dark apparitions at a place where the top talents of all nations were? In terms of conscious, Wang Tung's spoils were quite notable. All his conscious attributes saw improvements. Latang Battle Conscious, 285/10,000, first level. Wind Soul Conscious, 312/1000, first level. Snake Coil Conscious, 150/1000, first level. These 3 traits were new attributes. Everyone had their pros and were extremely useful conscious attributes. Among them, the Latang Battle Conscious was able to increase his battle ability, the Wind Soul Conscious could increase his speed, and the Snake Coil Conscious was a battle technique. His other conscious was as follows: Ice Spear Conscious, 365/1000, first level. 5-element Fist Conscious, 6850/8000, 8th level. Metal Blade Conscious, 6770/7000, 7th level. Fire Blade Conscious, 7520/8000, 8th level. Water Blade Conscious, 5110/7000, 7th level. Wood Blade Conscious, 890/3000, 3rd level. Earth Blade Conscious, 3280/5000, 5th level. Metal Sword Conscious, 1460/8000, 8th level. Water Sword Conscious, 3480/6000, 6th level. Fire Sword Conscious, 2880/9000, 9th level. Earth Sword Conscious, 3960/6000, 6th level. Wood Sword Conscious, 2980/4000, 4th level. These were attributes that Wang Tung found useful. He had picked up many conscious attributes for unpopular weapons, but he ignored them. These conscious attributes weren't useful to him, even if he picked them up. Fist Conscious, Blade Conscious, and Sword Conscious were the 3 most commonly used conscious attributes. He wouldn't give them up. He had merged his Fist Conscious into his 5-element Fist Conscious. In the future, he would do the same for his Blade and Sword Conscious to create a unique battle skill solely for him. When he fought with Aglyro, he had used the 5-element Fist and made him suffer. He had just created his 5-element Fist, so when he perfected it in the future, it would become stronger. He felt that he could achieve a great feat. This was a path solely for him. Wang Tong decided that once he went back, he would find some time to study this properly. He also received some battle techniques and scriptures, but most of them weren't at the sky rank. Hence, he skipped through all of them. He wasn't getting arrogant, but non-sky rank scriptures weren't useful to him anymore. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the fire essence scripture he received from Aglyro. This was an ancient scripture from country Inca, and a rough method to convert ordinary force into the constellation force was written inside. It would be a great help when Wang Tong was creating a force conversion scripture. As for battle techniques, the only one that could make his eyes lit up was the spiritual illusion. While fighting with Aglyro, he had tried the power of spiritual illusion and found it quite useful. If he was creative enough, he could use spiritual illusion however he wanted. In terms of talent, his greatest gain was the ultimate stage lightning talent and the ice cocoon physique. These were mutated elements and were extremely rare, especially the ice cocoon physique. Normal people wouldn't possess it. The birth of a physique talent was rare. Country Snow must have used up their luck for many generations to have one in a small country like theirs. But no matter how rare it was, Wang Tong still got it. As a bug, he could be unreasonable. After counting his gains, he let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes slowly, two sharp glints shot out of them. He stood up and walked to the window. As he stared at the quiet and dark night sky, he gradually calmed down. He was worried that he would commit the same mistake and live an unaccomplished life as he did in his previous one. He was worried that his family would disappear and that his life would end silently. As a result, he had been working hard to raise his ability, all this while without resting. With his continuous progress, he was finally able to stand at the top of the pyramid for martial warriors on Earth. He had some ability to protect himself, and his family benefited from it. He was satisfied. Chapter 623. Going up Mount Saint the next morning, sunlight shone in through the window and landed on the bed. Wang Tong sat cross-legged on his soft mattress. The blanket hadn't been touched. He slowly opened his eyes. A colorful glimmer flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. It looked divine. He got up from bed, leaving only a light dent on the blanket. This was a display of the powerful control of his body strength. Wang Tong cultivated everywhere. He practiced his strength and control every day in his every action, hoping to release the potential of his power to its limit. His enlightenment and physique were at an extremely high level, so he was able to go into more details in his cultivation. He took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and almost perfect body. His muscles were tight and firm. The outlines were defined like a sculpture. He took a few minutes to wash up. Then, he dressed himself and dried his hair. He walked out of his room and went down for breakfast. Zhu Yuxiao and the others were already here. They were sitting in a corner of the restaurant and having breakfast. They chatted occasionally. They immediately noticed Wang Tong when he entered. "Here." Zhu Yuxiao waved at him. Wang Tong smiled and nodded at them. He went to get his breakfast first. The breakfast was buffet style. All kinds of cuisines were provided. You could choose whatever dish you fancied. As a force chef master, he could smell what was delicious and what wasn't. After picking his food, Wang Tong carried his plate and walked towards the table where his companions were at. Zhu Yuxiao pulled an empty chair. Wang Tong sat down and smiled. "You're so early. We're going back soon. I lost in the competition and have no face to go back. How can I sleep well?" Zhu Yuxiao sighed. She chewed on her bread as she replied. Wang Tong didn't know what to say. Zhu Yuxiao glanced at him and continued. "You must have slept well. After all, you won the competition hands down." All right. Look how jealous you are." Wang Tong rolled his eyes as he ate his breakfast. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. At this moment, Dan Taixien walked over. "You're all up." "I just came," Wang Tong said. You still have the guts to appear." Dan Taixien sneered as she looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "This lady bears grudges." Wang Tong laughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Pointing at the cake in his hand, he said, "This almond cake is not bad. Sister Xian, do you want to try it?" I especially took a piece for you. Dan Taixian was speechless. She glared at Wang Tung and snatched the other piece of almond cake on his plate, taking a bite of it. Wang Tung could finally heave a sigh of relief. After they finished their breakfast, Perik suddenly came. He said, "Everyone, you might have to put your schedule on hold." "What's the matter?" Dan Taixian frowned. "Someone wants to see Mr. Wang Tung." Perik looked at Wang Tung and said, "See me?" Wang Tung pointed at himself in surprise. "Yes. Can you come with me?" Perik asked politely. Wang Tung exchanged glances with Dan Taixian. Then, he asked, "You need to tell me who wants to see me. I don't have time to waste." Perik hesitated for some time. He didn't reply to him, but he pointed in the direction of the peak of Mount Saint. Wang Tung was astounded. Perik was hinting to him that someone on the peak wanted to see him. Since he wasn't willing to say who it was, the person's identity must be extremely special. Wang Tung had an idea of who it was. Dan Taixian and the others were shocked too. It was difficult to see the important figures of Mount Saint, but they wanted to meet Wang Tung. Did they say why? Dan Taixian asked. "How would I know?" Perik gave a bitter smile. Dan Taixian was hesitant. Who knew what those people wanted? She felt worried about letting Wang Tung go alone. Noticing her apprehension, Perik said, "Miss Dan, don't worry. Mount Saint will definitely ensure Wang Tung's safety. We are inviting him up the mountain because someone wants to chat with him." Dan Taixian opened her mouth. Words were empty. Anyone could say it. It didn't guarantee anything. However, Wang Tung said, "It's all right, I'll go with him. I wonder which important figure wants to see me. Mount Saint is filled with formidable warriors. Don't act on impulse." Dan Taixian frowned. She spoke to him using voice transmission. "Don't worry. This is Mount Saint. If anything happens to me, their reputation will be destroyed. Also, they're not some evil clan. They won't attack me for no reason." Wang Tung added using voice transmission. "Also, don't you want to know what they have up their sleeves? In that case, be careful. Mount Saint is mysterious. Don't create troubles." Dan Taixian agreed with him, so she let him go. However, she was still worried. She knew that Wang Tung wasn't an obedient boy. Wang Tung felt exasperated. It seemed impossible to change his image in Dan Taixian's mind. "Let's go." He walked out of the hotel. After they walked away, Mu Jigua finally whispered, "Will it really be all right?" "It shouldn't be a problem." Dan Taixian shook her head and asked everyone to go back to their rooms to wait for him. Wang Tung followed Perik up the mountain. They walked past the Colosseum and arrived at the last section of the stone staircase, heading to the peak. Someone was already waiting there. "You're here," the person said. "High Priest." Wang Tung was surprised. "Are you the one looking for me?" "No, I came to bring you up the mountain." The High Priest shook his head. There was confusion in his eyes too. He didn't understand why that person wanted to meet Wang Tung. Wang Tung had showcased outstanding abilities in this exchange and was way ahead of the other talented martial warriors. However, the difference in status between him and that person was vast. Wang Tung glanced up uncontrollably when he heard this. He saw the 12 palaces situated on the path that was winding up the mountain all the way until it reached the holy temple at the peak. "I heard that if a normal person wants to go up the mountain, they need to challenge the 12 zodiac palaces. Do I have to do that?" Wang Tung asked. If he needed to, he would turn around and leave. He was interested to fight with the 12 holy knights and get some attribute bubbles from them, but that didn't mean that he was willing to be led by the nose by someone, even if that someone was from Mount Saint. "You don't need to." The High Priest shook his head. He raised his feet and walked up, his voice floating over from the front. "Follow me." Wang Tung hesitated and glanced at Perik. "He'll be stopping here." "You can go ahead," Perik said. Wang Tung nodded and caught up with the High Priest slowly. They climbed the stairs in silence. As they walked, Wang Tung let out a surprised gasp. He felt a little stunned. The first Zodiac Palace seemed very near, yet they hadn't reached it even though they had been walking for some time. There's something strange about this path, he thought to himself silently. This got him a little interested. Chapter 624. The 12 Zodiac Palaces. The mountain might seem near, but it was in fact far away. This saying seemed applicable here. This phrase appeared in Wang Tung's mind as he followed the high priest up the stairs. He released a few wisps of spiritual power to uncover the secret of this mountain path. After some time, he understood. There were runes covering this path, just like the small town below. They could extend space and elongate an extremely short path a few times up to a few hundred times. There weren't many people in this world who had a higher realm of spiritual power than Wang Tung. As long as he wanted to hide, no one would discover it. Even the high priest, who was only a few steps away, didn't sense anything. Wang Tung was very interested in this space extension rune. He had gained space rune knowledge in the Darkland, but it wasn't complete. This space extension rune would be able to help him build up his rune mastery. The mountain path wasn't endless. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first palace, the Ares Palace. Wang Tung could faintly sense the powerful aura inside the palace, even before he saw the person. "Froze, why are you here?" A voice echoed out from the palace. "I receive an order to bring someone up," the high priest Froze said. With a wave of his hand, a silver-white light shot out from his long gown and flew into the Ares Palace. There was silence for a few seconds. Then, the voice was heard again. "You can proceed." "Let's go." The high priest walked into the palace. Wang Tung followed behind him and entered the palace. He sized up his surroundings curiously. The structure of this palace was extremely strange. There were pillars on both sides, forming a long passageway in the middle. You could continue heading up the mountain through this path. Behind the pillars, it was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. The holy night in the palace wasn't visible either. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Tung. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the darkness. Immediately, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark. He was giving off a thick green light. It was dazzling. But Wang Tung only glanced at him for a second because his gaze was quickly attracted by the piles of attribute bubbles around the person. There were so many of them. Seriously, the entire ground was filled with bubbles floating silently in the dark palace. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wang Tung was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a large number of attribute bubbles to appear in the palace. Soon, his astonishment was taken over by joy. This was an unexpected gain. He would be stupid not to take it. He released his spiritual power silently and swept all the attribute bubbles over. He picked every single one of them up. Would Force *65, would Force *80 Ultimate Stage, would Talent *12 Spiritual Realm Spirit *45 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *60. After picking up the surprise present, Wang Tung couldn't hide his smile anymore. He received 3,570 points of Wood Force, 320 points of Ultimate Stage Wood Talent, 450 points of Spiritual Realm Spirit, and 478 points of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung suddenly shuddered. This Wood Force took a leap and reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. Wood Force 350/20,000, 11-star. Wang Tung's expression was weird. Did he just achieve a breakthrough? All he did was follow the high priest up the mountain to see someone. He didn't plan on collecting attributes. This result was a little unexpected. He achieved his breakthrough so suddenly. You couldn't stop luck when it wanted to come. Wang Tung felt emotional. By now, he had already reached the end of the passageway with the high priest. His breakthrough happened without any extra effort from him, so it didn't cause any commotion. No one would notice anything. Although the person in the palace was paying attention to Wang Tung, he didn't notice anything amiss either. For some reason, "I think he saw me just now," the person sitting in the dark muttered to himself softly, feeling a little shocked. After Wang Tung and the high priest left, he closed his eyes and got back to cultivating. Attribute bubbles started appearing in the palace again. These attribute bubbles seemed to be bound by a certain force. They could exist for a longer time. Wang Tung followed the high priest and arrived at the second palace, the Taurus Palace. He felt a little excited. There were so many attribute bubbles in the first palace. What about the next one? Just thinking about it got him restless. If he could raise all his forces by a level after passing the 12 Zodiac Palaces, that would be amazing. Half an hour later, they arrived outside the Taurus palace. The high priest threw the white light out again, and they were allowed to pass. Wang Tung had already noticed that this white light was a token. When they walked through the first palace, the holy knight from the Aries palace had returned it to the high priest. In the Taurus palace, a lofty and bulky figure blocked the two of them. He looked at Wang Tung with interest. The talent from country Xia. A strong voice came out of his mouth. Arudis, what are you doing? The high priest frowned. Nothing. I heard that there was an extremely outstanding talent from country Xia this time, so I came to take a look. Arudis crossed his arms and smiled. Is this Mount Saint's intention? Wang Tung smiled and turned to look at the high priest. No, please don't misunderstand. This is Arudis' own doing. It's got nothing to do with Mount Saint, the high priest explained hurriedly. Then he turned and said to Arudis, Arudis, he's a guest of the goddess. How dare you stop him? Receive a punch from me, and you can pass. Arudis didn't relent. How dare you? Shouted the high priest. Wang Tung suddenly stretched his hand out and stopped him. Smiling, he looked at Arudis. What if I don't want to? You cannot pass, Arudis replied. In that case, it'll go back. You can explain to the goddess yourself. Wang Tung turned around and left immediately. The corners of Arudis' lips twitched. Was he leaving just like that? As a genius, shouldn't he get angry when provoked? Damn it, why wasn't he going by the script? Wait! Arudis shouted hurriedly when he saw Wang Tung walking further away. However, Wang Tung continued walking as if he didn't hear anything. He had almost reached the entrance of the palace. Arudis was agitated. If Wang Tung left, all he could do was wait for the punishment by the higher authorities and lose his position as a holy knight. He took a large step forward and vanished from the spot before reappearing in front of Wang Tung. Move! Wang Tung released his fist expressionlessly. Boom! An overwhelming fist aura rose into the air amidst the explosion. Only this fist was left in Arudis' vision. Everything else had disappeared. He was flabbergasted. However, there was nothing he could say at this point. He gritted his teeth and released the force in his body. He raised his fist and punched it. Bang! When the two fists collided, Arudis flew back uncontrollably and vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. He had fallen out of the Taurus palace. Chapter 625, Divine Constellation Armor Bang. Arudis was slammed out of the Taurus palace, the impact shattering the stone stairs in front of the entrance. The first palace, the Aries palace, looked a little old and dilapidated too. It appeared ancient and time-beaten. However, the material of these sculptures was strong and sturdy. There might be cracks, but they wouldn't shatter easily. However, after Arudis landed on the stairs, a large crack had appeared on the stone stairs. There was silence. Arudis raised his head in shock, staring at the entrance of the Taurus palace. His expression changed continuously. As the holy knight guarding the Taurus palace, he was thrown out of his own palace. How humiliating and sarcastic it was. The palace and its guardians existed together. If one was gone, so would the other. No holy knight had ever been kicked out of their own palace. If this piece of news was leaked out, he would be the disgrace of all previous 12 holy knights guarding the zodiac palaces. Splurt. Thinking about this, Arudis' face turned black. Then it turned red and green, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Froze sighed helplessly. He wanted to step out to help Arudis, but he stopped. Everything happened too quickly. He didn't think that Wang Tung would attack so decisively and ruthlessly because of this argument. He didn't expect him to be this powerful either. As a holy knight, Arudis couldn't even handle one punch from Wang Tung and was thrown out of the palace. He didn't have the time to stop either of them. He could only watch things unfold in front of him. It was too late to say anything now. He couldn't blame Wang Tung. He didn't instigate the fight, after all. He could only blame Arudis for being too reckless and arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on all the other martial warriors in the world just because he was a holy knight? This talent from country Xia had beaten all his opponents in the exchange. Even if Arudis didn't see it personally, he must have heard of it. As a talent himself, it was normal for him to be unconvinced. That was why he provoked Wang Tung today. Froze cursed Arudis many times in his heart. brainless fellow. The top talents of the various nations were truly formidable martial warriors. They had earned their reputation with their sweat, blood, and hard work. If anyone thought that they were too weak because they lost to Wang Tung, they would be stupid. Arudis had this thought. That was why he underestimated Wang Tung. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Wang Tung didn't even look at him. He walked out of the palace calmly, as if he had just flicked an ant blocking his way. He wasn't worried that Mount Saint would be unhappy with his actions. They were the ones who invited him. He didn't want to come in the first place. If this was how they treated their guest, he had nothing to say. He would fight his way out if he had to. When was he afraid of anyone? Arudis half-kneeled on the ground with his head lowered. Fresh blood dripped down the edge of his lips, but he remained silent. Wang Tung walked past Arudis without stopping. Boom! Suddenly, an indomitable aura exploded behind him. It was like the rise of an ancient divine beast. Stop right there. A hoarse and low voice sounded in his ears. Wang Tung stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at the other party expressionlessly. Arudis was submerged in a golden light, as if a golden flame was burning him from within. Wisps of powerful aura gathered behind him. Right then, the palace behind him was activated, spreading out an ancient and immense force of presence. It slowly merged with Arudis' aura. Arudis, you're crazy. Froze's expression changed as he shouted. He seemed to know what was going on. Froze, this is my fault. I will seek my punishment later at the Holy Temple. However, the reputation of the Holy Knights mustn't be tainted. Arudis said sternly without turning his head. Froze wanted to say something, but he just sighed in the end. Wang Tung looked at them and knew that words were useless in this situation. There was no point emphasizing that he was a guest anymore. Suddenly, a sonic boom rang through the palace. Wang Tung raised his head and looked inside. A golden light was rising quickly in the darkness behind the pillar. He saw a golden raging bull charging towards them. The golden light traveled at the speed of lightning, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. It slammed into Arudis' body and merged with the golden force glow around him. In an instant, golden light lit up the entire palace. The light gradually resided after some time, revealing Arudis' appearance. A golden armor had appeared on his body. From head to toe, battle boots, neelet cuirass, bracers, shoulder pads, helmet. This golden armor covered Arudis entirely. His aura shot up as he merged with the palace behind him. It soared right into the air. An outline of a raging bull seemed to have appeared behind Arudis. The change here naturally caught the attention of the other holy knights. The majestic figures sitting inside the remaining 11 palaces opened their eyes. Their gazes passed through the obstacles in front of them as they stared in the direction of the Taurus Palace. At the same time, deep inside the holy temple at the peak of Mount Saint, there was a tall and enormous sculpture erected inside a large hall. Below this sculpture, a young lady was praying with closed eyes. There was a holy aura on her face. But at this moment, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes slowly. There seemed to be a universe contained in her pitch-black eyes. They were deep and endless. Taurus Palace. Sensing a majestic aura coming from Arudis' body, Wang Tung was astounded. This armor must be extraordinary. This is the divine constellation armor worn by all the holy knights. Arudis' voice resounded in the area. Divine constellation armor. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. Normally, a holy knight will only wear it when the holy temple is in danger. However, this affects the honor of the holy knights, so I have to wear it today. You're very strong. I can only fight with you if I wear this armor. Today, you will have to fight, whether you like it or not. As he spoke, his voice increased in volume. At the end, it was as loud as thunder, shaking the air around them and shattering their eardrums. Fight! A sharp gaze shot out of his eyes. He roared in anger and took a step forward. Boom! The next instant, the ground vibrated as if a gigantic raging bull had stomped its feet. The entire mountain was shaking. Golden force erupted from Arudis' body as glaring light gathered on his fist. Hi's fist shone brightly. A large amount of force was compressed into this punch. The golden raging bull illusion also appeared and charged forward with the punch. Boom! The scene was astonishing. Yet, Wang Tung wasn't affected. He raised his head and stared emotionlessly at Arudis, who was a head taller than him. The forces of the 5 basic elements started flowing through his body before ending on his fists. Fist conscious surged out. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained one another, forming a close circuit. Chapter 626. I don't feel like leaving suddenly. 5-element fist. His 5-element fist conscious covered his hands, twirling around them furiously. At this moment, the aura around Wang Tung was climbing. Within a split second, it had shot through the roof. A tornado seemed to be stirring up around him. The clouds in the sky tossed and turned, forming a whirlpool. Wang Tung stood erected in the middle of the whirlpool. This was the true power of his 5-element fist conscious. He had finally executed it. His opponent, Arudis, in the divine constellation armor, was worth this attack. The forces of the 5 elements around him were drawn over and merged into the windstorm. It was a majestic and grand scene. Froze trembled. He raised his head and looked up in astonishment before staring at Wang Tung, as if he had seen a ghost. Was this his true ability? He didn't reveal his true power during the exchange. At this moment, the other 11 holy knights raised their heads too and looked up at the sky. They felt the sudden appearance of a formidable aura and were flabbergasted. Who was it? Not only did he force Arudis to use the divine constellation armor, but he also possessed such powerful ability. In front of the Taurus Palace, Wang Tung's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He stood in the center of the tornado with his arms raised in front of him. He released his fist. Boom! The earth shook and the clouds rumbled. The entire power of heaven and earth seemed to have gathered into this single punch. It overpowered everything. The entire place was silent. The entire universe was silent. It was as if the world was inhabited by boundless and majestic power. All the beings within a few hundred meters in radius seemed to have run away. Arudis squinted. He was thunderstruck. However, the arrow was already loose. He couldn't take it back. Moo! The outline of the raging bull looked up at the sky and bellowed. Then it crashed into Wang Tung's immense fist glow. Boom, boom, boom. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 2 fists created earth-shattering explosions when they collided. The ground vibrated, including the Taurus Palace behind them. A frightening gale swept through the air. Froze, who was closer to them, suffered the brunt of the aftermath. He took 3 steps back uncontrollably and squinted his eyes as he faced the residual force of the collision. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out from the center. Arudis! He slammed violently in the wall of the Taurus Palace, breaking multiple pillars, reducing them to broken stones. The victor was decided with a single punch. Crack! The battle armor on Arudis' body seemed to be groaning in protest. Cracks had appeared on the surface and were spreading out like spiderwebs. This punch was so frightening. Arudis raised his head with difficulty, his face filled with disbelief. He lost. He lost completely. No luck was involved. He could say that he was careless before, but he couldn't find any excuses now. He lost. Despite wearing the divine constellation armor, he couldn't change this fact. Moreover, the divine constellation armor was damaged. This was the divine constellation armor. It was made by legendary ancient blacksmiths using star bones and a variety of precious and rare materials. It was the divine constellation armor that bore the entire power of the Taurus Palace runes. Yet it cracked after Wang Tung's punch. And that was not all. The divine constellation armor of the Taurus Palace was known for its formidable strength. Its ultimate power was its strength. Yet, it lost in a head-on strength battle. How powerful was Wang Tung's physique? Arudis was in a daze. Getting defeated in his specialization was a huge blow for him. Froze was at a loss for words too. He looked at Wang Tung in bewilderment. Was this fellow a human? He knew how powerful the divine constellation armors were. After the Holy Knights wore them, their abilities would increase by many times. Yet Arudis still lost. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed and calmness resumed. It was as if nothing had happened. Wang Tung's black hair floated down. They weren't dancing wildly in the air anymore. His expression was calm as he looked at the holy temple above him. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stepped forward. He walked past Arudis without looking at him, just like what he did some time ago. Arudis' face was pale. He felt extremely humiliated. Wang didn't stop, though. He crossed this holy night and went straight through the tourist palace, continuing his journey up the mountain. Froze was stunned. Didn't he say that he was leaving? Why was he going up again? The next instant, his expression changed. He understood what Wang Tung was thinking and caught up with him hurriedly. He asked agitatedly, "What are you planning to do? I don't feel like leaving suddenly. You want to fight, right? All right, they'll fight my way up then." There was no expression on his face, and his voice was unruly and cold. He climbed up the stairs one step at a time. Froze's expression changed. This was a huge matter. This fellow looked so harmless a moment ago, but now he had turned into a devil, arrogant, unruly, and supercilious. He wanted to fight all the 12 Zodiac palaces. In the past, if he had heard someone wanting to barge through the 12 Zodiac palaces, he would scoff at them. To an ordinary martial warrior, beating one Zodiac palace was difficult enough. But now, Froze had a bad premonition. Wang Tung could defeat Arudis with one punch. What about the other Holy Knights? Who could stop him? Froze didn't dare to think further. He chased after Wang Tung and said anxiously, "We can sit down and have a proper chat. This was an accident. Arudis just wanted to have a duel with you. He had no evil intention and has received his punishment already. Please don't take it to heart. No one will stop you anymore. That's what you said at the start, but look at what happened." Wang Tung snorted. He wasn't convinced. "I will fight the 12 Zodiac palaces. I've already passed the first palace, and he didn't stop me. I don't want to go back and look for trouble, but I will fight the rest of the 10 palaces." Froze felt bitter and cursed Arudis 1,000 times in his heart. All these troubles were started by him. He had caused them great harm. However, he couldn't stop Wang Tung. He could only hope that the other Holy Knights could defeat him. There were a few who were many times more powerful than Arudis. Their battle abilities were within the top 10 of Mount Saint and were the strongest guardians of the palaces. Wang Tung counted his gains as he walked up the mountain. Metal Force * 56 Metal Force * 45 Metal Force * 90 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 76 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 80 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment * 50 Spiritual Realm Spirit * 62 Ultimate Stage Metal Talent * 12 Raging Bull Fist Conscious * 360, just like the Ares Palace. There were numerous attribute bubbles scattered in the tourist palace. Wang Tung picked up all of them. His metal force rose tremendously. He was right at the doorstep of the 11-star low-tier general stage. As the remaining attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung shuddered and entered the 11-star low-tier general stage silently. Metal Force 120/20,000, 11-star. Froze knew nothing. One single match was enough to cause a huge change in Wang Tung. Who would believe such an unbelievable thing? He didn't even know what Wang Tung was making a fuss out of nothing. His real aim was to collect more attributes from all the Holy Knights of the Zodiac Palaces. Chapter 627. I have an immature idea. Wang Tung walked along the path that was rarely traversed. He looked as if he was just taking a stroll after his meal. But the high priest, who was a few steps behind him, was walking on tenterhooks. He was in despair. He wanted to report this matter to the Holy Temple, but he couldn't leave Wang Tung alone and go up by himself. This would make Mount Saint appear extremely low class. Hence, he could only follow Wang Tung obediently and walked up the stairs. They had switched their positions. In the past, he was the one leading the way, but now Wang Tung was in front. This fellow had reversed the position of the host and the guest. Froze felt helpless. After interacting with Wang Tung firsthand, he understood how hard this person was to deal with. The guy's temperament had shocked him. For what he saw, Wang Tung's arrogance came from deep within. He wouldn't allow anyone to step on it. If anyone touched his bottom line, Arudis would be an example of that person's ending. Also, he was extremely decisive. His actions were as fast as lightning, catching people off guard. However, during normal times, he hid well and didn't reveal any of his real personality. He acted like a happy-go-lucky person who could have fun and fool around with ordinary people. His personality was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Once someone stimulated him, the sword would release its dazzling, sharp aura and hurt whoever provoked him. This temperament wasn't like a 20-year-old young man at all. Wang Ting didn't know what Froze was thinking. At this moment, he was wondering about the armor he saw. When he saw Arudis putting on that armor just now, he couldn't help but recall an anime from his past life. The settings were similar, but there were some differences too. Wang Ting suddenly thought of saying, there was a rumor that the inspiration for anime and movies came from some blurry images seen by the creator when they came into contact with the messages released during the collision of an alternate world and reality. They added in their imaginations and kept filling in the gaps, along with some artistic modifications. This was how the final product appeared in front of everyone. So, a certain anime author felt the messages released by this world? Wang Tung's expression turned strange. He found the notion outrageous, but it made some sense. He shook his head. There was no right answer for this, so he shouldn't waste his time. Coming back, based on what Arudis said, this divine constellation armor was worn by all generations of holy knights. Who made these divine constellation armors? Just now, he could faintly feel the mysterious and veiled relationship between the divine constellation armors and the 12 zodiac palaces. From what he knew, the 12 zodiac palaces had existed for an extremely long time, their history dating back to a few thousand years. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. What did this mean? This meant that the divine constellation armors might have existed for a few thousand years too. But there was a paradox. Before the Force invaded Earth, before the martial arts era started, how could this item, which belonged to martial warriors, appear? Unless Mount Saint was the legacy of an ancient civilization. The divine constellation armor was left by the ancient civilization too. This was possible. Mount Saint gave off a mysterious aura, so it was normal that it had some secrets. Unfortunately, the divine constellation armors belonged to Mount Saint. If he could take one or two back to study, there would definitely be huge gains. As a master blacksmith, he might be able to discover some secrets from it. He had seen how powerful the divine constellation armor was. Arudis was only a low-tier, general-stage martial warrior. However, after wearing the divine constellation armor, his ability rose multiple times. If he was able to learn the skill of creating this armor, he could go back to his country, gather some master-level disciples, and ask them to craft this battle armor. In the future, the martial warriors in country Xia could wear one each. How powerful would they be? What a pity. Wang Tung shook his head uncontrollably. Froze saw his expression and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" "Nothing. I had an immature thought." Wang Ting glanced at him and replied calmly. Froze didn't think that Wang Tung would have the guts to lay his eyes on the divine constellation armors. Since he didn't want to say anything, he didn't probe further. After some time, the third Gemini Palace was in sight. Froze wanted to show his token, but Wang Tung stopped him. "No need. When I said I want to fight my way up, I meant it. It doesn't matter if you show your token." Froze felt helpless. He could only watch Wang Tung as he stepped into the Gemini Palace confidently. The moment Wang Tung walked into the palace, he stopped, looking in front. Someone was blocking him. The other party was a tall and valiant man above 30 years old. He had long hair, and his expression was calm and indifferent. He looked like a high and mighty god. This fellow is worse than the first two holy knights. Look at his posture, Wang Tung complained in his heart. At the same time, his attention landed on his opponent's body. He moved his gaze down slowly. He noticed that the holy knight was already wearing golden armor. He looked sacred and divine. This armor was different from the one Arudis wore. It was even stranger. The armor had sharp edges with complicated patterns. There were two faces on the two sides of the helmet, one angel and one devil. They were like twins. I know your intention. The Holy Knight of the Gemini Palace looked at Wang Tung and said calmly, That's good. I don't have to waste time explaining. Let's fight. Wang Tung released his force and said. Froze caught up with them and said to Carl using voice transmission, Carl, try your best to stop him. He briefly explained what happened before. As expected, that idiot Arudis was defeated. Carl nodded and stopped speaking. Boom! The next instant, a powerful force wave erupted from Carl's body. This is my job. If you want to pass, you must defeat me. The instant he finished speaking, Carl dashed towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He released his fist and received his opponent's attack with a loud bang. The two of them flashed around the palace, colliding, intertwining, and punching each other. Their figures turned into lingering shadows. It was impossible to tell which was the real person. Froze watched their fight with his mouth agape. Wang Tung was outrageously powerful. Carl was in the top 5 among the Holy Knights. Yet when Wang Tung fought with him, he wasn't any weaker. Boom! The two of them collided in midair and retreated. Carl's face turned grim. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Tung. But this thought was no longer present. No wonder Arudis lost. Even he had to be cautious when facing this opponent. However, he was getting a little excited. This was the thrill of meeting his match. Chapter 628. Don't teach a fish to swim. Day after day, year after year, the Holy Knights have been guarding the 12 zodiac palaces. They rarely had the opportunity to spar with martial warriors from around the world. Wang Tung's sudden arrival had ignited the Gemini Palace's Holy Knight's intense fighting spirit. Carl's battle conscience wrapped around his force, and a pair of Gemini phantoms emerged behind him. Wang Tung raised his head. A strange expression appeared on his face when his gaze landed on the phantoms. Suddenly, the Gemini phantoms, who were holding each other's hands, opened their eyes, and 2 rays of red and blue shot out from them. A deep and strange spiritual power pierced into Wang Tung's sea of consciousness. Wang Tung's consciousness shook, and the scene in front of him changed drastically. In the sky, the Gemini phantoms transformed into an angel and a devil. They held their weapons and stabbed him. The angel's face was sacred and loving. Anyone who saw it would not be able to put up any resistance. Behind it were the radiant gates of heaven, and chants in Sanskrit could be heard. There were unknown petals drifting in all directions. The devil, however, had a hideous face full of evil. Anyone who saw it would have evil thoughts in their minds, and a monster within them would surface from the depths of their hearts. Behind it was the vast underworld. Darkness covered the skies, and wild shrieks and howls constantly spooked the listeners as though hell had really descended upon them. Wang Tung was caught under it, and it looked like he would be destroyed in an instant. Froze heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Wang Tung was going to be defeated. Those who didn't understand Carl's move, very few would be able to stop it. Even amongst the people in Mount Saint, only a few could face his attack. He looked over at Wang Tung and was astounded. Despite facing such a situation, Wang Tung's expression was unchanged. He looked at the scene of heaven and hell, and you could feel the disdain he had from the corner of his mouth. Froze almost thought that his eyes had fooled him. However, Wang Tung's smile was indeed filled with scorn and contempt. Was he really mocking Carl? Froze was flustered. He couldn't understand Wang Tung's thoughts. Did he have any moves that could dispel Carl's attack? As soon as he thought about that, Froze's heart skipped a beat. You want to play with me using spiritual power? Don't teach a fish to swim. Wang Tung sneered and concentrated his gaze. The spiritual power entrenched in his consciousness poured out instantly. Boom! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. The immense spiritual power erupted from within like a torrent and a dragon's roar. The angel and demon bore the brunt of the gush of spiritual power and were immediately crushed into bits. The gates of heaven and the underworld cracked under the intense quaking. When the torrent of spiritual power slammed through them, they were torn apart. All the illusions vanished. The Gemini Palace was still the Gemini Palace. There were no gates of heaven nor the underworld. They were all just illusions that had been dispelled. Tap, tap, tap. Carl seemed to have suffered some kind of shock as he retreated back a few steps. His face was extremely pale, and there were layers of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Impossible. How did you overcome my Gemini phantom fist? He looked at Wang Tung in disbelief, no longer indifferent and arrogant. Gemini phantom fist. Wang Tung's gaze flickered as he looked at the attribute bubbles on the ground. He picked them up. Emperor Realm Spirit *80 Emperor Realm Spirit *103 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *65 Water Force *130 Gemini Phantom Fist *35. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed into his mind, Wang Tung's heart became clear and he was immediately enlightened. In his mind, a human-shaped figure appeared and practiced a set of punching techniques. Spiritual power and force were circulating around that figure. Wang Ting took it all in and learned it immediately. So that's what the Gemini Phantom Fist was. He had a sudden realization. Gemini Phantom Fist was a peculiar technique that combined spiritual power and battle techniques. Its attacks accompanied by spiritual power. People who were not strong in their spirit would be hit in an instant, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with. However, it was a pity that Carl encountered a monster like Wang Tung. His spiritual power was already in the Imperial Realm. Attacking him with spiritual power was akin to a young child swinging his sword in front of an adult. However, Carl wasn't considered weak as he had already reached the Emperor Realm. It's not impossible. You have lost. Wang Tung had obtained the technique and said lightly, "No, your spiritual power." Carl's face was horrified as he suddenly thought of something. To be able to overcome his Gemini Phantom Fist, the other party's spiritual power must be extremely powerful. Wang Tang's spiritual power would definitely be stronger than his. Froze had also thought about this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had learned that Wang Tung was a divine spirit master during the exchange event. This meant that his spiritual power would be anything but weak. Still, he never imagined it to be stronger than Carl's. Froze remembered that sneer on Wang Tang's face when he was facing Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist. No wonder. In the face of his immense spiritual power, Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist was just an embarrassment to himself. What stage has your spiritual power reached? Carl asked anxiously. Froze also wanted to know the heights Wang Tang's spiritual power had reached. If it was the Emperor Realm, it would still be reasonable. If it was the Imperial Realm, then he didn't dare to think about it. No comments. Wang Ting wasn't that stupid to reveal his trump card to others. He didn't stay any longer as he turned and walked outside of the palace. At the same time, he didn't forget to pick up the attribute bubbles that were scattered all around the palace. Emperor Realm Spirit *35 Emperor Realm Spirit *40 Emperor Realm Spirit *48 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *65 Emperor Realm Enlightenment *38 Water Force *50 Water Force *35 Wang Tong's gaze flickered. There's something wrong with these palaces. There were a lot of attribute bubbles in almost every palace. Originally, these attribute bubbles should have disappeared in a short time if they were not collected. That wasn't the case for the attribute bubbles in the palace, though. They seemed to be locked up by some mysterious force. Although they would still disappear, they stayed longer than usual. But to Wang Tung, it was a great thing. From the first palace to the current one, 2 of his attributes had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage, and he had gained a lot in the Gemini Palace. His water force had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage, and his spiritual power had also seen a lot of improvement. Water force, 860/20,000, 11-star enlightenment, 503/3000, Imperial Realm Spirit, 512/3000, Imperial Realm. Even his enlightenment had improved. Both his spirit and enlightenment had exceeded the 500-point mark. That was really not easy. It was a step forward in the long journey ahead. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung didn't linger any longer. He walked out of the Gemini Palace and headed for the next one. Froze looked at Carl and saw his depressed state. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start or how to speak to him. In the end, he could only pat him on the shoulder. He then hurriedly followed Wang Tung, who had already disappeared from his view. Chapter 629. Anyone here? Cancer Palace. The Cancer Palace was the fourth zodiac palace. After getting here, Wang Tung stepped into the palace without any hesitation. He was extremely curious what benefits this Cancer Palace holy night would give him. Challenging the 12 zodiac palaces wasn't a face value issue anymore. It was a question of how high his ability could rise. It would be great if he could improve by a realm every time he beat a holy night. As long as the benefits were enough, his face would come back. If it couldn't, nothing could be done about it. He still wanted his face. Beating the 12 zodiac palaces would give him his dignity back. After all, as a top talent, his dignity was still important. He mustn't get bullied easily. Froze followed behind him, not knowing what Wang Tung was thinking. If he knew, he might vomit blood on the spot. The guy wanted to beat all 12 zodiac palaces just because Arudis stopped him. Was his dignity so high? Froze was worried. Margus, the holy knight guarding the Cancer Palace, was on par with Carl in terms of ability. However, his skills were a little unique. Froze wondered if he could stop Wang Tung. The Cancer Palace was pitch black. Even the lights at the end of the passageway couldn't shine in. It was as if all the light had been swallowed. The holy knight was nowhere in sight. No one stopped him either. Wang Tung stopped walking 4 steps away from the entrance. Looking in from his position, he couldn't see the other end of the passageway. Everywhere he looked was pitch black. He activated his spiritual sight and looked into the darkness. He frowned. The darkness in the Cancer Palace blocked his vision. This was the first time. He felt a little excited. Unknown things were worth exploring. Normal attributes were gains without soul. He had no interest in them. It looked like he could get a good harvest here. There might even be surprises. Wang Tung smiled. The next instant, he stepped into the darkness in front. The moment he entered, he was submerged in it completely. Froze, who was behind him, couldn't see him anymore. Froze stopped walking. He remained at the same spot and waited for the result of the fight. Wang Tung stepped forward slowly in the darkness. His expression was composed. Other people might get exasperated and fearful after staying in this dark and enclosed space for some time. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Never underestimate the power of darkness. There might be nothing here except endless darkness, but no one would be able to maintain their composure after staying here for too long. If someone didn't break down, that must be because they hadn't stayed here for long enough. It could be explained if one had personally experienced it. Waking up in the middle of the night to visit the bathroom and the lights suddenly turned off, the person would have no choice but to grope around the dark. At some point, they would stop walking because they had felt something peeking at them through the darkness. Wang Tung was experiencing the same situation. He seemed to have walked in the darkness for a long time, but there was no end to it. He felt something around him staring at him with an evil gaze, wanting to drag him into the darkness. He wasn't afraid, though. He knew that this was the doings of the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. He was just a little surprised. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace was indeed powerful. After all, he could create this darkness. Is there anyone here? Wang Tung opened his mouth and shouted. No reply. No one would reply to him. Is there anyone here? Wang Tung asked again. If there's no one, he'll ask again 3 minutes later. No reply. The atmosphere in this dark place seemed frozen. Wang Tung continued walking forward. After some time, he shouted, Is there anyone here? The time was just right, exactly 3 minutes. The atmosphere was eerily silent. If there's no one, he'll ask again 3 minutes later, Wang Tung repeated. Another 3 minutes passed. Wang Tung shouted as promised. Is there anyone here? No reply. If there's no one, he'll ask again 3 minutes later. Is there anyone here? No reply. If there's no one, he'll ask again 3 minutes later. Wang Tung was extremely patient. He kept moving forward and shouting every 3 minutes relentlessly. It was touching and exasperating. He walked for a long time. He didn't even know how many times he had shouted. Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here? His voice echoed in the darkness. Wang Tung seemed to have gotten addicted to this game. He planned to continue shouting regardless of the other party's reply. Another 3 minutes passed. He opened his mouth again. Suddenly, green dots of light lit up in his surroundings. At the start, they were the size of peas. Gradually, they grew bigger. In the end, they turned into balls of green light and floated around Wang Tung. The sudden appearance of the green balls of light made the area even scarier. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. A soft groan sounded in the darkness, creating a sense of despair in the heart of whoever heard it. However, Wang Tung remained expressionless. He muttered to himself as if he didn't see the green balls of light around him. Indeed, there's someone here. Did he use the lights because he's afraid that I can't find my way? Why didn't he give more lights? No reply. The balls of green flame became a little unstable. They shook violently as if they were angered. What do you mean by you can't find your way? Are these green lights here to light up the place for you? Could you be a little more narcissistic? Shameless. The person behind the scene couldn't take Wang Tung's chatter anymore and finally decided to act. The green balls of flames lit up the entire area in spooky light. Wang Tung finally saw his surroundings clearly. This wasn't the Cancer Palace. It was an eerie graveyard. It was desolate, dilapidated, and frightening. Suddenly, blood-stained hands broke through the ground and grabbed Wang Tung's legs. Corpses started to crawl out toward him too. Their faces were distorted and horrendous. They seemed to be filled with pain and sorrow, but there was a sinister smile on their faces. It looked terrifying. An ordinary person, even if he was a martial warrior, might not be able to face this scene calmly. However, Wang Tung remained indifferent. He didn't move and allowed the scary corpses to climb towards him. It was as if they didn't exist. Is this an illusion? Wang Tung muttered to himself. He released his spiritual power and spread it out, wanting to disperse the illusion. But to his surprise, as his spiritual power spread out, the corpses remained. They didn't disappear. Chapter 630, Mini-Space Tornado. This isn't an illusion. The scene gave Wang Tung a shock. He frowned uncontrollably. Why would something that didn't exist in reality appear inside the Cancer Palace? If this wasn't an illusion, what could it be? But if this was an illusion, he should be able to break it with his spiritual power unless the other person's realm was higher than his. However, that wasn't possible either. Wang Tung denied this thought instantly. He wasn't overconfident. This was just the truth. There were people who had a higher realm than him, but they probably wouldn't appear here. Mount Saint would definitely view the Imperial Realm's spiritual power with high importance. Since spiritual power is useless, then Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. The force in his body exploded. Boom! Green flames surged out of his body along with his fire force. They swept over the corpses around him. Agonizing screams filled up the air. All the corpses were burned when they were touched by the emerald-glazed flame, turning into ashes and disappearing. These corpses were nothing in front of his divine fire. Wang Tung stood in the flames and stepped forward. Suddenly, his spiritual power, which was floating around, felt a slight emotional fluctuation at a certain part of the space. Found you. Wang Tung smiled and disappeared on the spot. Boom. The next instant, he appeared some distance in front to his left and punched the air. Bang! The punch made contact with something, creating a dull sound. Amidst the force explosion, a figure appeared out of thin air, his hands crossed in front of his chest. He stopped after taking a few steps back. This was a young man who was wearing divine constellation armor. He looked at Wang Tung grimly, with bewilderment in his eyes. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. How did you find me? Margus asked and put down his hands secretly. Force flowed through his body as he dispersed the strong tremor that had infiltrated his body. Guess. Wang Tung sized up the man and smiled. The other party thought that his slight emotional fluctuations wouldn't be discovered, but he didn't know how powerful Wang Tung's spiritual power was. This slight movement was enough for him to lock onto him. Margus was frustrated. This young man from Country Xia was evil. He kept shouting, asking if anyone was here. His voice was like a spirit. He almost lost his composure because of him. What was going on in his mind? Don't you want to know where this is? Margus suddenly smiled. There was sarcasm on his face. Do you want me to ask you? Wang Tung said, I want. Margus felt the corners of his lips twitching as he looked at that irritating face. I don't care where this is. They'll break it. Wang Tung continued calmly. How arrogant. Margus snorted. Try it. If you can get out of this place, they'll call you grandfather. Wait. Wang Tung suddenly took out his cell phone and pressed the screen. Okay, repeat what you've just said. Margus was stunned. What the hell are you doing? It's nothing. Just repeat what you've said, Wang Tung said earnestly. Are you playing with me? Margus' expression got ugly. You misunderstood me. I'm just afraid that you will regret your words later, Wang Tung replied. Regret. Margus sniggered. This is what I've said. If you can break this space, I will not only call you grandfather once, I can call you that 10 times or 100 times. I mean what I say. Very good. I like your confidence. Wang Tung kept his cell phone after he recorded his words and looked at Margus in admiration. He didn't just speak to Margus because he wanted to anger him. He was trying to get him to reveal himself. Although he didn't give much useful information, Wang Tung ascertained that this was another space. Wang Tung had an idea. This space might be a space fragment. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace made use of the space fragment using special means and turned it into this graveyard. He used it to control and defeat his opponent. It was a mysterious method that was hard to decipher. After all, not many people could control space. Wait, this meant that the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace probably possessed space talent. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen space attributes in a long time. Was he finally going to see them again? Margus felt a chill travel down his spine as Wang Tung stared at him. Why was his gaze so strange? He looked as if he wanted to skin him alive. Did he have some strange fetish? Wang Tung didn't plan to waste any time. The space talent, which he hadn't used in a long time, was finally activated. Using space skills to destroy space skills was the best solution. Unfortunately for Margus, Wang Tung possessed space talent too. Besides, he wasn't weak. When he stretched out his palm, space power started gathering on it. The air above his palm started vibrating and spinning. It spun faster and faster and gradually turned into a space tornado. This was a mini space tornado. Executing a large space tornado wasn't easy, but creating a mini one was still possible. Margus was watching the show at the side, but at this moment his eyes widened in surprise and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Gasp! Power space! Margus was in disbelief. He didn't expect another person to have the ability to use space power. Also, the violent spatial fluctuations above Wang Tung's palm gave him a fright. His eyebrows kept jumping, and he had a bad feeling. I must stop him. He gasped in astonishment. With this thought in mind, multiple corpses broke out from the ground and pounced on Wang Tung. He didn't sit and wait. Taking a step forward, he shot towards Wang Tung. Boom! A powerful aura swarmed towards Wang Tung. Raising his head, his emerald-glazed flame swept through the air around him and burned those corpses into ashes. Die! Margus shouted in anger and clawed Wang Tung's palm. Too late. Wang Tung flicked his finger. The mini-space tornado sank into the darkness. Boom! An instant later, explosions rocked the place as the space around them started collapsing little by little. The darkness, the corpses, the graveyard. Everything turned into dots of lights and disappeared gradually. No! Margus gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted furiously. His body was also swept by the spatial power during the explosions. He was thrown back violently. Froze heard his shrill cry from the outside world and shuddered. He hesitated before saying, "That sounded like Margus." The moment this thought appeared, he noticed, to his astonishment, the darkness in front of him dissipating at a fast speed. The space in front of him became distorted, sucking the darkness inside. The Cancer Palace resumed its normal appearance slowly. Chapter 631, The Master of the World. Reserve. The darkness shattered and the space collapsed. Everything returned to normal. Sunlight from outside shone in, illuminating the two figures standing in front. One was straight and tall while the other was stumbling. Froze's eyes became wide as saucers in surprise. He released a helpless sigh in his heart. The result was obvious. Margus had lost. As the high priest, he had some understanding of Margus' skills. Currently, it seemed as if his methods had been entirely destroyed. Froze held his breath uncontrollably. Margus stabilized himself. He seemed to be in a miserable state as blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He had suffered a heavy injury. "You destroyed my death space," he said in a serious and astounded tone. Froze was flabbergasted. Wang Tung destroyed the legacy of the Cancer Palace, the death space? That was unbelievable. Death space. Wang Tung scoffed. "You call that small space fragment death space?" This death space was nothing compared to the dimensional rifts he saw in the past. Ew. Margus' face turned ugly. He could clearly discern the contempt in Wang Tung's voice. This emotion was real. He didn't do it on purpose. To him, his death space wasn't worth mentioning. If other people gave him this attitude, he would take it as a joke. However, this young man had destroyed his death space a moment ago. He used his ability to show that he wasn't boasting. He was stating the truth. Wang Ting didn't care about his thoughts. He scanned the surroundings and swept the attribute bubbles scattered everywhere. Space asterisk 20 space asterisk 18 space asterisk 23 space fragment asterisk 210. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Thanks. Space fragment asterisk 240 space fragment asterisk 180 origin of soul asterisk 1 origin of soul asterisk 1 origin of soul asterisk 1 with the attribute bubbles merging into his body. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. There was happiness and surprise in his gaze. Origin of soul. This was similar to the origin of life, but it was used on his soul. Instantly, Wang Tung felt a shiver coming from the depths of his soul. Wasn't because he saw something scary. It was the result of an uncontrollable, comfortable feeling deep inside his soul. He felt that his spirit was about to make some indescribable sound, as if his soul was rising up to heaven. At the same time, a new row appeared on his attributes panel. Origin of soul. 1256 Wang Tung had 1,000 points of origin of soul at the start. He had added another 256 points to the total, which was slightly more than a quarter. This quarter was nothing to scoff at. Wang Ting knew how tough it was to increase the origin of soul. The origin of soul was as rare as the origin of life. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't drop it unless there were special circumstances. This time, the increase in his origin of soul was 25% his original value. This gain was unexpectedly huge. Wang Ting didn't know if he would ever have this chance again. Anyway, why did Margus drop the origin of soul attributes? No, this wasn't right. He didn't drop the origin of soul. These attribute bubbles were dropped by the corpses in the death space. Those corpses were souls. An idea flashed in Wang Tung's mind. He finally understood the nature of the corpses. At this moment, an indescribable feeling erupted from his body. As his origin of soul increased, gentle and warm energy appeared in Wang Tung's consciousness. Boom! His spiritual power, including his entire mind, was nourished. It seemed to have risen to a higher level. Wang Tung was surprised and elated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at his attributes panel involuntarily. Spirit, 1543/3000, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment. 1522/3000, Imperial Realm. What is this? Wang Tung was astounded. His spirit and enlightenment rose by more than 1,000 points. This was unbelievable. Mind you, he had picked up countless attribute bubbles before his Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment increased by 500 points. Yet in that short instant, both attributes rose exponentially. Wang Tung might be used to his attributes skyrocketing, but even he felt a little dreamy now. The soul affects spiritual power and talent. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Besides the origin of soul, which was a pleasant surprise, he received another present, space fragment. When he destroyed Margus' death space, space fragment attributes were dropped. This holy knight from the Cancer Palace didn't disappoint him. He was a martial warrior who possessed space talent. Such martial warriors were extremely rare. Vihi was the only one Wang Tung had met so far. However, meeting one was good enough. He praised the resources of Mount Saint. Without them, he wouldn't be able to get hold of this rare space fragment. After absorbing all the attribute bubbles, he received 132 points of space attributes and 1250 points of space fragments. Space 7252/10,000 space fragment 1250/100000. Wang Tung was shocked as he looked at the space fragment row on his attributes panel, especially when he saw the question marks at the back. His mind was full of question marks too. The upper limit of the space fragment attribute was so high. Could it be that there was no limit? Wang Tung thought for a moment and understood the reason. Space could be infinitely big. At this moment, his consciousness sunk into a certain area in his mind. A special alternate world had appeared there. This was Space Fragment. This was a small and new space. Small was relative, but it wasn't big. It was around the size of a stadium, about the same size as Margus Death Space. However, it was still bigger than his space ring. This was a good place to store his items. That wasn't its only use either. He would be wasting this gift if he used it to store items. When Wang Tung's consciousness entered the area, he felt like he was the god of this place. He was in control of everything here. He also sensed that this space was different from the other storage spaces. There was life in it. No wonder there were so many bodies of souls in Margus Death Space. Bodies of souls were undoubtedly a form of life. Suddenly, Wang Tung shuddered. Since he possessed a space with life, would he be able to create a new world if he expanded this space infinitely? Wang Tung frightened himself with this thought. A new world? To think he dared to think about it. But it made sense. A vast space with life inside. Any living creature could survive inside. Wasn't this a world? Wang Tung would be the only god of this world. He would be the master of everyone. Wouldn't he be the master of the world? This state was extremely far away, but he could call himself the master of the world now, or a reserve. Wang Tung started panting a little. He couldn't help but get excited after seeing a path with endless possibilities. Chapter 632, Abyss Burial. The master of the world. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. But Wang Tung knew that if he wanted to raise the space fragment attribute to that level, he would need an enormous number of attribute bubbles. Space attribute bubbles weren't common. Thus, this path wouldn't be as simple as he thought. For a long time, he would be only sitting in the reserve seat. In fact, he might always be a reserve. However, this couldn't dispel Wang Tung's excitement and restlessness. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He must stop thinking about it. If he continued, he would start daydreaming. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He glanced at Margus, who was standing opposite him. All of this had happened within a few breaths. Margus was breathing in heavily too, forcing himself to calm down. He glared at Wang Tung and said, "You destroyed my death space. You must die." Wang Tung's face turned cold. He looked at his opponent indifferently as killing intent surged into his heart. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone who was after his life. Arudas from the Taurus Palace and Carl from the Gemini Palace just stopped him. They didn't want to kill him, so he didn't employ his lethal skills. However, Froz's expression changed when he heard Margus' threat. He shouted, "Margus, Wang Tung is the goddess guest. Don't be disrespectful." "Froze, you're too late." Margus stared straight at Wang Tung and continued angrily. "The death space is the legacy of the Cancer Palace. Nothing must happen to it. Since this fellow destroyed it, I must kill him. I have no face to meet my predecessors. Afterward, I will take my life to atone for my crime." Froze was speechless. He had underestimated Margus' determination. What reason did he have to stop someone who wasn't afraid of death? He felt that things were getting more and more out of hand. What should he do? At this stage, only the goddess could solve this situation. Froze gritted his teeth and left Wang Tung and Margus alone. He rushed out of the Cancer Palace and dashed toward the Holy Temple. Wang Tung and Margus didn't stop him. "The person in the way is gone. Come, let's have a real fight," Margus said. He knew that Wang Tung was a space talent martial warrior and possessed powerful skills. The violent force he used to destroy the death space was the perfect example. But as someone who wasn't afraid of dying, Margus wasn't deterred. Boom! His aura climbing, the force in his body surged out and shot right through the roof of the Cancer Palace. Even his hair was standing erect. His pupils turned extremely deep and profound, seemingly losing their emotions. They were indifferent and holy. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. Boom! The entire Cancer Palace seemed to have sensed his anger. It erupted, and an ancient and powerful aura soared into the clouds. At the same time, in the sky, the Cancer star, which was 520 light-years away from Earth, suddenly lit up. A profound and divine strength passed through the long distance using some special means and dawned on Earth. The formidable warriors in every corner of Earth felt the dawning of this power. They looked up at the sky with a hint of confusion and astonishment. In an instant, the warriors in every country looked in the direction of North Country Star. They sensed the power landing in that direction. At the same time, the other holy knights in the Zodiac palaces sprung up in bewilderment. Rushing out of their abodes, they glanced in the direction of the Cancer Palace in unplanned unison. What did that fellow do? How did he force Margus to this stage? Arudis muttered to himself in astonishment. Carl from the Gemini Palace was dumbstruck too. He couldn't remain calm. Who's challenging the palaces? If it was just an ordinary challenger, would Margus need to go so far? Multiple questions appeared in the minds of the holy knights. They were puzzled. Many higher authorities of the holy temple at the top of the mountain were alerted. In one of the small halls in the holy temple, the great sage ordered, "Go and find out what happened." Yes, someone received the order and went out. The old great sage seemed worried. He muttered to himself, "Times are changing. Is Mount Saint unable to stay out of this? No, I must see the goddess." He left hurriedly and walked deep into the holy temple. At this moment, in the sky above the Cancer Palace, Wang Tung was in front of Margus, so he felt it the most. Margus had turned extremely scary. That power was so terrifying that even he felt had to be vigilant. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was confusion in his eyes. Boom! Margus moved. He turned into lingering shadows as he shuttled through space and appeared in front of Wang Tung like a ghost. His slender palm chopped down on Wang Tung's head. Die! Die your head! Wang Tung snorted. He wasn't afraid and returned his attack with a punch. Boom! The fist and palm glows collided. Both parties took a few steps back from the impact. The next second, they left behind afterimages and charged toward each other again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang continuously. Both of them crashed into each other, using their space power to its maximum. After receiving the strength of the star, Margus' space power rose tremendously. It was as if he had received an adrenaline shot. All his attacks were filled with strong power. One punch was enough to cut through space and shatter the air. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to handle such attacks. However, Wang Tung's space talent had reached an extremely high level. He wasn't afraid of the other party. His attacks were filled with spatial power too. They were formidable and neutralized the space damage of his opponent's attacks. The longer Margus fought, the more serious he became. He was able to execute his space power to this level because of the help of the star, yet Wang Tung was still equal in strength. How monstrous was this youngster? Pant! Pant! The two of them separated. As Margus panted, his gaze turned crazy. Suddenly, black light blossomed around his body and spread out. Very soon, it swallowed all the lights around him, and the entire Cancer Palace was plunged into darkness again. What's he planning to do? Wang Tung frowned. Margus disappeared into the darkness. The entire place went silent. Wang Tung sensed something amiss. He glanced around him but didn't notice anything. At this moment, Margus' voice resounded abruptly. Abyss. Burial. His voice echoed as if they were in a valley. Circles of sound waves rebounded continuously. The darkness around them shrunk furiously towards Wang Tung. Darkness was enveloping him. Wang Tung released his force, covering his entire body with emerald-glazed flame to to resist the encroaching darkness. However, the darkness shrunk into a black and passed through the green flame. It sunk into Wang Tung's forehead. Boom! His mind shook, his body trembled, and even his soul seemed to have shaken out of his body. Nonetheless, a strange force tied around his spirit, like a huge mountain suppressing it. His soul refused to budge. Impossible! Margus exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 633. If I say I'll slash you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Tung felt the lingering fear. He got hit just now. If the mysterious power hadn't appeared at the end and pressed his soul down, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. He was vigilant, but he didn't expect Margus to have such skills. He could push one's soul out directly. There were no solutions for this skill. He could only disregard this attack if his ability was much higher than Margus. However, Margus had the help of the star power, so in terms of realms, he was above Wang Tung. Wang Tung could hold his own because he had multiple skills, and his battle ability was indomitable. This was the reason why Margus was in disbelief. As the secret scripture of the Cancer Palace, the Abyss Burial had never failed him, but it had no effects on Wang Tung. His face was filled with confusion. He took a few steps back, unable to believe what had happened. Wang Tung's face turned grim. He stared coldly at Margus and made a move abruptly. M.O.K. appeared in his hand with green flames burning around it. Their weapons collided. A ringing sound echoed in the air. Wang Tung compressed the emerald-glazed flame and turned it into a flaming blade glow more than 10 meters long. It slashed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming blade aura. Margus' face turned pale. The Abyss Burial had used up most of his strength. He was running on fumes now. Hence, in front of the frightening blade glow, he retreated without any hesitation. He did seem fearless of death a moment ago, but when it stared at him in the eye, not many people could maintain their cool. If it didn't have to die, who would want to die? He would rather receive the punishment from the holy temple than die in Wang Tung's hands. Thinking of running away, a mocking smile appeared on Wang Tung's face. His gaze was extremely cold. Do you think you can leave? Killing intent was raging all around him. The blade glow on M.O.K. had reached the limit. He was about to slash it down. At this moment, a shout was heard from the other side of the passageway in the Cancer Palace. Wang Tung frowned, his movements not pausing for a bit. The person who rushed over yelled when he saw this scene. He was holding a battle sword in one hand and could only slash out a sword glow in haste. It headed straight for Wang Tung's flaming blade glow. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. The flaming green blade glow slashed through the air and disappeared on the spot. It traveled through space and landed above Margus' head, chopping it off. Margus looked up. The reflection of the flaming blade glow grew bigger in his pupils. Every single inch of his skin felt the scorching heat from the green flame. How does he have the guts to do this? The thought appeared in his mind. What a joke. If I say I'll slash you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Tung snorted as if he could read his mind. Margus was in despair and regret. He only had the time to scream in agony before he got submerged by the flaming blade glow. In the last second of his life, his pupils were filled with green flames. There was nothing else. The green flames spread out and swept through the ground. The person behind couldn't get any closer. On the other side, the sword glow aimed at Wang Tung's flaming blade glow lost its target and went toward him instead. Wang Tung squinted. His fist was covered in light, and the five-element conscious exploded. He met the sword glow head-on. Under his powerful fist aura, the sword glow that was released in a haste cracked and shattered. It couldn't hurt him at all. At the same time, the green flames that were submerging Margus danced wildly in the air before dissipating. The entire ground was burnt. Margus' figure was no longer in sight. Only pieces of broken golden divine constellation armor were seen scattered on the ground, as well as the attribute bubbles floating 3 inches above the ground. The person at the other end of the passageway finally got here. His expression was extremely ugly when he saw this scene. He stared at Wang Tung coldly. The person was around 30 and had golden hair. He was very handsome, and he gave off a fierce and powerful aura. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Froze was behind him. He instantly sensed the tense atmosphere between the two people. When he saw the entire process of Margus' death, he knew that he couldn't mitigate this conflict anymore. He felt helpless. He was still a step too late. He looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. This fellow was indeed decisive. He dared to kill a holy knight on Mount Saint. Which martial warrior dared to do this? Wang Tung wasn't worried, though. He ignored the person's deathly glare and swept the attribute bubbles over with his spiritual power. Emperor Realm Enlightenment *268 Ultimate Stage with Talent *130 Wang Tung's eyes glimmered after he picked up the attribute bubbles. The gains he received from killing this Cancer Palace Holy Knight were not bad. He got 380 points of space attributes, allowing his space attribute to reach 7,632 points in total. He also received 255 points of Emperor Realm Spirit and 268 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Unexpectedly, Margus' Spirit and Enlightenment had reached the Emperor Realm. This was uncommon among general stage martial warriors. Then there were 2,610 Wood Force attributes. Although Margus was a space talent martial warrior, he also possessed extremely high Wood Force talent. Wang Tung's Wood Force was already at the 11-star low-tier general stage. With the additional 2,610 attribute points, his Wood Force increased again. Wood Force, 2960/20,000, 11-star. He even dropped 130 points of Ultimate Stage Wood Talent. Without a doubt, as a martial warrior who could become a holy knight, his talent wouldn't be weak. But Wang Tung didn't care about this. His attention was on the Abyss Burial. Margus almost forced his soul out of his body using this skill. This was enough to prove how extraordinary it was. Also, this was the first time he saw a skill that could attack the soul. At first, he was still wondering how Margus obtained all the souls to put in his space fragment to create the death space. As the Abyss Burial attribute merged into his body, the relevant information appeared in Wang Tung's mind. The Abyss Burial was an ancient secret scripture of the Cancer Palace. It was solely passed down to the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. This battle technique was linked to the death space of the Cancer Palace, and only its Holy Knight could receive this legacy. Outsiders had no chance to get it. If the martial warriors of Mount Saint obtained this skill, they would be invincible. Yet, Wang Tung still got the skill. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634. You have no right. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. After comprehending the Abyss Burial, he realized that this skill had its limit. There were many restrictions, too. First, you needed extremely high space talent to cultivate this skill. There was no chance for normal martial warriors to learn it otherwise. Even if they learned it, they would only be able to use it a limited number of times. The origin of soul was needed for every usage, and it wasn't possible to increase the origin of soul through cultivation. Once you executed the Abyss Burial too many times, no matter how powerful you were, your soul would be destroyed. The souls in the death space weren't obtained solely by Margus. They were an accumulation of all the generations of the Cancer Palace Holy Knights. Unfortunately, with the bug of the system, Wang Tung burned the fruits of the labor of all the generations of Holy Knights into ashes. No wonder Margus hated him to the core and wanted to kill him. This grudge was quite big. Second, Abyss Burial could only be used on weaker opponents. The greater the difference in ability, the higher the success rate. If the abilities were equal, the chance of failing was high. Margus was able to shake Wang Tung's soul, mainly because he took in the star power. His ability had risen exponentially. Also, he went all out and had exhausted his origin of soul to kill him. He didn't leave any escape path for himself. A hint of confusion appeared in Wang Tung's mind. That force that held my soul down, is it the system? He could only think of this possibility. Besides the system, nothing else could curb that invisible and unpredictable attack. System, tell me, is it you? Wang Tung asked in his heart. If it's you, give me some response. We're so close. Don't be so quiet. Come on, tell me. He'll be grateful. All right, you don't have to admit it. Wang Tung felt helpless. The system never made any sound. He wondered if it could speak at all. The moment this complaint arose in his heart, he felt his head turning numb, and a chill ran down his spine. System, I was wrong. Wang Tung immediately admitted his mistake like a coward. How arrogant. You can kill whoever you want. Do you think you can step on Mount Saint's face like this? The golden-haired man was furious at getting ignored. Wang Tung finally turned around and looked at him. He said calmly, "Respect isn't given by others. You have to earn it. Mount Saint's actions have widened my perspective of the world." The golden-haired man didn't know how to respond. In the end, he said angrily, "Even if we haven't treated you properly, you didn't have to kill someone. What were you doing when Margus wanted to kill me?" Wang Tung sneered. "Is taking my life what you meant by not treating me properly? You are good at twisting the facts." The golden-haired man wasn't Wang Tung's match when it came to talking. He was stuck and couldn't find any reasons to refute. He took a deep breath to calm down and continued, "I'm not going to waste time with you. You killed one of our holy knights, so you must stay and receive our punishment." "Punishment? Ha ha!" Wang Tung laughed. There was contempt on his face. "I'm a martial warrior from country Xia. When is it your turn to punish me?" His expression changed towards the end. He said coldly, "You have no right." Froze, and the golden-haired man's expression changed entirely. The golden-haired man finally remembered that Wang Tung was from country Xia. He had the support of a top nation. Keeping his ability and talent in mind, country Xia must definitely view him with importance. With this background, even if they had the chance, they wouldn't dare to punish Wang Tung easily. The golden-haired man felt exasperated and humiliated. He felt that his dignity was being trampled on by an outsider. With his status, he had never suffered such humiliation. "I really can't touch him?" The golden-haired man felt helpless and frustrated. "No, this person killed Margus. He must give Margus an answer. If not, others will think that we are easy to bully." Many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze shimmered, and he said, "Froze, let's take him down together. Sage Olive." Froze's expression changed as he looked at the golden-haired man. He didn't expect Sage Olive to ignore country Xia's pressure and punish Wang Tung forcefully. "Moo!" Olive shouted. The next instant, he vanished and appeared in midair. He swung his battle sword down at Wang Tung. A blue ray of sword light lit up the surroundings. Everything seemed to have disappeared from the world, and only this sword ray was left. All the paths of the retreat were locked. There was nowhere to hide. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. A casual strike from this golden-haired man possessed such a power. This was unbelievable. Very good. Wang Tung laughed in anger. This golden-haired man didn't care who was in the wrong anymore. He was firm on pinning the blame on him. In an instant, the force in his body surged out and soared into the sky. A strong wind blew against Wang Tung's clothes. His black hair danced wildly in the air. Wang Tung had an unruly expression on his face. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes, arrogantly. "Let's see if you have the ability to take me down." Bellowing in anger, he stepped on the ground, and a frightening force swept through the area. Cracks appeared on the ground like spiderwebs. He shot toward the sky like an arrow leaving its bow. MOK swung up violently. An exceptionally sharp golden light crashed into Olive's blue sword light. In an instant, the two sword lights clashed. The two sharp blades collided, releasing sparks in the air. The clang of metals resounded in the air. Olive's pupils constricted. He felt a strong power pushing him in the opposite direction. His hands started hurting from the impact, and even his bones were groaning. Suddenly, a purple light flashed past his face. "Shit!" Olive's expression changed. He retreated hurriedly. A lightning spear came after him. It flew toward him at the speed of light and appeared in front of him in an instant. However, his ability shouldn't be underestimated either. Although the lightning spear came a little unexpectedly, he still managed to stop it with a wave of his sword and shattered it into pieces forcefully. More lightning spears rushed towards him from other directions, surrounding him from all corners. Olive struggled to cope with the onslaught of attacks. Wang Tung was chasing him like a shadow. When he released his fist, the fist glow shot out and energy exploded. He punched continuously. At the same time, the emerald glazed flame turned into a rope under the control of his spiritual kinesis, trying to entangle Olive. Some of the flames turned into arrows and rained down on him. The moment Wang Tung attacked, it was like a storm. Wang Tung's attack was like a gale. It was exceptionally violent and brutal. There was no stopping it. Olive was stunned by all the attacks. He had been hit by many fire arrows and got injured instantly. He roared like a wild beast uncontrollably. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635. Olive was astounded and furious. The injuries on his body weren't serious since he blocked them in time, but this was the first time someone had hurt him. As a great sage, he held a high position in the Holy Temple. He was used to giving orders and having others treat him with respect. However, Wang Tung refused to give in to him and even refuted him many times. He felt that his ego was crushed. Anger boiled in his heart. "Froze, what are you doing? Move." Olive's face turned dark as he glared at Froze, who was still hesitating. Froze was put in a dilemma. In regards to this matter, they weren't in the right. If he acted, the consequences would be unpredictable. But he looked at Olive's cold gaze and sighed, feeling bitter. The officer was weaker than the commander. If he didn't act, he would offend Olive. Regardless of what consequences there would be, Olive wouldn't let him go. "Sorry about this." He looked at Wang Tung and said to him using voice transmission. Wang Tung ignored him. He scoffed and looked at the two of them fearlessly. Froze felt his head hurting when he saw his dauntless look. He blamed the higher authorities of the Holy Temple for sending this idiot to take care of this matter. Instead of resolving the issue, he made it worse. But the arrow was already on the bow. Olive was delighted when he saw Froze joining the battle. He looked at Wang Tung coldly. The force in his body exploded as a dazzling sword glow blossomed from his sword. Sounds were heard in the air. If one listened carefully, one could hear the faint sound of the sword vibrating. This was sword conscious. Olive had experienced Wang Tung's power, so he knew that he couldn't take him down using normal means. Even he had to exert all his strength. On the other side, Froze decided to act too. A long spear had appeared in his hand. A sharp golden spear glow shot out from the tip of the spear, with a faint spear conscious intertwining around it. Boom! The two of them moved and attacked Wang Tung from both sides. Olive wielded his long sword. The impact waves grew more violent as he slashed his sword at Wang Tung. Froze stabbed his long spear out. A ray of spear glow cut through the air. Wang Tung held MOK in his hand and fought with the two of them. He wasn't at any disadvantage. The three of them were locked in an intense fight. In the Cancer Palace, the ground was broken and bumps were seen everywhere. Many of the pillars were smashed into pieces. The place was in ruins. Olive and Froze felt their eyes twitching continuously. This was an important structure of Mount Saint. It had existed for many years, but today it was getting wrecked by Wang Tung. It would be a mistake to underestimate the aftereffects of a general stage martial warriors fight. No matter how strong the materials of the Zodiac palaces were, they would also break under the force of a general stage martial warriors attack. Olive and Froze exchanged glances with one another and dashed out of the Cancer Palace. They wanted to lure Wang Tung into the sky to fight. However, Wang Tung didn't take the normal path. He threw his blade out and smashed a huge hole in the roof of the palace. Amidst the explosion, he stepped on the air and caught up with the two of them. They stood opposite one another. Looking at the conspicuous large hole on the roof, the muscles on Olive's face twitched uncontrollably. He must have done it on purpose. Froze knew how evil Wang Tung was, so he didn't find it weird. Nevertheless, the corners of his lips still twitched involuntarily. Damaging the Cancer Palace because of a fight was reasonable, but creating a hole on purpose was a little outrageous. No one can save you after all the crimes you have committed today. Olive stared intently at Wang Tung and shouted angrily, "Come and catch me." Wang Tung remained calm and hooked his fingers at his opponent. "Come, don't hesitate. Come and catch me." Then his expression changed, and he shouted, "Come!" Olive was stunned by his shout. He looked at Wang Tung, puzzled. He didn't understand what was happening. They were the ones supposed to catch Wang Tung. Why was he acting fiercer than them? Froze's expression turned strange. He felt that his horizons had been expanded. A person could be timid, but he must still sound fierce. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Look at Wang Tung. The moment he opened his mouth, Olive got stunned. Olive regained his senses quickly. His face turned green as he turned angry from embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You good?" "I'm indeed good," Wang Tung said. He choked and almost didn't manage to catch his breath. This be *TCH. Olive took a deep breath. He felt that he should stop talking to Wang Tung. If not, he would die from anger. He suddenly waved his hand. 11 golden rays shot out and flew towards the other 11 zodiac palaces, apart from the Cancer Palace. 12 holy knights, listen to my order. A shout came out of Olive's mouth. Froze didn't have any time to react when Olive acted just now. After hearing his announcement, his expression changed tremendously. He looked at Olive in disbelief. He wanted to activate all 12 holy knights. Ever since the dawn of the martial arts era and the return of Mount Saint on Earth, there had never been a situation where all 12 holy knights were called at once. Yet, he broke this ancient rule to catch Wang Tung. The holy knight's responsibility was to guard the zodiac palaces. They couldn't be activated easily. Wasn't Olive afraid of getting punished by the higher-ups for creating this huge scene? At this moment, a token appeared in front of the remaining 11 holy knights in their zodiac palaces. They looked at the token and heard Olive's voice. Some of them frowned, some were hesitant, some felt helpless, some were in deep thought, and some were speechless. Their expressions varied a lot. Very soon, some holy knights accepted the token and disappeared from their palace. Others chose to ignore it and receded into the darkness of their palaces. Many figures appeared above the Cancer Palace. There were 7 in total. These people all exuded an extraordinary aura. They weren't old, all around 30, and they were wearing their divine constellation armors. They landed beside Olive. Carl from the Gemini Palace was among them. The rest were all unfamiliar faces. Olive frowned when he saw only 7 people here. A sinister look appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. 7 people were enough. He didn't expect all the holy knights to come. After all, some of them were outrageously powerful and held special status in the holy temple. Also, they only listened to the goddess. Other people couldn't activate them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Grabbing Fate by the Throat. Everyone, please help me catch this person. Olive glanced at the 7 holy knights that came and said to them in a low voice. None of the holy knights spoke. They sized up Wang Tung with a look of interest. This fellow fought from the Taurus Palace to the Cancer Palace, beating all the 3 holy knights inside, and even killing Margus. Carl, you have been defeated by him. Why do you have the face to appear here? One of the holy knights laughed and said, Demia. Carl's expression was ugly. His words stabbed him in his heart and touched his sore spot. Moreover, he spoke in front of everyone, embarrassing him greatly. He appeared here because he felt regret. He wanted to catch Wang Tung personally. However, Demia's words made him appear narrow-minded. He felt humiliated. If you're so strong, catch him personally, Carl said with a black face. Oomph, do you think I'm as useless as you? Demia snorted. You, Carl was indignant. Olive turned green in anger. The holy knights either kept quiet or argued with each other. No one cared about him, making him a little awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, Edward from the Leo Palace said, All right, let's not argue every time we meet. Let's catch him first. Do you think we should let him run wild on Mount Saint? The others turned to look at Carl and Demia. The indifferent gazes pressurized the duo. They snorted and turned their heads away. They stopped their useless quarrel. Then, everyone looked at Wang Tung. The holy knights scattered around Wang Tung without any exchanges of words, surrounding him in the middle. Wang Tung remained calm. He glanced around him and smirked. Were they planning to attack him together? How naive. His specialty was gang fights. He had no trouble taking down an entire group of people. Who wants to go first? Edward remained conceited. He didn't plan to attack Wang Tong together, so he asked everyone this question. Demia, why don't you go first? Take him down alone. Let Carl see how you do it. Yarrow from the Capricorn Palace teased. They laughed light-heartedly, with indifference and arrogance on their faces. It was as if they knew they could beat up Wang Tong however they wanted. Even if Wang Tong had defeated 3 Zodiac Palaces and killed Margus from the Cancer Palace, they didn't think that he could cause any trouble under their encirclement. Mind you, the higher you went, the stronger the power of the Holy Knights of the palaces. Besides Carl, the other 6 Holy Knights were all more powerful than Margus. Every formidable warrior had their arrogance. The stronger a person was, the more ego they had. Unfortunately, they had met Wang Tong. He remained nonchalant as he listened to their contemptuous tones. His emotions weren't affected. Stop arguing. Just come together. One sentence was enough to turn everyone silent. The 7 Holy Knights stared at Wang Tong without blinking. They seemed to have heard something unbelievable. You're looking for death. The 7 Holy Knights spoke one after another. Their gazes were cold as they bellowed. Ha ha! Wang Tong suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Edward frowned. Because you're so funny. Wang Tong chuckled. Suddenly, his expression turned eerie, and he shouted, Since you're so impatient, let me send you on your journey. In an instant, a frightening force swarmed out of Wang Tong's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The forces of all 5 elements exploded together. The different elements of the forces seemed to have accumulated into a sea of forces. Waves towered and crashed into the shore. At the same time, the emerald glazed flame was released too. It surrounded him and made him look like the Emperor of Flames. The 7 Holy Knights were flabbergasted. Immediately, they felt that they had underestimated Wang Tong. An ordinary martial warrior wouldn't possess such a frightening force. However, Wang Tong didn't give them any chance to think. They didn't see him moving, but a few sharp rays of light shot out from the flames around him. They were covered with fire and left a trail of flames behind them as they flew towards the Holy Knights. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The rays of light came quickly and abruptly, reaching the Holy Knights in the blink of an eye. They were aimed for their eyes or their hearts. Without any exception, every single one targeted their vital points. The 7 Holy Knights squinted. They hurriedly made their response. Demia from the Scorpio Palace raised his finger, and a crimson ray of light shot out from his sharp fingernail. It crashed into the ray of cold light. Edward from the Leo Palace was the most direct. His fist shimmered and multiple fist shadows appeared to block the sharp rays of light. The other Holy Knights executed their own skills to block the attack. Explosions rang continuously in the air. Unfortunately, no one could hit those sharp rays of light. The light rays seemed to have turned into agile snakes. They twisted and turned in the air, drawing lines of flame in the sky as they crashed furiously around the 7 Holy Knights. Right then, an agonizing scream alarmed the others. They turned their heads and noticed that Wang Tong had appeared in front of Carl. He was grabbing his throat with one hand and raising his body. Carl's both arms had been penetrated. Fresh blood dripped down. How dare you come again after I let you off once? You're courting death. Wang Tong sneered. His first target was Carl. Wang Tong understood his skills the best, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him as long as he knew what attacks to use. He was going to kill him to serve as a warning to others. If he didn't show the others his skills, they might think that he was easy to bully. Humiliation flashed past Carl's eyes when he heard this. However, Wang Tong was grabbing his throat, so he couldn't move at all. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Wang Tong. But how could this person be so strong? Carl didn't fathom it. This was too unbelievable for him. His face turned red, and he was about to suffocate to death. Release him, Edward and the others shouted. They wanted to help Carl, but they were blocked by the shooting star spiral. Are you ordering me? Wang Tong glanced at everyone and sneered. Even at this moment, They hadn't realized the situation and still dared to shout and order him around. What a bunch of idiots. Release him. If not, you will have to die today, Demia said angrily. Wang Tung smiled. He looked at Carl and said, Don't blame me. Blame them. Look, is this something they should say? They're trying to harm you. Fear appeared in Carl's eyes. He struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. Although he wanted to speak, he couldn't make any sound because Wang Tung was grabbing his throat. Sad little thing. Wang Tung looked at him, struggling desperately. He shook his head and exerted energy on his fingers. A crisp sound was heard. Everyone was staggered and filled with disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637. Carl's dead. Demia widened his eyes in shock when he saw this scene. He felt lost. Carl, who was arguing with him a moment ago, was dead. He thought that with 6 other holy knights here, Wang Tung would hesitate before taking any action and wouldn't dare to kill Carl. But the martial warrior from country Xia wasn't afraid. He killed without any worry and didn't take his threat to heart. Demia felt a burning sensation on his face. The other holy knights were dead silent too. Carl was a holy knight, but he got killed right in front of their eyes. His neck was broken like a duck getting killed. This humiliating death was the greatest provocation to the holy knights. Edward and the others looked extremely ugly as they glared at Wang Tung. Arrogance was no longer on their faces. Wang Tung smiled gently as he looked at everyone. He found their sudden change quite interesting. Indeed, they would be angry. He had successfully ignited their fury. They looked more humane now. They were no longer high and mighty holy knights. These people just lacked a beating. Looking at Wang Tung's smile and his calm expression, a bad feeling shot right into Olive's head. The second one, the higher authorities had asked him to solve the conflict and end the matter. But because of his actions, another holy knight had lost his life. Only 10 holy knights were left. Suddenly, he regretted using a hard stance to solve this issue. But it was too late. Wang Tung released his grip around Carl's neck and swung his hands, throwing his corpse to the side. Edward and the others were infuriated. They shouted in anger. Someone released his force and sent Carl's corpse into the cancer palace below so that he wouldn't slam on the ground directly. Holy knights mustn't be humiliated. We will apprehend you and let you experience the cruelest punishment of the holy temple. Edward's voice was filled with extreme anger. That's right. We mustn't let him escape today. Yafel from the Aquarius Temple was a beautiful lady with long blue hair. She had kept quiet all this while, but when she saw Carl getting killed, she finally stepped out. After all, she was a part of the Holy Knights. So young, yet so ruthless. Your killing intent is too strong. If we allow you to leave, you might kill more people in the future. This statement was directed at Wang Tung. A hint of disdain could be heard in her voice, as if Wang Tung was the most heinous of criminals. Wang Tung's expression turned weird. Ever since he stepped on a martial arts path, he had seen many evil people who killed others without thinking. However, this was his first time meeting a righteous martial warrior like this lady. Also, her values were a little strange. These holy knights came to catch him and even wanted to kill him. Couldn't he resist? Wang Tung knew that he wasn't a good person, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. All the people he killed courted their own deaths. Yet, in this lattice eyes, he was labeled a serial killer? Wang Tung was so angry that he started laughing. What kind of people were they? Didn't the Holy Temple give these holy knights some moral education? Why are you laughing? Yafel scoffed. Laughing at your immaturity, little kid. Wang Tung didn't hide the smile on his face. He even emphasized the last 2 words. You. Yafel was furious. She wanted to beat him up. Yafel, don't fall into his trap. This fellow has a sharp tongue. He wants to rile you up so that he can pick us apart one by one. A man suddenly stopped Yafel. He shook his head slowly. This man was extremely handsome. His beauty wasn't limited to that of a man or a woman. It was a beauty that combined all the greatness of the world. His vibe was refined, and his posture was elegant. He looked like a deity who walked out from the legends. He didn't seem like a human. Wang Ting glanced at his face emotionlessly. He felt no jealousy. Instead, he was just a little worried about him. Why do you have to be so beautiful? Aren't you worried that heaven will be jealous and strike you with lightning? Who are you? Wang Tung asked curiously. Pisces Palace, Blowfold. The pretty man opened his mouth and said, Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. You must have had a tragic childhood, right? Wang Tung asked. What do you mean? Blowfold felt that Wang Tung's tone was a little strange, but failed to catch his meaning. He frowned. Your looks are outstanding. Wang Tung pointed at his face. Did any strange uncle lure you to look at goldfish when you were young? Veins popped out on Blowfold's forehead, yet even his angry face was better looking than others. However, this wasn't important. The main thing was he was about to explode. He glared at Wang Tung with his beautiful eyes. To hell with looking at goldfish. He was a man. A man. He didn't want to look at any goldfish. Wait, it didn't matter if he wanted to see it or not. This had never happened. At the same time, Edward and the other holy knights looked at Blowfold strangely as they thought of something indecent. Damn it, it was all that fellow's fault. Wang Tang's words were too powerful. Even in this tense atmosphere, he managed to lead them astray. Really? Wang Ting asked again. He touched his chin and pondered. In that case, did he trick you by offering to buy lollipops or ice popsicles? Blowfold was burning with anger. He screamed into the sky. He was still persuading Yafel not to act rashly a moment ago, but he couldn't control his own emotions and charged forward. Edward and the others grabbed Blowfold's shoulders tightly. Don't be impulsive. Let me go. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Blowfold shouted while struggling. Edward had a headache. He couldn't stop Blowfold. Hence, he said, Everyone, let's do it together. Yes. The others nodded and acted simultaneously. 6 forces soared into the sky. They merged together and formed a frightening force torrent. It shot towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp, the force in his body gushing out like a torrent. The forces of the 5 elements were released in their entirety. Earlier, while completing the merger of the 5-element fist conscious, he had gained some valuable insights. The 5-element forces were similar. An idea flashed into his mind. The 5-element forces twirled in circles, reinforcing and restraining with one another. They collided with the force torrent formed by the 6 forces of the Holy Knights. The 2 force torrents crashed into each other and created an earth-shattering explosion. The loud rumble spread far and wide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638. Who's next? An astonishing scene appeared in the sky. 2 force torrents collided fiercely, looking like 2 vertical Milky Ways. For some time, no side was able to gain an upper hand. However, this was 1 person versus 6 people. The 6 holy knights turned grim. They looked at Wang Tung in bewilderment. 5 elements. This martial warrior from country Xia possessed all 5 elements. What kind of talent was this? Since they were able to become holy knights, they must be talented, more so than the normal martial warriors. However, in front of Wang Tung, they felt extremely normal. This was a huge blow to them. Was this fellow a monster? They finally stopped belittling Wang Tung. He was indeed powerful. No wonder Margus and Carl had died in his hands. They died for a reason. Olive's face turned black when he realized that the 6 holy knights couldn't take down one Wang Tung. He released his force and merged it into the holy knight's force torrent. Froze, he shouted. Froze felt helpless. He had no choice but to release his force and help the others in resisting Wang Tung. Boom! With the addition of their forces, the holy knight's force torrent expanded in size. It bore down on Wang Tung like a huge pillar. Wang Tung's force torrent kept moving back. Oomph! He snorted. The other forces in his body surged out. Poison, wind, ice, lightning. Boom, boom, boom. As these 4 forces merged into the torrent, his force torrent expanded multiple times too. How is that possible? Edward and the others were dumbstruck. This fellow still had more cards up his sleeves? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel. Thanks. Was he even human? Olive and Froze were appalled. They felt that their addition was useless. They couldn't fathom how strong Wang Tung truly was. Where was his limit? How was he able to release his force again and again like a bottomless pit? Wang Tung didn't waste any time. A green light flashed past his eyes. The emerald-glazed flame flew out like a giant fire dragon, spinning around the force torrent. It shot towards his opponents. Roar! The giant fire dragon roared and soared into the sky, bringing along its scorching heat. Shit! Edward and the others were shocked. They hurriedly retreated without any hesitation. Wang Teng's force torrent shot right into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Force explosions rang continuously. The 6 holy knights, including Olive and Froze, were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they had retreated, they got hit by a huge impact and were thrown back 10 meters away. They appeared to be in a miserable state. Faces turning green, they felt exasperated. There were 8 of them, yet they were still at a disadvantage. What a huge joke this was. They exchanged glances with one another. Although they were frustrated, they still felt the lingering fear. If they hadn't retreated in time, they might have suffered serious injuries if they were hit directly by the force torrent. Olive's heart dropped when he noticed that everyone seemed frightened of Wang Tung. He hurriedly said, "He's alone. The force torrent must have exhausted most of his force. He probably only has 10 or 20% left." The others reacted immediately. Indeed, a martial warrior's force had its limit. A general stage martial warrior would have a greater reserve, but with Wang Tung's large-scale output a moment ago, his force reserve should have dried up. Wang Tung was still able to stand because of his exceptional potential. Even so, they didn't believe that he had much juice left in him. Wang Tung sniggered at their reaction. Edward and the others regained their confidence. Before Wang Tung moved, they dashed towards him, releasing their fists or slashing their blades and swords. Attacks rained down on Wang Tung's head. The Holy Knights didn't hold back. Wang Tung stood on the spot without moving. As expected, he's exhausted. Edward and the others were elated. Olive smiled uncontrollably when he saw this scene. He was overjoyed. Good, this is it. Take him down. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, numerous attacks landed on Wang Tung. No, wait. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Edward and the others noticed something amiss. Their attacks didn't hit anything going through Wang Tung's body. Shadow. They were flabbergasted. The space behind Demia started distorting. Wang Tung's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. He was holding a golden brick in his hand and instilling force in it. Once the brick became exceptionally heavy, he swung it down. Demia, be careful, Edward shouted. Demia squinted. He felt danger dawning on him and wanted to run away. Too late. Wang Tung smirked. The gold brick smashed violently on Demia's head. A large bump started growing on the poor guy's head at a visible speed. Demia staggered. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tung didn't show any mercy. He repeatedly smashed the brick on his head. The speed was astonishing. Demia turned into a pig's head quickly. Since you like to show off, I'll bestow you with the horns of glory. Wang Tung smiled before giving him one last smack. Boom! Demia crashed into the ground at the speed of light and fainted. There was dead silence. Everyone felt the corners of their lips twitching when they saw Demia's tragic state. They felt that Wang Tung was a devil in human clothing. He was suffocatingly evil. After taking one down, Wang Tung looked at the others. Who's next? His calm voice spread out. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They took a step back involuntarily and glanced around them, searching for Wang Tung in vigilance. Wang Tung activated his space talent and hid between space. Even general stage martial warriors would have a hard time finding him. Yafel! Blofeld suddenly yelled. Yafel's expression underwent a huge change. She turned around, and her force shot out of her body. It gathered into a bottle above her head. Absolute zero, she roared. The next instant, a chill surged out of her body and spread to her surroundings. A layer of ice crystal appeared in the air. Everything around her was frozen, including Wang Tung, who had appeared behind her. Sneak attack. Yafel heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, but on the surface, she sneered and appeared contemptuous. Bang! Suddenly, she felt excruciating pain coming from her head. She got hit with something. How is this possible? Astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. She didn't know what had happened. She had frozen Wang Tung. How did he appear behind her? Was he really a ghost? Didn't you say that I'm evil? Let me display my evilness then. Wang Tung's mocking tone sounded beside her ear. Then, dull thuds resounded outside the Cancer Palace. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 639. I'm a good person. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed in the sky. They sounded extremely conspicuous. After all, this sound originated from the collision of a holy knight's head with a brick. It wasn't due to two pieces of wood knocking against each other. Yafel was in a daze. She was elegant and refined, beautiful and noble. Yet, someone was hammering a brick on her head. She couldn't believe that anyone would do this to her. She never imagined that she would suffer such a treatment one day. This was too much. Bang. Wang Ting didn't show any mercy to this beautiful lady. Look at how smooth his actions were when he hammered her head. Yafel's beautiful small face got distorted instantly. Her fair and crystal-clear skin turned red and started swelling. Edward, Olive, and the others were stunned. Wang Ting sure was ruthless. He had the heart to hit a beauty like Yafel. Didn't he have any tender, protective feelings for the fair sex? What insensitive man. Of course, this thought only flashed through their mind. When Wang Tung appeared, they immediately surrounded him. At the same time, they wanted to save Yafel. What a poor little thing. It was tragic. A beautiful lady like her got beaten into a pig's head. It was unbearable. Yafel disregarded her image and started screaming. Her mind was spinning from the beating. She was stumbling, but she continued to struggle. She wanted to break free from Wang Tung's control. However, Wang Tung stuck on her like plaster. The brick seemed glued to her head, too. Wherever she went, she would get hit. None of the hits were missed. Get off. The ice element force surged out of Yafel's body. She started wrecking her surroundings without looking. The ice force turned into sharp ice thorns with a bone-curdling chill. She fired them in all directions, hoping to push Wang Tung away. Last-ditch move. Wang Tung scoffed as green flames danced around him. Any ice thorns that got close were melted. They couldn't hurt him at all. On the other hand, the other holy knights had to retreat due to the ice thorns. Damn it, they were flaming in anger. Olive used his palm as a sword and shattered the ice thorns with his golden sword glows. He shouted, Yafel, stop attacking aimlessly. We can't get close. Wang Tung laughed. He felt that Yafel was an amazing support. What a stupid teammate. Yafel had already lost her cool. After the reminder, she realized the stupid thing she did and stopped attacking. Wang Tung took the chance to get closer and smashed the brick down again. He had to admit that the helmets the Holy Knights wore did quite a good job. If not, Yafel would have fainted a long time ago from his vicious hammering. Yafel had persevered for a long time. Hurry! Yafel shouted as she bore with the pain and humiliation. After she said this, she couldn't speak anymore. Wang Tung appeared in front of her and smiled at her. He slapped the golden brick on the front of her face. In Yafel's eyes, Wang Tung's smile was no different from a devil's. But soon, that face was replaced by a golden brick. The flat brick grew bigger in her eyes. Stop! A furious shout came from behind Wang Tung. Edward was the first to arrive. He punched his fists out violently. Lightning lion fist. Roar, lightning flickered behind him. Purple bolts of lightning congregated into the outline of a lion. It looked up and roared into the sky as the fist glow shot out. Yafel was elated. She was saved. However, Wang Tung didn't seem to have hurt Edward. He didn't evade, and the brick remained on track. It landed as planned on her face. Yafel was dumbfounded. Was this fellow crazy? He would rather get hit by Edward's fist than give up on hitting her? What grudges did they have? Why did he have to target her? Yafel didn't understand Wang Tung's thoughts. She felt that he was crazy. Bang! All her thoughts melted into thin air as the brick came. Yafel was slapped straight in the face. Her head swung backward from the powerful impact. Her neck was long and slender like an arrogant swan, but a line of blood shooting out of her nose besmirched her beauty. Everything seemed to have slowed down. The nose blood gleamed brightly under the sunlight like a precious art piece. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Yafel's gaze had turned hazy. There were numerous questions in her mind, but they all turned into one word in the end. Why? On the other hand, Wang Tung felt amazing. He felt that he had risen to another stage. It feels good. If he hadn't hit her, his thoughts couldn't have been straightened out. Did he ever say that he wouldn't hit a lady? Did he? Even if he did, it didn't matter in this situation. There were only two kinds of people in the world. During a battle, gender wasn't important. There were only friends and foes. And the people in front of him were all foes. As his enemies, they shouldn't think they would receive special treatment as ladies. Wang Tung understood Yafel's confusion. He said calmly, "Look, I'm a good person. I hit you, but I won't kill you. So, next time, if you dare to say that I kill people like flies, I will hit you again." Yafel was dumbfounded. She felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She finally understood why Wang Tung targeted her. This fellow chased after her fervently because of what she said earlier. What kind of person was he? She had never seen such a narrow-minded guy. His mind was narrower than a needle. Boom! At this moment, the fist behind him was only inches away. Wang Tung remained unmoved, though. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck his head along with the outline of a giant lion. Filled with resentment, Yafel saw Wang Tung's tall and lofty figure bathing in lightning. He was like a god from heaven. A hint of suspicion appeared in her heart. Could they even beat him? Wang Tung ignored Yafel. He looked expressionlessly at the outline of a lion. Ancient god's body. An occult golden symbol appeared on his forehead. It wasn't complicated, but it gave off a mysterious and holy aura. The next instant, Wang Tung released his fist. Strength of Ultima. Boom! Wang Tung's fist seemed ordinary and didn't cause any impact. It headed straight for the frightening, lightning lion shadow. Boom! The two fist auras collided. Yarrow, Blowfold, and the others stared at the center of the collision. They were waiting to watch Wang Tung lose. Edward's lightning lion fist was the strongest fist skill among the Holy Knights. It contained the power of lightning and was extremely strong. Its power was a sight to behold. How could Wang Tung resist it? However, an unexpected scene appeared. The shadow of the lightning lion started cracking gradually after being hit by Wang Tung's ordinary-looking punch. It crumpled like dead leaves and broke into pieces. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 640. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Terrifying energy exploded and swarmed out. Edward's expression changed. He was thrown out like a cannonball by the huge force. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from within his body. He seemed to have broken a few of his bones. Splurt. A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. Edward was in disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Tung's punch to be so powerful. Despite specializing in fist skills, he got defeated by Wang Tung's punch. His strongest fist skill was like a joke in front of that incomprehensible monster. His fist skill couldn't withstand one round against Wang Tung's ordinary-looking punch. In that instant, Edward had an illusion. He felt that he was a 3-year-old child waving his punches in front of an adult. Childish, funny, weak. Edward had received a huge blow to his confidence. He lost control of his emotions. Edward! Yarrow and the others shouted. If you have time to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself first? Wang Tung's calm voice resounded in the sky. He disappeared again. The expressions on the Holy Knights changed. But as Holy Knights, they had strong battle awareness, so they reacted immediately. Yarrow was the Holy Knight of the Capricorn Palace. He was stronger than Edward, and his battle skills were powerful too. He held his battle sword and slashed it horizontally in the air. Boom! A golden light cut through the sky, flying towards the empty right side at terrifying speed. As the sword glow flew over, a loud explosion was heard. Wang Tung appeared and punched his fist out, meeting the sword glow head-on. Yarrow was flabbergasted. He could feel his sword aura breaking down. Wang Tung was as powerful as ever. On the other side, Blofeld had also acted. Multiple, gorgeous, blood-red petals appeared out of nowhere. They floated in the air, covering the area around Wang Tung. Blood-red roses. Even when Blofeld attacked, his actions were beautiful. As the rose petals swam in the air, Blofeld raised his finger and tapped lightly. Force flowed out of his body. The petals suddenly encircled Wang Tung and spun around him. They seemed to have turned into a sea of petals. There was a terrifying whirlpool hidden in this sea. The petals turned into a whirlpool and spun violently. No one could see their shapes anymore. They had turned into a red sea, dazzling and dangerous. Poison force. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered as he stood in the middle of the petals' whirlpool. Besides Demia, there was another member who possessed the rare poison force among the Holy Knights. Furthermore, this person was the extremely beautiful Blofeld. This was unexpected. Blofeld even had such a powerful poison battle technique. Mind you, Wang Tung only had 1 poison force scripture currently and 0 battle techniques. However, Demia and Blofeld were different. They had the backing of a strong legacy. The tip of Mount Saint's strong foundation was put on display once again. These thoughts flashed past Wang Tung's mind. He looked at the enormous blood-red whirlpool and squinted. These petals formed from poison force were obviously poisonous. If he touched them, the consequences would be ghastly. Still, he wasn't concerned. He had the demon lotus poison body, so ordinary poison wouldn't affect him. Instead, it would just become nourishment for his physique. Go! Blofeld shouted. The blood-red petal whirlpool spun in the sky and headed towards Wang Tung. Boom! Wang Tung's reaction was direct. He released his fist. Strength of Ultima. The blood-red whirlpool paused for a moment in midair. Then it got pushed into the sky by a large force and broke down into red droplets, which rained down on the ground. Splurt. Blofeld was astounded. He felt a frightening power coming for him. His face turned pale, and he vomited blood. Blofeld, move. Yarrow regained his senses. He rushed over quickly and shouted. He waved his battle sword, and sharp sword glows were formed. They slashed towards Wang Tung like bolts of lightning. Wang Tung swung his fist containing the strength of Ultima. A terrifying fist power destroyed the sharp sword glows instantly. If something couldn't be solved with one punch, hurl another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Yarrow's sword glows couldn't last long under Wang Tung's frightening punches. They disappeared without a trace. Wang Tung moved closer and smashed his brick down under his opponent's bewildered gaze. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds were heard once again. Swoosh. At this moment, an extremely faint sound of the air compressing came from afar. Wang Tung's head turned numb. He felt a strong sense of danger on his back. There was even a slight pain at the spot where his heart was. He moved his thoughts and released his spiritual power. The shooting star spiral turned into a ray of sharp light. It darted towards the dazzling arrow that was flying towards his back at a high speed. Boom! The two objects collided in midair. The arrow was spinning. Wang Tung controlled his shooting star spiral so that it spun too. The tip of these two sharp weapons rubbed against each other continuously, igniting sparks. They were at a standstill. At the same time, Wang Tung continued to swing his brick and brutally knocked Yarrow unconscious. Then, he turned and looked into the distance. In the sky some distance away, a figure was holding a large bow. It was aimed at Wang Tung. There were no arrows on the bow, but force was congregating on it, gradually forming an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The person released his grip, and the arrow shot out. It turned into a shooting star, zooming straight at Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Spiritual power flowed out from his forehead without stopping. He controlled the shooting star spiral and raised its speed to the maximum. It intercepted the force arrow. Cling clang. When a shooting star spiral collided with the arrow, ear-piercing metallic sounds were heard. After neutralizing the arrow's threat, Wang Tung continued to fly towards Blofeld. He raised his fist, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. "I can't bear to hit his face," Wang Tung muttered to himself as he attacked. Blofeld was speechless and frustrated. This person didn't care about his feelings at all. What did he mean by he couldn't bear to hit his face? Should he thank him for showing mercy or be glad that he was good-looking? While his mind was wandering off, the brick in Wang Tung's hand slammed down without any hesitation. Blofeld was flabbergasted. "Didn't you say that you couldn't bear to hit me? Why are you doing it? You have no shame." "No." He struggled and stepped back. He didn't want his face to be ruined. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Wang Tung stepped forward and hammered the brick down. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, Blofeld was bruised and swollen from the hitting. His beautiful face had lost its radiance. Deflated, he fell to the ground. "You're the last one." Wang Tung turned around. He strode towards the last holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace. Chapter 641. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Boom! Blofeld slammed onto the ground loudly. Wang Tung floated in the air and walked towards the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. A huge presence swarmed towards the holy knight like the water flooding from a broken dam. The expression of the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace, Fleta, turned grim. All of them had underestimated this young man from country Xia. What was the result? Out of the 7 holy knights that came, 1 was dead, 5 were injured, and he was the only one left to face this brutal reality. Wait, there were still Froze and Olive. They had to face this martial warrior too. Fleta found some consolation amid all the despair he felt. He looked in their direction. Suddenly, he froze in shock. They were running away. Running away, damn it. They were putting their lives on the line by fighting with this young man. But these 2 bastards were running away. How can anyone be so shameless? Olive and Froze wanted to sneak away when Wang Tung and Fleta were fighting, but they were discovered by their own companion. The scene turned a little awkward. "Fleta, bear with it. We're going to call reinforcements." Olive shouted. His speed increased exponentially as he ran towards the holy temple on the top of the mountain. Froze remained quiet. He felt thoroughly embarrassed, so he just ran away while staring at the ground. He wanted to get away from Wang Tung. He couldn't offend that brick. Fleta's face turned black. He cursed angrily in his heart. Wang Tung's expression was strange. His eyes shimmered, and poison force seeped out along with his spiritual power. They flew towards the space in front. The next instant, an invisible web appeared ahead of Olive and Froze. These 2 people were heaving a sigh of relief when they realized Wang Tung wasn't chasing them. But the next moment, they knocked into the giant web. "What is this?" They were astounded. They swung their weapons and wanted to break the obstacle in front. "Catch!" Wang Tung smirked. He controlled the poison web with his spiritual kinesis and tied the 2 of them inside. Then it was the same old trick again. The emerald glazed flame started burning on the poison web. The scorching heat made it impossible for anyone to get closer. The flames were burning the poison force and creating extremely poisonous gas. It floated towards the 2 people. Olive and Froze's force started sizzling when it came into contact with the gas. Their weapons were starting to corrode too. The duo was shocked. They were forced to retreat because of the emerald glazed flame and the poison gas. Poison force. "You're a poison element martial warrior," Olive shouted in disbelief. 5 basic elements, then lightning force, and now poison force too. How many elements did this monster possess? Froze found it unbelievable too. How could someone possess so many elements? This didn't make sense. Have fun inside. They'll take care of you later. Wang Tung sneered. Then, he ignored them and turned to face Fleta. Fleta's expression was as solemn as it could be. After seeing the ability Wang Tung had displayed so far, he felt his head churning. For someone to have such talents, he must be a monster. However, he was much stronger than Edward and the others. Among the 12 holy knights, he was one of the strongest. Hence, he wasn't afraid of fighting with Wang Tung. Your talent is amazing. The Holy Temple has made the wrong decision by choosing to be your enemy. Fleta took a deep breath and said, Do you concede defeat? Wang Tung asked with a strange expression. No. Fleta shook his head. Since we have reached this stage, both of us, you and the Holy Temple, will need an answer. We can only fight. Let's start then. Wang Tung remained expressionless and replied calmly. Fight! Fight! The two of them bellowed in unplanned unison. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from their bodies and soared into the sky. When their auras collided in midair, an explosion as loud as thunder was set off. Within a blink of an eye, Wang Tung and Fleta had disappeared from their spots. They transformed into two rays of light, one green and one golden, and smashed against each other violently. Fleta held a golden bow in his hand. Although it was intended for long-range attacks, it could be used in close combat too. The bowstring on it was extremely sharp and created golden blade glows in the air. It slashed through space and went straight for Wang Tung. MOK appeared in Wang Tung's hand. He slashed it down and blocked the bow. Clang! The bow seemed to have been made from a special material. It wasn't damaged after it got chopped by MOK and continued to give off its sharp gold glow. MOK was half as tall as Wang Tung. He held it tightly and chopped it down, giving rise to a powerful force. He then clenched his left fist and hurled it out. Boom! Terrifying energy spurted out from his fist. Fleta's expression changed slightly. He flew back to evade Wang Tung's fist force. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. He reappeared some distance away and pulled his bow until it became a half circle. After a golden arrow formed on the longbow, he loosed it. Swoosh! Even though the sound wasn't loud, it still gave off a faint and shrill cry as it broke the sound barrier and cut straight through the air. The arrow was engulfed in golden light. It was exceptionally terrifying. The sharp aura hidden in this arrow seemed to be able to cut the very fabric of space. Wang Tung's eyes glinted as he gathered his golden blade, conscious around Emo Quebec. The light on the blade was glaring. He slashed it horizontally in the sky. His attack was also sent out. Boom! The blade glow shot through space and crashed into the golden arrow. The sharp conches corroded each other. Both sides were unwilling to back down. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the point of impact erupted, and a strong gale swept through the surroundings. Lightning sparked around Wang Tung. He dashed straight into the gale and charged towards Fleta. Swoosh! 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 Fleta wasn't slow either. He pulled his bow and sent 3 golden arrows at Wang Tung. The 3 golden arrows turned into a golden bird. It looked lifelike. Its eyes were sharp, and it spread its wings as it soared in the sky. A shrill screech came from the bird's mouth. Sound waves tossed and turned. Arrow conscious. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. The holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace was indeed outstanding. He could gather his arrow conscious anytime and anywhere. This exceeded the power of a normal attack. After firing the 3 arrows, Fleta's face had gotten pale. But he continued to stare at Wang Tung and the golden bird intently. Boom! Wang Tung stared at the bird as it came closer. Then he moved. Ancient God's body. 5-element fist. Strength of Ultima. All his skills were activated simultaneously. It was the same ordinary-looking punch, but the skills hidden within were out of everyone's expectation. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Fleta felt his heart beating like a drum. He had a bad feeling. He had seen that punch before. Edward was defeated by a similar normal-looking punch. This was his second time seeing it, yet he couldn't see through its secret. Boom! Fist power exploded. There were no earth-shaking scenes or astonishing images. The punch landed calmly and simply on the golden bird's head. At that moment, everything seemed to have paused. It was as if time had stopped. Then, the golden bird started cracking, inch by inch. Its entire body shattered into multiple golden dots of light, as if it was struck by a powerful, overwhelming force. It flew back and soared past Fleta, the wind scattering the remaining dots of lights. Fleta stared at Wang Tung in bewilderment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 642. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Golden droplets sprinkled down the sky. Ferocious and invisible energy swept through the golden droplets and slammed right onto Fleda's body. Splurt. Fresh blood spurted out of Fleda's mouth. He was thrown backward from the impact. At the same time, clear cracking sounds came from his body. Boom! He flew back for more than 10 meters because of the violent force before crashing into the ground like a shooting star. The ground had to bear the rest of the force as a deep hole emerged on it. Splurt! Fleda vomited another mouthful of blood. Wang Tung straightened his arms slowly, which dangled beside his body. He looked down with a composed expression. Fleda's face was white as it had lost all its blood. He seemed dispirited and dejected. He couldn't accept this result. The attack that contained his most powerful conscience was destroyed by Wang Tung with a single punch. One punch. Just one punch. How is this possible? Fleda was in a daze. The result was too hard to accept. He was the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. He was famous for being the most powerful marksman, but his strongest shot was destroyed by one punch. This was a huge blow to his confidence. On the other side, Olive and Froze, who were in the poison web, were thunderstruck. They were at a loss for words after seeing the whole battle, especially Olive. His expression was extremely ugly. At the moment, fear was dominant in his eyes. They lost. Even Fleda lost. None of the 7 holy knights was Wang Tung's match. He had defeated them together. How ironic was this? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. As if confirming his thoughts, Wang Tung said indifferently, "Holy knights are nothing more than this." There was disdain in his voice. You, Edward, blow Fleda, and Fleda hadn't lost their consciousness yet. Hearing his sarcastic words, they felt blood gushing into their heads. Humiliation. What did he think the holy knights were? How dare he humiliate them so blatantly? Wang Tung ignored their anger. He stepped on the air and walked towards Olive and Froze. Olive's expression changed instantly. What do you want? His gaze changed, and he stepped back continuously. Sizzle. In his panic, he accidentally touched the poison web. His skin got burned by the flame and was corroded by the poison. A sudden pang of indescribable pain invaded his whole body. Olive grunted in pain uncontrollably. You were so arrogant at the start. You were so high and mighty, as if you could control everything, and even called the holy knights over to catch me. What? Are you feeling scared now? Wang Tung snorted. Wang Tung, don't think that you can be impudent just because you defeated those holy knights. They're the weakest. The real formidable warriors haven't come out yet. The Holy Temple is not a place you can treat as your backyard. You will receive your punishment if you dare to create trouble here. Olive shouted angrily. Still acting tough. Wang Tung's expression turned cold. With a single step, he covered more than 10 meters, arriving directly in front of Olive. He looked at him mockingly. You are in my hands now. What should I do with you? I'm the sage of the Holy Temple. How dare you touch me? Olive was nervous. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Sage? What's that? Wang Tung snorted and took out his golden brick. Olive felt the corners of his eyes trembling when he saw this. He had seen some of the holy knights getting beaten into a pig's head. Would he follow in their footsteps? Wang Tung's nonchalant tone made him even more frustrated. He was the sage of the Holy Temple. He had a high status, higher than many others with only a few people above him. Yet Wang Tung was asking him what that was. How dare you look down on the Holy Temple? Olive was indignant. So much bullshit. Wang Tung shook his head. Olive was imprisoned by the poison web, so he had nowhere to hide. He could only watch Wang Tung smash his golden brick on his head. Wang Tung. Olive screamed in agony. He was slapped on his forehead, right in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tung's hand moved as fast as lightning. He slammed his brick down brutally on the forehead without stopping. The dull thuds caused Froze's cheeks to twitch continuously. He was trembling with fear. Olive's head started swelling at a visible rate. He was bruised and swollen, looking tragic to the extreme. Wangting did have the guts to be ruthless. This fellow was so irritating. He acted all high and mighty at the start, and treated him like a weakling that could be caught easily. He even wanted to kill him. Evil person. Why did he have to be a sage? TSK. Ah. Cries of pain escaped Olive's throat. His voice was bitter. Wang Tung, this is Mount Saint. The Holy Temple will not let you go. How brave. I respect you for being a real man. Wang Tung remained indifferent. He wasn't frightened by his threats and got even more brutal. He hammered his head again and again. I've been tolerating you for a long time. You keep acting all arrogant. Go on, continue your act. Bang, bang, bang. Continue your act. Why aren't you saying anything now? Bang, bang, bang. In just a few moments, Olive's head grew by one size. No traces of his refined and noble appearance could be found anymore. His eyes were only a tiny crack now. 2 lines of blood flowed down his nose, and his face was a mixture of green and red. He felt dizzy and muddled. His mind was in a whirl. However, Wang Tung still didn't think that this was enough. He grabbed Olive's arm and twisted it lightly, warping it into a braid. Crack! His arm bones broke with a crisp sound. Ah! Olive howled at the top of his lungs. Shuddered, he regained his consciousness. His mind was wide awake. His eyes were filled with fear. Devil! This fellow was a devil. How could he be so cruel? Froze had already shrunk into a corner. Even though his skin was being burned and corroded by the scorching poison web, he didn't dare to make a peep. He was afraid that Wang Tung would notice him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tung raised his brick and continued smashing Olive's head. Anger boiled on his face as he questioned the sage. How did I provoke you? Tell me, how did I provoke you? Why did you target me? How dare you try and catch me? Who gave you the right to do that? Why are you so arrogant? Why? Tell me. Wang Tung's shout stunned Olive. Others might think that he was the victim, but anyone with eyes could tell that he was the person who was bullied the worst. Olive's eyes were spinning. He started getting dizzy again. He couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Tung repeated his actions and twisted his other arm. Olive shuddered, waking up once again. Ah! Olive roared in pain. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Why couldn't he faint? Why? He never imagined that he would find fainting to be a fortunate thing for him one day. Being awake was too painful for the current him. Bang, bang, bang. Stop! Stop hitting! Olive said weakly. He couldn't stand it anymore. There was only fear and regret left in his heart. He shouldn't have provoked this devil. Wang Tung wasn't human. He was too ruthless. At this moment, this sage from the Holy Temple finally experienced the evil of the world. Remaining conscious could be so painful. Chapter 643. After fighting the big one, the old one came. Stop hitting, Olive muttered weakly. His consciousness was slipping, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Tung stopped abruptly when he heard Olive begging for mercy. The brick stopped an inch above his forehead. Aren't you very powerful? You can catch whoever you want to catch, right? Why are you admitting defeat now? This is all a misunderstanding. Olive cried in disgrace and sorrow. His voice was extremely weak. Is this really a misunderstanding? Wang Tung mocked. I killed 2 holy knights and injured 6 of them. Is that a misunderstanding too? Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Olive gritted his teeth and nodded. He didn't dare to object at all. He was afraid of receiving more hits on his head if he offended Wang Tung again. He had developed psychological trauma towards the brick, and it couldn't be erased easily. He felt fearful. You heard him. This is all a misunderstanding. Wang Tung smiled and looked at the holy knights lying on the ground. The holy knights held onto each other and crawled up from the ground with difficulty. They looked up at the sky. When they heard what Wang Tung said, their faces turned green and white. So, they were beaten for nothing? They felt so exasperated that they wanted to vomit blood, especially when they felt the throbbing pain on their heads. They trembled in anger. This fellow was brutal. He beat them up so badly, yet he still dared to say that this was all a misunderstanding. What the hell did he mean? The holy knights wanted to curse. You could have said this earlier. Wang Tung patted Olive's shoulder in satisfaction. Then he added in a meaningful tone, "We can't be too arrogant. Keeping a low profile like me is the basic rule of survival. If not, you'll get beaten to death easily." "Yes, yes." Olive nodded with tears in his eyes. He was cursing in his heart, though. "Low profile? Are you low profile? You dared to kill the holy knights of Mount Saint and even beat up a sage. Yet, you said that you were low profile? Shameless, despicable, repulsive." But he didn't dare to say these words out loud at this moment. A sonic boom was heard from afar. Olive's eyes lit up. He looked in the direction of the peak. Someone had finally arrived. Wang Tung also turned in the direction of sound. Multiple rays of light flew down from the peak and turned into a few figures with outstanding auras. These people were wearing the special clothes of the Holy Temple. You could recognize them at a single glance. Some of them were dressed similarly to Olive. There were also sages. All these people were surrounding a white-haired elder with a stern face. He seemed to be their leader. This person must have a special identity. Wang Tung sneered in his heart. After fighting the small figures, the big ones came. After fighting the big ones, the old one appeared. After reading the situation here, the expressions of the newcomers changed slightly. Goodness, they gasped in surprise. The holy knights looked miserable. Had it not been for their divine constellation armors, they would be unrecognizable. What inhumane torture did they undergo to end up like this? Demia, Yarrow, Edward, Blowful, Fleda, Yafel. The people called their names with uncertainty. The holy knights felt extremely embarrassed. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves inside. They had no face to greet these people. The holy knights had never suffered such humiliation. The others noticed their expressions and confirmed their guesses. "It was them. How did y'all end up like this?" one of the people asked in disbelief. The holy knights felt a bundle of emotions, but they didn't know what to say. Were they supposed to tell them that they were beaten by the same person? How embarrassing would that be? The white-haired elder turned to look at the badly bruised and swollen Olive when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth and asked calmly, "Olive, you do the talking." "Great sage." Olive wanted to speak, but he didn't dare to say anything because Wang Tung was beside him. He could only look at the white-haired elder pitifully. "Speak." The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Tung and shouted sternly. Wang Tung gave an ambiguous smile. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Olive saw his reaction and felt even more fearful. "Since he's asking, just say it. Why are you making me look like a monster? Am I that kind of person?" Wang Tung said speechlessly. No reply. Olive, Edward, and the Holy Knights wanted to reply to him with a yes. This brat was shameless. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Tung again after seeing everyone's reaction. His gaze turned cold. "I didn't ask you to speak. Old man, my mouth is on my face. Why do you care if I speak? Who do you think you are? A god?" Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. "How dare you? How dare you talk to the great sage like this?" Before the elder opened his mouth, the people around him shouted at him angrily. Their expressions changed. "Umph." Wang Tung snorted at them with a look of disdain. "Young man, show some respect in your speech. Didn't the adults teach you to respect your elders?" A sinister look appeared in the elder's eyes. "My grandfather told me that I don't have to show respect to old people who take advantage of their seniority. Our leader of martial arts and the three great commanders also said that if an elder is shameless enough to attack a junior, they don't mind doing some exercises." Wang Tung smiled and said. He wasn't making these claims out of nothing. Before he left the country, they did speak to him. He didn't tell them earlier because he was afraid of the other party. He just wanted to talk back to him. The white-haired elder's expression finally changed. He didn't know who Wang Tung's grandfather was, but he for sure knew who the leader of martial arts and the three great commanders were. They were world-renowned figures. Even he had to bow to them when he saw them. This young man was speaking the truth. His words were worth contemplating. However, he kept talking about elders. He was obviously scolding him while pointing at the mulberry. He had never been humiliated by anyone because of his high status. Hence, he was furious. He looked as though a fly had flown into his mouth. "You killed my holy knights and even hit people on Mount Saint. Even if the leader of martial arts was here, we are in the right. The elder took a deep breath and continued. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the leader so that you know how to behave yourself. Take him down. He waved his hand and gave his order. Wang Tung sighed. Shaking his head, he said, Why is there always someone who's opinionated, distorts the truth, and so shameless? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him abusing the great sage. This fellow was asking for death. Hatred swarmed in Olive's heart. He was elated. The more arrogant Wang Tung was, the more the great sage wouldn't let him go. Once he was caught, he would definitely take revenge. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 644. Goddess. The martial warriors that arrived with the white-haired elder got moving. They scattered and surrounded Wang Tung in the center. Edward and the others looked at the sky. They were curious. After all the fights in the past, how much energy did Wang Tung have remaining? Could he stop these people? Wang Tung glanced around him, his gaze chilly and icy. His patience was gone. Since these people were being unreasonable, he didn't mind creating a bigger scene. He would let them know what regret tasted like. If he didn't reply, they might think that he was easy to bully. The atmosphere was tense. The daggers were drawn, and a huge battle was imminent. Stop! Right then, a shout came from afar. It was accompanied by a sonic boom, and multiple figures flew over from the peak at a frightening speed. They landed in front of everyone. Great Sage Farah, Your Highness! Olive, Edward, and the other holy knights were surprised when they saw the people who came. One of the newcomers was dressed like the white-haired elder. He also had white hair, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He gave off a domineering vibe that could only appear on someone who had been in a high position for a long time. There were multiple martial warriors beside him, too. These people were dressed like Olive. They were all sages. However, what was different was they were surrounding a young lady who was wearing a light black shawl over her face. This young lattice aura was exceptional. It was holy and majestic. With her eyes as deep as the universe, she looked at everyone. The martial warriors from the holy temple bent their backs to show their respect. It's her. Wang Tung was surprised when he saw the young lady. This was the young lady he met in a museum that night. Wang Tung guessed that her identity wasn't simple, but he didn't expect her to be the goddess of Mount Saint. This change of identity was quite big. The holy knights half kneeled on the ground and bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Edward, how did you end up like this? Great Sage Farah asked with a strange gaze. The holy knights felt frustrated. It was like sprinkling salt on their wounds. Why did everyone have to ask the same question when they saw them? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBox Novel. Calm thanks. What a stab in his heart. Great Sage Farah glanced at Wang Tung involuntarily. He could guess what had happened. He shook his head and stopped probing. What with that look? Wang Tung felt speechless. They had brought trouble to themselves. They deserved it. He wasn't to be blamed. Get up, Ale, who was wearing a black shawl, said gently. Her lovely voice resounded in the mountain. At the same time, she waved her hand. Droplets of light rained down. When these droplets of light landed on the holy knights, the bruises on their faces started recovering at an astonishing speed. Even the lighter wounds were healing. Edward and the others touched their faces and noticed that they had recovered from the bruises. They were grateful. They bowed toward Ale again and said, Thank you, Your Highness. What is this? Wang Tung was shocked. They recovered. The wounds on the holy knights had healed. Even high-quality spiritual Dan wouldn't have such a fast recovery effect. Although the more serious injuries on their bodies didn't heal completely, this ability was already amazing. Or those droplets of light. Wang Tung could feel a different aura from those droplets. They were warm, bright, and profound. At this moment, he saw two attribute bubbles dropping from Ale. Get it? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked the bubbles up. Light Force *15, Light Force *10, as the two attribute bubbles merged into his body. Wang Tung felt the addition of an extremely small force in his body. The feeling this force gave him was the same as the one he felt on Alay. Life force. Wang Tung was stunned. Then happiness kicked in. This was a brand new force attribute. This force had never appeared before. Yet, it appeared on the goddess of Mount Saint, Alay. Was this what made her different? While Wang Tung was immersed in joy and contemplation, Great Sage Farah suddenly spoke to the white-haired elder. Great Sage Kipling, why aren't you bowing in the presence of Her Highness? The white-haired elder's gaze flickered. He didn't refute and bowed instantly. Your Highness, please rise, Great Sage Kipling. Alay's voice remained emotionless. Thank you, Your Highness, Great Sage Kipling said. Great Sage Kipling, why did y'all create such a huge scene? Great Sage Farah questioned. Great Sage Kipling looked at him, but spoke to Alay. Your Highness, this impudent martial warrior from country Xia wreaked havoc in our Mount Saint and has tainted our reputation. I wanted to catch him first before bringing him to you. He's my guest, Alay said. What? He's your guest? Kipling looked as if he had just learned of this information. He pretended to be shocked and said, but he killed Margus and Carl. How can someone as evil as him be your guest? Wang Tung turned and glanced at him. What a wicked old man. He was speaking ill of him right in front of his eyes. What did he mean he was the evil one? The previous person who said this, Yafel, had already turned into a pig's head. Did this old fellow want to experience a similar thing? I've already said that he's my guest. Alay emphasized her words. Your Highness, as the goddess of Mount Saint, you represent Mount Saint's glory and reputation. Are you going to pardon this criminal? Kipling showed no signs of backing down. He opposed Alay directly in a calm tone. With such a huge claim on her, Alay frowned. Great Sage Kipling, from what I know, this young man from country Xia didn't initiate the fight, Great Sage Farah said. But he killed 2 holy knights. This is an undeniable truth. Kipling kept a straight face and remained focused on this issue. Mr. Wang Tung is the goddess friend. The holy knights below should not have fought with him, whether it was their own intention or under someone's direction. If we lock him up, the reputation of Mount Saint will be destroyed. At that time, you will be the sinner, Great Sage Farah said indifferently. Sinner? If I allow him to leave and disregard the humiliation we have received, I will be the true sinner, Great Sage Kipling replied. Bring Arudis over. We need to know who is right and who is wrong. If someone created this mess because of his selfish desire, the Holy Temple will not show mercy. Great Sage Farah had noticed that the other party didn't want to let things go easily, so he changed his strategy.